Barbados Pride and Guyana Harpy Eagles, the captains, Craig Brathwaite and Tevin Imlach. The match referee for today, Mr. Carl Felix. I believe that Tevin has the coin.
Heads.
And call is heads.
It is heads.
And it is heads. So you've won the toss, Craig. What are you going to do here first?
We have a ball first. I think the pitch has in, especially at Coolidge, to get something early on, so we just got to utilize it.
All right, so in terms of how you think things have gone for your side so far with the first 3 rounds, how do you assess that?
I think it was decent. I think we got a lot of room for improvement. Obviously, a few senior guys back, but I think, as I said, we got some things to improve on, and I know the guys, are ready to go.
You mentioned senior guys, that being Kemar Roach, Jason Holder, coming into the side for you guys. What type of impact do you think they'll have?
For me, it's just leading from the front. Kemar obviously is quality world class bowler. So the guys, just seeing him do his craft, that should inspire anyone. And similar for Jason Holder. So for me, it's just those guys to lead, and I think that will put us in good stead.
All right, well, thanks a lot, Craig, and all the best today.
Thanks.
All right, Tevin. So you've lost the toss today, having a bat first. How do you feel about that one?
We would have liked to bowl first on it because it felt like playing here the last game, the second and third, it was the best time to bat on it. But you always prepare to bat anyway, so yeah, looking forward to it.
You mentioned that last game, and it was one that went well for your side, especially in terms of the bats. I guess some are saying has been lacking so far. So coming into round number 4, what are you guys looking to work on?
Just consistency and patience. Once our batters get started, it's important that we push on as batters, and unfortunately, we didn't do that well in the first innings, but second innings we did that. So a lot of boxes ticked in the second innings. Hopefully, we can build on that moving into this. Yeah.
Well, Tevin, started round number 4. All the best in this one.
Yeah, cheers, thanks.
Well, that's it. News from the toss here. Barbados Pride, they've won it, and they're going to be having a bowl first.
Well, welcome to a sunlit Coolidge Cricket Ground here in the 106 square mile island of beautiful Antigua, where we greet you with the news that Barbados have won the toss and they've decided to bowl first. So Guyana batting with Nandu and Chandrapal opening the batting for Guyana. The Guyanese leaving out from their 13-man squad Ashkar Prasad and Raymond Perez. So Chandrapal and Nandu will open the batting. Of course, the Barbados attack being strengthened by the inclusion of Nurse, Reefer, and the fast bowler Holder.
Yeah, certainly is going to be interesting contest here. With ball in hand is Kemar Roach, and he's somebody who has not been on the regional 4-day scene for quite some time for Barbados. I think it's not since 2020 that he's played a regional 4-day game for Barbados, so they're certainly happy to have him back in the side, as Craig Brathwaite would have mentioned at the toss. Of course, also Jason Holder as well, that tall, imposing figure there in the slip cordon for Barbados. He's certainly going to have that ball in hand as well. I think that probably has a lot to do with the reason why they've opted to bowl first as well, to give those guys, their experienced boys, the best use of the surface here at Coolidge.
Yeah, we talk about Jason Holder. He, in fact, has not played against Guyana in 4 years also. This is the first time in 4 years that he's playing against Guyana, and the first time Roach is playing in any regional tournament in 4 years.
Yeah, certainly shaping up to be an exciting one here for the start of round number 4 of this West Indies Championship.
Well, they've got 3 slips on the gully, a backward point, a man at mid-off. There is no third man. That's the offside field, Roach. Good delivery, just back of a length, and Tejnarayan Chandrapal, like his father would do, just pushing forward and playing it quietly into the offside. On the onside, there's a man at a mid-on. There's a short mid-wicket, or a short forward square, and then there's the fielder on the long leg boundary. So glorious sunshine here in Antigua. We've been blessed with sun, at least since I've been here. It's been sweltering hot. Roach. Loud appeal, but that might have been going down the leg side, and the batsman capitalizing on the loose work there from the man coming in from fine leg. And the keeper had to go after the ball, and they got off the mark with a leg by, so Guyana won without loss.
Yeah, not opening the account was Chandrapal, but the account for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and this is something that they'll want to focus on, especially batting As was mentioned at the toss, batting hasn't necessarily gone quite well for them so far the tournament, and probably hence why we see them down to number 6 in terms of the point standings right now for the championship.
Barbados placed on third. Of course, the Windwards way ahead on 62 points, I think, and the Leewards on second. It's a good outing for the islands teams combined, Leewards and Windwards. 1-2 in the order. Roach outside the line of the off stump, and Nandu this time doesn't play a shot. So 1 without loss, compliments of a leg by. Chandrapal, as you said, coming down from the test level, got his first 100 as a double century, and that's his only test 100. He's got a half century also. The last time, well, not the last, the previous time the West Indies toured Australia, batted quite well, but failed miserably. The last time they toured, back and across goes Nandu, plays it back towards the bowler, and there is no run. So Chandrapal would want to come in to this game knowing that he's not had a good time in the recent years. Even in the last first-class season, didn't score a lot of runs. Seemed to have changed his style. Used to play the ball nicely through the offside, through the onside, and now is just looking to hit the ball behind square on both sides of the wicket. This is a ball that's turned away by Nandu, and he gets his first run, so he's off the mark. Nandu, the son of former Guyana first-class player Arjun Nandu. In fact, we played youth cricket together, himself and me, Nandu. And of course, Chandrapal's father. We played together also. He is a little younger than me, but we played together. Shivnarayan Chandrapal, the second leading run scorer in the West Indies, apart from next to Brian Lara, behind Brian Lara. In terms of centuries also, he's got 30 centuries. Brian has got 34. This is outside the line of the off stump. So the first over comes to an end. At the end of it, Guyana being put into bat, they're 2 without loss.
Very quiet over to get things started here to the start of round number 4. I think that Kemar Roach would take that on his return to first class cricket. Of course, he'll be hoping to make early inroads into this Guyana Harpy Eagles side. As I mentioned, not necessarily having the best of times in the bat, especially at the top. Nandu with scores of 28, 19, 19 and 2 so far for the season, and Tajan Ryan 14, 22 not, and 47. So they've not really lit up the tournament just yet. They'll be hoping though that they can spend some time out here in the middle and pile on some runs similar to what they did in what would be the last innings that they played at this venue, the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
And of course, the idea, maybe would have been toying with the idea of opening the batting with Perez and maybe Nandu or Chandrapal, because Perez is a free-flowing batter. But then the thing was, Smith has come back into the side, who would you drop? So, Jar McAllister bowled pretty well in this tournament so far, number 47 on his back. And we see these modern day white clothes got numbers on the back. Long ago they was just plain white, short delivery, and Nandu goes easily under it. And it's taken by the diminutive Shane Dowedge. So 2 slips for McAllister as opposed to 3 slips on a gully for Roach.
Yeah, you could also probably tell yourself that there'll be a lot of short express stuff here from McAllister, not simply because that is what he's accustomed to bowling, but because of the field set at the moment. There's a man at leg gully and another man under the helmet.
And there's a guy at long leg and a man at forward square. So good strength on the onside, but he gets through the gap there, and they come back for 2 easy runs in the end. So Nandu now goes to 3, and the total going up to 4 without loss. So Nandu starting nicely, looking very solid, and Chandrapal, his usual self, looking to leave alone as much deliveries as possible. Nandu's only century was scored in the last game when Guyana played Barbados last year, 127 first-class century. McAllister bowls down the leg side. A little bit of bunks, but no way to challenge the batsman to play at it. And that's what they wanted, him to be turning it off his hip and bring the leg slip into play.
Yeah, certainly, because that's actually an area that Nandu has somewhat struggled with at this level of the game. He is quite strong off the hips, usually very aerial as well, going down that leg side.
This is his 12th first-class match. Matthew Nandu was born in Canada, and his father moved there. This is clipped away out towards the forward square, and there is no run. So good delivery, again well pitched up and clipped away.
Yeah, it's just about bowling to the plan at the moment. Also getting some nice shape back into Matthew Nandu as well. The ball was actually very aerial for a bit of time, and they thought for a moment it might carry to Shamar Holder, who's currently at square leg, just dropping short of him. But you see a clear plan at the moment from McAllister.
So for Nandu, there's a square cover and a mid-off. Those are the two fielders in front of the bat. McAllister to Nandu, short delivery, and maybe thinking a second of hooking and then pulled out to the shot, and it went by to be taken by Dowridge. The Antigua and Barbuda flag, the broken trident, Barbados flag, and the West Indies cricket board flag fluttering proudly in the breeze. No sign of the Guyana golden arrowhead. This is a good delivery, jumping defensive shot. Well played in the end, took the bottom hand off and played it out in front of him, down towards the man at gully, and there is no run. So 2 overs completed at the end of it, 4 without loss. Guyana batting first.
A good follow-up over there by McAllister, pairing quite well with Kemar Roach from the other end. Roach was a lot fuller, looking to get a lot of movement, especially away from the left-handers at the moment. McAllister on the other end, really going into the service and testing Matthew Nandu especially.
Nandu, the 20-year-old, and Chandrabal. The time has flown by so very quickly. He's already 27 years old. Just the other day, he was a little kid playing on the 15. This is a back-of-the-length ball as Roach continues from the far end. And Chandrapal just goes back and plays it in front of him. He's played already 74 first-class games. He's gotten 700s and 18 50s. Taking Ryan Chandrapal. So a lot of chattering, especially by Dowridge behind the stumps. Roach from round the wicket bowls to Chandrapal, and the left hand is again just pushing it into the offside. But this ploy from Chandrapal, he's not got his father's concentration level. So if he tries to bat a long time, he usually gets a good ball, unplayable ball. Sometimes he just gives his wicket away. But most times he's getting a good ball and he's not scoring runs. So he's still batting long and not scoring many. That's why you spoke about his scores in this tournament so far. And he deliberately play inside the line. You ever saw Clayton Lambert bat?
No, I haven't seen Clayton Lambert, but I wouldn't necessarily go to the level of the comparison between the two Chandrapals at the moment. Of course, we know that he is a talent, is at Tej Ryan Chandrapal, just short of runs at the moment, and hence why there's certainly a fantastic opportunity for him here on what is a relatively good surface here at Coolidge. We've seen quite a number of teams get some big scores as long as they apply themselves, gets to what we consider to be that first hour of the game.
And a small ground, fast outfield, should be batting friendly conditions, again outside the line of the off stump. And you can bowl all day like that to both Chandrapals and they leave the ball alone. Big number 5 on his back, the youngster, Tejan Ryan. They call him the little tiger. His father is the real tiger. Both come from the village of Mahaika in Guyana, a village which produced test players at all levels of West Indies cricket. They had a blind cricketer who played Test cricket for the West Indies again, outside the line of the off stump. We give Chandrapal the benefit of the doubt of deliberately playing inside the line. Mr. Singh, he's a blind cricketer, and he played for the West Indies. There's Indamati Gordial. She's also from the village of Mahika, played Test cricket for the West Indies also. In fact, played in the last time when West Indies played a Test match, 2006. That's how long West Indies women have not played Test cricket. And of course, the big Chandrapal and Colin Croft come from that village. Again, deliberately playing inside the line. This can be a frustrating thing if you're a rookie fast bowler. It wouldn't bother Roach though. As the over comes to an end, it's still 4 without loss. McAllister from the commentary box end. And again, just back of a length. Nandu plays it in front of him, and there's no run. So Nandu has played his cricket primarily in Canada, and he now played on the 19 for Guyana. He made West Indies on the 19 team, and he plays for Everest, one of the fastest growing clubs in Guyana. They're now preparing for the ICC World Cup, 2020 World Cup. That's going to be played in Guyana. One of the semi-finals will be played in Guyana, and the finals will be played at the Kensington Oval. And of course, matches will also be played in Trinidad and Tobago, and of also, I think, 4 venues in the US of A. And that's why there's no matches in Guyana or Barbados, and the Trinidadians are getting matches just at the UE and the Queen's Park Oval, because Brian Lara Stadium is being renovated for the World Cup or resurfaced. There are also pitches in Guyana like Everest and GCC, where they're going through preparations on the square for the T20 World Cup, because there'll be practice matches there, there'll be practice sessions there for the teams coming in. All the matches though, the real matches will be played at the Providence Stadium, which is also closed. So that is the reason why these matches are not being played in Guyana or Barbados. Again, a short ball. He's bowling consistently short, which is now going to be a thing that Nandu would be looking for. Well, both batsmen will be looking for short balls. He's got to mix it up.
Well, you said mix it up, but I think he's bowling exactly what his captain has asked him to bowl at the moment. At some stage, you probably can expect that he will go a lot fuller, because we saw that as well in the previous over where Nandu whipped it, or not necessarily whipped it, but clipped it into the leg side, a little uppish as well. But at the moment, they're asking McAllister to really use that pace. They're now strengthening that leg side field, asking Raymond Reefer to come across to what looks to be a short mid-wicket at the moment. So it really tells you or telegraphs what McAllister is looking to bowl here, looking to unsettle Nandu.
So there's a leg slip, a long leg, a forward short leg, a short mid-wicket, and a forward square. And that's on the line of the leg stump again, and turned off the hip, this time all along the wrong, in full control. Out was the man at forward square, and the total kept on 4 without loss. So I wonder, where is the Guyana flag? Not seeing any Guyana flag. At least I'm not seeing any Guyana flag. You know that the Guyana flag and the Barbados flag are the only flags in the Caribbean with names. Guyana flag is the golden arrowhead, and Barbados flag is the broken trident. Here is a ball that's not bothering Nandu at all. Down the leg side, well taken to his right by Dowridge, and the over comes to an end. So the 4 overs gone. They're scoring at 1 run per over. It's 4 without loss.
That run rate certainly would not bother the Harpy Eagles
No.
at the moment. Certainly the wickets column is what they would favour at this stage of the game, especially given that they've not done quite well throughout the tournament so far in terms of the ability to build partnerships and spend time at the crease. Of course, it will be a challenge for them with legs of Kemar Roach coming from one end and, as you say, kind of having the ball on a string almost, and then McAllister coming from the other end in terms of that extremely attacking bowler. But having to navigate this period is what they need to do, and so far so good for them. Still quite early into the piece, just 4 overs been bowled.
Roach starting over number 5 in bright sunshine here at the Coolidge ground, and this time Chandrapal hooks at the ball, rolls the wrist, and can't get past the man at forward square though, and a dot goes into the scorebook. This is not like a one-day international or more, especially a T20, where dot balls are that important, but it's going to be important after a while because they've got to find the gaps, rotate the strike, and even if you get good deliveries, you can do that and keep the scoreboard going along, even at 2-3 runs per over. At the end of the day, this is the ball outside the line of the off stump. And again, Chandrapal just deliberately leaves it alone, not close enough to challenge the batter to play nor to challenge the off stump. So the last time these two sides met in February 2003, it was right here in Antigua, but at the Sir Vivian Richards ground. That's North Song. Roach. This one is closer to the line of the off stump. Forces Chandrapal to play, and he's back playing it forcefully, but out straight to mid-off, and there is no run. And in that game, Guyana won by 183 runs. They made 377. As I said, Nandu scoring his only first-class 100 in that game. 126, I think. Jamir McAllister, who's bowling from the commentary box and here today, he had 3 wickets for 43 runs in the Guyana first innings. Barbados responded with 220. Shane Mosley got 65, Brooks 51. Pomal had 4 for 53 for Guyana. Changes his attack now. He's going to go over the wicket and slants the ball across the left-handed Chandrapal. It was a little bit wide, and Chandrapal ignores it. And Sinclair, who's also playing today, had 3 for 65. And a new fast-bowling sensation, Shamar Joseph, he took 2 for 33. I think he's going to go after the IPL. He's going to possibly hoping to come back for the last round, which starts on the 17th. This is again on the line of the leg stump, and well played in the end there by Chandrapal. So the IPL starts in March 22nd and runs up until March 26th. That's the Independence Day for Guyana. And the regional tournament, as I said, the last round starts on the 17th of April. So we're not sure if Shamar will come back to play in the last round. Good delivery again, just back of a length, forcing the batter to play. And the total now still 4 without loss. 5 overs gone, so it's gone less than a run per over. But as you said, that's no real problem right now.
Yeah, certainly not on the mind of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But just looking at Kemar Roach and his approach at the moment, the one thing that we've noticed is that he's not necessarily gotten the type of movement that he might have been hoping for, and hence why we saw the adjustment to going over the wicket. Of course, that angle, that exaggerated angle, pushing the ball across the left-handers creates the illusion of a bit more movement. Certainly, he'll be wanting to get that ball going across the left-handers, given the slip cordon that he has. He wasn't able to do that from around the wicket in terms of angling it back in and moving it away from them.
It was McAllister, who had a 3-wicket haul in the last time Guyana played here last year. Continues, and that's a good delivery, standing up just short of a length, and that pitched and bounced, and Nandu was looking to fend, and then he was looking to duck, caught in 2 minds, and in the end all is well that ends well for Nandu. It went by to be taken by the keeper, but that ball hit something just short of a length, and it reared up.
Yeah, certainly, and it tells you in terms of the reaction of Nandu. He went down to just pat it back in immediately, but that one just jumping out of the surface and almost loopy in comparison to some of the others that we've seen.
Yeah, almost a tennis ball like bunks.
Being taken by Shane Dowrich.
Lots of approval and encouragement there from the fielders as McAllister bowled this one that's pitched up but a little wide and didn't force Nandu to play at it. In the Guyana innings, they made 226 for 6 declared in the second innings, with Pomal top scoring with 32. Akeem Jordan had 3 for 32, and Keon Hardin 3 for 37. That was the last time they played here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, back of a length, and this time his bat as broad as the side screen as he goes back and plays it defensively into the onside, Nandu. And Barbados, the second innings, they were dismissed, bundled out for 94 with Niall Smith. He likes playing on this ground, had 5 wickets for 31 runs. Well, he had a thigh injury, a hamstring injury, and now he's fully fit, back into the side. Missed the first couple games. And this is a lovely shot, played into the offside, half stopped there by the man at the mid-off position. That's the captain. Took a lot of pace off the ball, and in the end did enough to prevent the ball from going into the boundary. But Nandu comes back for a second, and he's looked quite good this morning. 6 without loss. He is now on to 5. Chanjapal, he's faced 15 balls, he's not yet scored.
Yeah, he's just doing what we're accustomed to seeing him doing at the top of the order at the moment, Taste Ryan Shanable. But capitalising there, Nandu on a slightly over-pitched delivery from McAllister on that particular occasion. And that's what's required here at the start, waiting for those moments to capitalise on.
McAllister bowls again outside the line of the off stump. And this time, you could say he's been beaten, looking to play inside the line, but I think he played after the ball had passed Jack Day's bat towards him. Let's see the replay. So we'll know for sure if he was beaten or if he deliberately left the ball.
He definitely wasn't beaten on that occasion, especially given where that ball would have pitched in terms of the line of it. He was always, no bother there, Nandu.
Another ball that goes past the batter. This time he's in total control, and the over comes to an end. So 6 overs completed, extras 1, and Nandu scored all the other runs. Guyana there 6 without loss.
The interesting to note here, or rather the interesting thing I reckon that we can note here is in terms of the pace of the surface at the moment, not necessarily looking as if the ball is truly coming onto the bat in the manner that the Harpy Eagles would like at the moment, especially given how we saw that previous delivery from McAllister just loop out to the surface, probably telling you that there's a bit more moisture, especially in the middle section of this surface. So also looking at the fact that the ball's not coming on, just having to wait, as he was seen to McAllister over pitch to really capitalize on it.
I'm sure that both teams would have liked the ball to come through a little bit more. Good delivery. That one comes back into a standard ball. The previous deliveries were going away from the left-hander. This one came back, but he judged it well, passed over the off stump and taken by Dowridge. As I said in the last match, Smith got 5 wickets for 31 runs. Pomal had 2 for 19, and Beaton, who was born in the island of Montserrat, actually played the first run game against Trinidad for Guyana and was sent home because of a suspect action. He had 2 for 11. This one missed straight, didn't move left nor right. And good variation there by the experienced Roach.
Just opting to go back around the wicket is Roach at the moment.
So good afternoon to you, Basil Morgan, in the volcanic hit island of Montserrat. I understand that half of the island is filled with ash. Never been to Montserrat. That's where Basil Morgan lives, and that's where Beaton was born. Ball again holds it on, but outside the line of the off stump, and Chandra Paul will leave that all day.
Yeah, we're just asking a couple of questions at the moment of his slip cord in terms of what's happening. And as I mentioned before, 2 overs previous to this, the fact that the ball is not necessarily getting the type of movement that Roach might be accustomed to, or not even accustomed to, but the type of movement that he would want to have at the start of the day.
Other matches today, Leewards versus CCC at the UE Stadium, the UE University of the West Indies ground in Trinidad, St. Augustine. Good delivery, maybe inside edge, we'll see. But that was a good appeal. Maybe the ball was too high though. Let's look at it and see.
Yeah, height certainly big on the question. Also
No.
outside of the off stump,
Yeah.
a mile outside of that off
And
stump
no bat.
as well.
Yeah.
Onto that one.
And the other game in Trinidad, TNT playing the leaders Windward Islands in Port of Spain at the Queen's Park Oval. We've lost the sunshine here at Coolidge as this ball comes back in towards the left-handed Chandra Paul, and he plays it with that inward movement. The oohs and ahs went up from the Bajans, but no damage done in the end. Total kept on 6 without loss, but Chandra Paul has faced 20 balls and he's yet to score. And the other game played in the island of Wood and Water, Jamaica, and the West Indies Academy facing the home team there at Sabina Park. It's good to see that there's some cricket now being sent to Jamaica. That's a wayward delivery outside the line of the off stump. Roach is annoyed with himself, and the over comes to an end. At the end of it, 6 without loss, 7 overs gone. McAllister will start his 4th over. None for 4 so far. That's a full toss, and that's the first boundary for Guyana. Steered away down towards the backward point position and into the boundary for 4. So Nandu has now gone to, let's see how many runs Nandu scored. The total going up to 10 into double figures, and Nandu has gone now to 9. That's the first boundary. He's got 9. And McAllister, 3.1 overs, 1 maiden. He's bowled 16 dot balls so far, and he's not taken a wicket up to now, but he's kept it tight. Rear loose delivery, a full toss. And again, Nandu gets another run, this time down to the vacant mid-on position, and the mid-wicket goes across his right to do the fielding. Can't prevent the single though. Rotation in the strike, and that's what Guyana needs. Rotation in the strike. Nandu now goes into double figures. He's 10, and the total is 11 without loss. The other run coming from a leg by.
Yeah, what's interesting to note here is that Tejman Shanabal will be on strike. Nandu has been facing majority, if not all, the deliveries from McAllister. And you're now wondering what might be the change in field, if any, and there is. So the man from leg slip now goes towards a 3rd slip. Short leg remains under the helmet in the form of the debutant in Cheyenne Brathwaite.
So 2 Brathwaites in the side. The skipper, who's also the West Indies captain, got 100 in his last game in against Jamaica. Brathwaite, Craig Brathwaite. That's a beautiful delivery, pitched and left the left-hander, and he sparred at it. This time he was comprehensively beaten, no deliberate leave alone.
Yeah, you can see a change in tactics. So when he was bowling to Nandu, it was short on the line of the body, looking to find him fending towards that leg side. Here now to Taserine Shandapal, looking to get that ball going across him. Of course, he will be helped by the fact that he's bowling over the wicket. That angle naturally will take the ball across Shandapal.
Again, Chandrapal deliberately plays inside the line, and it goes by to Dowridge. Umpire Tuckett, who played a couple of one-day internationals for the West Indies from the island of Nevis. Carl Tuckett. I also played youth cricket with him. Played for the Leeward Islands. I played for Guyana. Quite a nice gentleman, Carl Tuckett. Turned to umpiring after his cricketing career is over. Oh, that's a lovely delivery and hits Nandu somewhere on the helmet, I think. We'll know from the replay where that hit him.
In fact, Taserine Shandapal. And
Yes,
I don't think he really
Shandapal,
expected that one, given the fact that McAllister was pitching it just a bit more, but sharp, short, and rising here to him, getting in line with that one and unable to get out of the way was Shandapal, taking just that left shoulder. That's what you want to see from your fast bowler. Certainly,
Yes.
hopefully, done no damage to him, but a fantastic delivery there from McAllister.
Yes, beaten all ends up with that ball, beaten for pace. Looked to duck and then looked to fend. And in the end, did neither. And it crashed into his shoulder. Might have clipped the helmet also. So the Guyana physio, very fit young lady, she comes onto the field and has a few words with Chandrapal. Still yet to score. And Guyana put into bat by Barbados. They're 11 without loss. And this is the 8th over in progress. Just one delivery left, barring a wide or a no ball. So that was a very good delivery though. Pitched just short of a length and reared and struck Chandrapal. Chandrapal has got a different stance now. He's more side on, round, square on. So let's see what the final delivery would be. Do you think he would bowl another short ball or try to bowl the Yorker?
Oh, knowing McAllister,
Bowl a short ball.
the consideration there is probably to follow it up with a short one, and if or I mean, I probably would as well, given the type of pace that he has. However, could go for that double bluff, get that ball a lot fuller as well, especially given how much he's probably rattled Shandapal.
Yes, he's pushed him
with
back
that
onto
one.
the back foot, and he will be looking for another short ball. I would go for the Yorker. Let's see what McAllister, he's the important person. He knows what he'll do, and he's about to start his run. Let's see what he'll do. That's 3 slips in a gully. And that's short. And meat and drink for Chandrapal. He's off the mark with a boundary. His first scoring shot. And Chandrapal is on 4. Tejnarayan Chandrapal on 4. Nandu on the total going up to 15 without loss. Nandu is on 10. And that's more from you, Joel. And it's going to be the voice of Vernon Springer.
Yeah, you could probably consider that one to be a half tracker from Jar McAllister. As expected, I mentioned the fact that, yeah, knowing him, he probably would have gone short. He would have been hoping for something similar to what he bowled in the previous delivery that took the shoulder of Shandapal. However, nothing even near to that. Just helped on its way, waiting on the moments, Shandapal. And now 15 without loss after 8.
You're running, going off. Just one with you. You're disappearing too quick. What happened? Good morning, Joel.
Good morning, Vernon.
What's happening, Joel?
No, I see movement behind me, so I thought that was my time, you know.
Oh, come on. We are all a team. You're running like you want to get off. You don't want to be on with me at all. I don't understand this at all. Road stats around the wicket. Good morning to everyone all around the world. Wide delivery. And the man himself, Machu Nandu, picking up the line here. A little slow surface so far, Joel, this morning.
Yeah, certainly hasn't been coming through. Has the surface at Coolidge. Funny enough, I say that on the back of seeing that one jump into the shoulder of Shandapol, but that's more so because of the stats that he has, and he got himself in line
Really got squared on.
with that particular delivery. But yeah, certainly hasn't necessarily had the pace just yet. Maybe we'll see the service quicken up as we go throughout the day into day number 2.
Roach from the CIUN here in Antigua and Barbuda, the home of Cricket West Indies, Coolidge Cricket Ground. The middle of the captain in Craig Brackett very close, and you realize there's similar styles because both players in Nando and Shonda Paul tend not to drive the ball down the ground, so they can afford to, the middle on and mid off respectively could be close. No lot of balls have been pitched up today anyhow, Joel, based on what we've seen. Quiet times. Barbados looking for a wicket. He's strong in that area. He just turns that down to the fine leg area and is comfortable. Gets his 11th run. Score goes up to 16 without loss. Would you have bowled for us this morning, Joel?
Well, it's a good thing that decision was not up to me. But no, looking at the surface, of course, there's a bit of grass over there. Yes, there was a bit of moisture in it, but the thing we know about this Coolidge surface is that once you apply yourself, there are runs in it. So I might have considered batting first. However, looking at the fact that you have Kemar Roach, you have Jason Holder coming back into it, maybe they told themselves that they would look to get first use of the surface, put their experienced boys to the task.
Shonda Paul, 4 from 25, make it 26 as he gets inside the line of the ball. Shane Dorish, Barbados packed with Texas Test experience. Jamal Warrican at first slip, former West Indies captain. Jason Holder at second slip, just rehearsing what he would have seen from Shonda Paul.
Yeah, that decision also in terms of bowling first could have been helped by the fact that, Guyana Harpy Eagles have not done so well with the bat so far in this tournament prior to this. If I look back to what they would have done in the season last year.
Roach around the wicket, goes past umpire Carl Tuckett to Shonda Paul, drive in, but didn't really step out into that. That was like a half volley. You want to be able to hit that down the ground early, especially when you get that opportunities.
Yeah, not necessarily two batters that truly stride out there, but yeah, just looking back at last season, by this stage they had 200s and 750s, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Now, in this 2023-2024 season, it's just a case of having 100 and 150 so far up to round 3. Of course, the fact that their first game, they didn't get a chance to bat at all. But yeah, still in terms of numbers, haven't necessarily put up the scores that they're accustomed to putting up, these Harpy Eagles.
Kemaroch searching for a wicket. Shonda Paul plays inside the line of the ball. Died on Shane Dorish. End of the over. And just before you go, you don't have to find out if you've gone to the beach yet since you got here. How many beaches have you nicked off since you've been in Antigua?
Well, Vernon, since landing yesterday evening, I have nicked off 1 restaurant and 1 sleep.
Thank you very much, everybody. 60 without loss. They heard it from Joel Manning from Barbados. Joining me will be Molly Richards. 16 without loss. Say to the man himself, Jason, who's doing an excellent job here for 360 team. Good morning, Molly. How are you?
Good morning, Vernon. Good morning to all the listeners, watchers here in the region and around the world. Fascinating contest once again here at the CCG.
Two big cricketing powering nations. Barbados looking to make a statement here, more or less. And we also want to say good morning to all of the folks in Barbados. They're quite tuned in and we're ready to go. Shamar Holder back from injury, and his first delivery is across Machunandu, and the man Shane Darwish goes right across in front of first slip and collects.
It's fantastic actually to see Shamar Holder back here in the first class arena. It's been a long road back for him. He's had quite a few injury issues. Well documented rehab process as well.
Yeah. I think he set the trend now for rehab based on his experience, thanks to Carlos Bartlett and company. Another good delivery again.
Yeah, that speed camp in the UK seems to have really helped this young man get back on the park, and not only get back on the park, but stay fit as well.
I think it is something looking ahead, Mali, that we're going to have to invest for our sportsmen and women in the Caribbean. Where we've got all these human resources We got all these personnel. We have to, if we're thinking seriously about sports and
Sports
all of the-
science.
yeah, we've got to take it to another level. Here's Nando back, get a wide ball. Sort of toying of the bat, but it was enough for him to get the second boundary of the day for the Guyana team as we look back on the replay here.
Yeah, Nandu, he's been the more fluent of the two batters here this morning. He's actually had that positive intent, looked to score whenever he's gotten the opportunity. His second boundary here this morning moves to 15.
The score goes up to 20 without loss. Barbados opting to field first here. Would you have bowled first here, Mali, if you're Craig Batwet? We're back with that one. Holder, we're in the number 40 bounds away. Turned. And they would maybe get another run.
I think probably coming here, the Barbados team would have assessed conditions, had a real good look at this pitch, saw that bit of grass, and maybe thought that there would be a bit more pace than we've seen so far here in the first session on day one. But the odd delivery has just bounced a bit, especially when McAllister, and in particular the taller bowlers like a Shamar Holder, really bend their backs. There's a bit in it in this pitch, and I anticipate as this game progresses as well, Vernon, that this pitch will just quicken up.
Shanda Paul facing his first delivery from Holder. He goes inside the line again. Good take again by Dorish in front of Jamal Warrican at first slip. McAllister, I thought Mali could have, I understood his ploy. I know what he was trying to search for, but he could have been just a little fuller with the new ball, especially to the left-handers.
Well, you could see what they were aiming at, especially with the field that they had set. It was a leg side dominant field, especially to Nando, in particular leg slip, short leg, looking to be in that rib cage area.
Sort of two-shot formation there from Tejaran Shandapal. Sort of in the end it was going to leave and it sort of just hit the bat inside edge. Got a single down to Kamar Roach on the final leg era. End of over number 10 and the score goes up to 22 without loss. Tej Shandapal is 5 from 30. Macho Nando, 20-year-old, is 15 from 30. 3 bowlers used so far by Barbados. Holder's first overs cost him 5 runs.
Yeah, just to go back to your point, in terms of McAllister's consistency, I think it was more of an issue of execution, to be honest. You saw the plan they were trying to set, trying to exploit maybe the batter, shorter batter in Matthew Nandu, get that ball to bounce in that ribcage area. It can be quite difficult, especially to the left-hander from over the wicket, but maybe just lack that execution per se.
And you know, sometimes we as broadcasters or the cricket fans like to say, well, the batsmen have to be patient. Fast bowlers also have to be patient. It's a patient game. You have to land the ball consistently in the right area. Roach is pitching up and Raymond Reefer coming around. Sort of misfield, but he recovered nicely. And here was Shanda Paul getting a wide delivery, but really didn't lean into it, Mali. Sort of squeezed it down to the backward point area. Didn't get a run, remains on 5.
I think he was dismissed in the previous match here in a similar position there at backward point. Looks like Raymond Reefer patrolling that backward point region. Just at times, I think it was Sean mentioned it earlier as well, just tends to squirt the ball a bit square on the offside.
Got to look up the V for a longer period, Shanda Paul. That all depends on your stance. He's now on driving, beautiful, good balance there. That looked positive. That was a good positive intent.
Yeah, and Roach has been very economical, but so far just hasn't provided that penetration maybe that you'd expect from a bowler of his class here with that new ball. It must be said the CIU road end tends to be the end that's maybe not quite as lively per se for the fast bowlers, as we've grown accustomed to doing games here at the CCG over the last 2 seasons or so.
Here is a delivery from 35-year-old Kamar Roach, the veteran, just turned into the onside. Very comfortable, and because he gets so square on, once his midland leg, he's very comfortable in that area. What I want to see Roach working on is getting him to drive a little fuller length, where he's neither forward nor back.
Yeah, he won't be too unhappy with his work, though, in terms of he hasn't provided too many boundary balls here for these Guyanese batters.
None at all.
Yeah, and still just whiling away, showing all his experience.
Into his 6th over. Good delivery on the money. As the experienced Kemar Roach. He's played some 124 first-class games before. Sorry. Let me just push back a little bit, Mali. Would have played some 81 test matches. Kemar Roach made his first-class debut since 2008 against the Windward Islands. He's really been a servant to Barbados, West Indies cricket, into world cricket.
Yeah, burst onto the scene as a tearaway quick, maybe more in the medium-fast range of his career now. That one, just a bit of shape there. The experience almost lured Nandu into that shot, and that's the area you were speaking about, Vernon. Maybe for the first time, just seeing that shape away from the left-handed Nandu.
Yeah, it looks like it's there to drive, but it's really not there.
Well played from the young man in the end.
Certainly.
And he's showing real intent. Just sitting outside here this morning, just listening to the sounds of the ground and whatever. And the way he taps his bat, the intent that he's tapping his bat with, you can hear it just there in our stump mic.
Beautiful delivery.
Tells you just all about his positive intent here on day one.
Yeah, so kept out there, and Mando making sure that Kemar Roach doesn't pick up his 524th first-class wicket. And so very comfortable so far. He's bowled some 6 overs, and this would have been a good run out for him. Not for 3 so far.
Yeah, just doing what Kemar Roach does, really, and what you would expect. Almost coming down a level from international cricket here to the first-class level.
You surprised, Mali, that Barbados have gone for 4 quicks? Well, we still got Holder to come, and we still got Raymond Reefer.
Yeah, I think they've assessed the conditions in that manner. You've still got Jamel Warrican.
Yeah, well, he's the lone spinner in this lineup. Craig Brathwaite might bowl a couple.
Just a bit too wide there to Tejnaran Chandapal from Shamar Holder. He's got to force him to play here.
I want to say good morning to Adrian Donovan in Barbados, Milton Small. I have to call the mayor of Barbados, Andrew Mason.
He's a
Barry
mayor.
Wilkerson.
He's a mayor?
Well, here, anywhere he goes, he always stamps his authority. Andrew Mason.
That's the line there.
Yeah, that's it. He squared him up completely. And he really didn't get out there. The right foot didn't come out to the pitch of the ball. Sort of just stayed on his crease.
What he's done there, Shamar Holder, he's started that one on the stumps and just used the natural angle. Something you've spoken about at length in terms of the angle over the wicket as opposed to around the wicket, especially early in a spell. Just there again, but maybe just a little too wide.
Yeah, he's got to be patient. He was just striving for extra. Just needed to come back and put it right into that line right there. And I think when you're bowling to a Shivnarayan Tej Chandapal, you've got to be aiming at the pads. To force him to play. Because he could be quite unorthodox and he wants to work you around. So you don't let him dictate. You dictate to him where you want him to play the ball.
Just there.
Yeah.
You're comfortable with him coming forward, though. You're trying to lure a batter of Tejnaran Chandapal's class forward. Maybe not the strongest player off the front foot, doesn't have the biggest stride. What he does do is watch the ball very closely, Vernon.
He does.
Slightly unorthodox at times. But he's a fighter, and here he is, 6 of 37. That won't matter to him one bit. This one's just poorly lined, tickled away down to fine leg. So just as we were saying, just hanging in, waiting for balls in his area, picks up another boundary.
Easy, his first of the morning. He quickly goes to 10 and the score goes up to 27 without loss. Jason Holder comes down and is now saying to Shema Holder, just hold on. Just relax. Take your time. Take your time. Don't let him dictate where he wants you to bowl. You dictate where he plays, and you got to be patient.
Maybe
Massive move there by Jason Holder.
Yeah, Shamar Holder probably just getting a little greedy there. Got a bit bored of that fourth, fifth stump line. Went a bit straight, and as he said, just a bit too far down that leg side. Meat and drink for a player of Shandapal's class.
Holder, not for 9. Second over. That's where you want him to go. Beautiful, positive drive down the ground. Brockwith is after it. The West Indies captain and Barbados captain. He slides it back quickly. And they get 3 runs. Good, positive running. But that's okay, Mali. You don't mind that.
Yeah, it's a very good shot there. The balance was what stood out to me from that shot from Tejner and Shandapal. That stride onto that front foot. Very well balanced. Actually didn't look to overhit. Just timed it quite nicely. Picked up 3 lovely runs.
In this team, Mali, you would have to consider Tejner and Shandapal to be the senior batsman in this team. This would be his 75th first-class game. Before this 74, 4,156 runs with 700s and 18 50s. And we see the Barbados team making a change. They've not gone for Holder. They've gone for the left-arm seamer in Raymond Reefer. Have had some problems, Mali, maybe last year with his bowling. And so I saw him warming up this morning. He looks a lot more aggressive. Let's see what he's going to bring to the table here.
But yeah, he had some issues with his action, more so in the limited overs game, in terms of his slower ball, his slower delivery. Seemed to be just outside the 15 degrees allowed. But he's here in the 4-day championship. I don't expect him to use too many slower deliveries, especially here on day 1.
And he starts with a wide delivery, sort of pull that one down, more or less.
Bit of swing, though.
Yeah, well, automatically he would, as a natural left-hander. So Kemar Roach, the veteran, the real master, the man who's been able to keep this young West Indies quartet together. Playing for Barbados, it's good that he's getting an opportunity. I know he's going to county cricket as well, so just before the England tour. So I guess just testing his fitness.
Yeah, he's been a standout performer for Surrey for the last 2-3 seasons.
Another wide delivery there from Reefer. Just look like he's trying too hard. And it'd be lovely to see Jason Holder bowl on this track, because I think his cutters will sort of outfox the batsman, because you've got to be patient on a track of this nature.
I do like this move, though, because I think if Raymond Reefer can get one right here, especially with his ability to swing the ball away from the left-hander.
Shandapal, 13, waits for Reefer. Squeezed away. Big effort there from Warrican at backward point. And that's a real big effort from one of the senior pros, Jamal Warrican. Test player.
Saved a couple of runs there, Jamal Warrican.
Yeah, he did. That could have raced away down to third man.
But as I was just saying, just the outer half of the Shandapal back there, 2 slips. Gully, backward point.
Here comes Reefer, bounding away from the CIU end. Wide delivery. You could see what he's trying to work on, so to push that one away.
That one swung very early, didn't it, Vernon?
It did.
And kept on going.
I almost thought that we were in England for a while.
Yeah, it swung from the arm and kept on going. His second wide of the over.
Yeah. I want to say good morning to Ravi Etwara in the United States of America. You would have heard about him, right, Mali? Ravi, owner of Sports Zone. He's the, along and his brothers have been able to gain ICC global recognition with their brand E4. He's a very big cricket fan out of Guyana. And they have branched off, invested. When you go to the United States of America, where you go to Ghana, Ravi, somebody who has helped a number of cricketers all around the Caribbean, all around the world. And finally, the first Caribbean company to really get an ICC global recognition and brand for both Test, ODIs, and T20s. So players don't have to worry about anything. When Amale Richards walks out with an E4, he's safe. Pitched up. and just more or less blocked it.
Shuffled across the crease there was Shandapal, 2 feet in the crease, but the end of that reefer over. Wasn't that delivery called a wide, Bert?
No.
Wow.
Maybe if we were playing a T20 or 50 over, Carl Tuckett might have had his hands out. But we've seen stranger things have happened anyhow, so we never know.
A bit lenient there from
Yeah.
umpire Tuckett.
Well, he himself was a bowler, so he maybe might have just relaxed the rules. So good morning to Lady Ravi in the New York office, Sports Zone. Thank you for your contribution, Ravi, and to the family. You've been a servant of West Indies cricket and world cricket. And from us here at 360, we really salute you on your major achievement with your brand E40 holder to Nando. Just about the fourth stump line, but it's so good that Nando, the 20-year-old, can leave that. You know, we were talking off air, Mali, about the pace and how we thought that this would have played. This is like home venue for us. And so we've been here for a number of times. We could tell you what is going to happen. I personally feel this will get better on the second day, not too much on the first day. Maybe especially when the sun bakes on it.
Still pretty good batting conditions, though. That's a good delivery from Holder, going past the outside edge. You can tell by the sound that the pitch is making. It's quite hard.
It is.
Especially when Matthew Nando is tapping his bat.
Yeah. So this is what has to happen now, Mali. Holder has to build pressure. Just build the pressure. Build the pressure.
Can't get bored. Can't
No.
get bored of that line, to be honest.
Just build pressure. 30 without loss. Guyana. That's it. Just keep working away there. Just keep working. Be patient. It's a patient game. It's a 4-day game. It's not a T20 game where you have the power play and somebody tees off on you. So you just have to relax. And I think that's what Jason Holder would have said. So too, Kamar Roach also would have been beckoning that message to him and saying, just be patient. When you have such competition, Mali, everybody wants to get into the wicket column. 30 without loss. Flashed hard. And that's what you want him to do. That's okay. He wasn't really close to the pitch of the ball, but he threw his hands at it. And the third boundary for Nando, as we look at the replay there, got across and went hard at it. And nothing is wrong with that, Mali.
I think Matthew Nando as well was also caught in the previous match here. Was it against the West Indies Academy at backward point? But this time going a bit harder at that one. And that's why Shamar Holder can't get bored, especially against Matthew Nando, of just hanging these balls 4th, 5th stump outside. I mean 4th, 5th off stump, outside that off stump, sorry. Because Matthew Nando is a bit different to Tejaran Shandapal. He's going to throw the hands at those deliveries. As you can tell, 3 slips for Shamar Holder and a gully.
Coach Vasbert Drakes would have been beaming that message to the fast bowlers that you got to be patient. You have to be patient. His assistant Ryan Hines, you've done an excellent job so far as a combination with this Barbados team.
We spoke about the positive intent in terms of Matthew Nando. We've seen from him here today, 19 from 38. He's tapping that bat with venom, with real force. It's also important that he stays quite relaxed as well.
Yeah. So, Mali, drinks here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Barbados, Captain Craig Brathwaite, he called it right. Inserted Guyana, and at the break, 14 overs bowled. Matthew Nando is 19 from 39. Tej Chandapal, the test player, 13 from 45. He won't worry about anything so far. McAllister, Holder, and Kemar Roach have been the bowlers here so far. It's been a lovely day here for cricket. Lovely day for cricket in the Caribbean mainly, because one has to give credit, Mali, to Cricket West Indies. We have women's cricket taking place in St. Kitts and Nevis. We have regional 4-day cricket taking place right around the region, and we're preparing for the Cricket World Cup.
Yeah, and after the second game here at the CCG, I think on the 23rd, just a couple of days after that, we'll have the West Indies under 15 starting here in Antigua as well.
Yeah, so the Leeward Islands and Windward Islands will be camping here, Mali, starting this weekend. There'll be a series of matches taking place at the Pigott Sports Club. We also have local cricket coming up this weekend, Mali. So we're talking about the semi-final
Of the 2-day championships here in Antigua.
yeah, for the top teams. Who are you backing? Empire Nation.
I think I am back in the Empire Nation for sure. You got to go with the home team.
Yeah, so we got the Pigotts, we got
Liberta Sports Club.
PIC, the Liberta Sports Clubs, and we got Jennings for the first time.
Yes.
Yeah,
It'll be Jennings and Liberta.
yeah, right. So
And Pickett's and Empire.
all to play for in terms of the competition. So far, things are looking really, really, really positive in 10 for the cricket. Today will conclude Jamaica being crowned the CG Super 50 champions, and congratulations to them are in order. The final round of matches, in fact, it's going to be a close one today, Ali. We have Trinidad and Tobago and the Leewards. Those are the two teams there with no wins yet in the championship. So that'll be all-mighty. We looked at the Barbados versus Leewards game. That was a big score from the Leewards, but Barbados came home in the end. So exciting times for cricket in the Caribbean, and exciting times all around for world cricket.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's good to see the Leewards, even though, as you said, not picking up a win yet in the tournament. Quite a few positives, though, to be had for them in the CG's Women's Super 50. In terms of the individual performances, Shanisa Hector comes to mind. It was Saxena the other evening as well.
Well, the captain, Amanda.
Yeah,
was
scored a
what I
massive
said, yeah.
250 versus Barbados.
Yeah.
Didn't manage to win that game, but it was a very, very competitive match. And it's incumbent upon the administrators now
To
in
work
terms
on
of
that.
to develop the women's game in the Leewards and around the region.
Yeah. So we'll take a double break, Mali. And the double team coming up will be Sean Devers. And my good friend, he says he hasn't found the beaches yet. So we leave him.
Hey, fellas, sing your pro talk, man. Let me lift it. Cheyenne, bring something. Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Vernon. And Reefer will continue the attack. 34 without loss. Guyana put into bat by Barbados. Well, I've been in to Antigua on Sunday, a little longer than you have. And I still haven't been to a beach. This is a ball that's again outside the line of the off stump. That's the line there trying to bowl to both batters left-handers. As I said, Barbados Pride, they won the toss and maybe fooled a little bit by the greenness of the track, decided to bat. Decided to put Guyana into bat. Reefers, the sun breaks out in all its glory again. And that's again outside the line of the off stump. And you wouldn't worry Shiv Narayan Chandrapal's son if he bowl like that. He'd bat just like his father.
I don't think necessarily being fooled into having a bowl first. When you look at the bowling attack of Barbados, it is quite a formidable bowling attack to have at the regional level. What I will say, though, is that they have not necessarily bowled as well as they should have, given the experience that they have.
When I said fooled, I meant the grass on the pitch. Yeah. Here is Reefer from the far end. And that's back of a length and played nicely, confidently into the onside. Both batters are now growing in confidence as the innings is progressing.
Certainly with time, you would expect the confidence to grow. And with time, Barbados have started to chirp a bit more, and that's what Jason Holder will bring to this Barbados side. But yeah, when I look at the bowling contingent of the Barbados Pride, and when I think about what they've bowled in the past, I don't think that they can truly be as impressed with what they've put out with the ball so far in the first hour of play here at Coolidge.
Reefer, who spent a lot of his cricketing career in Guyana, and this is short, and Cramp Faroum looked to cut and was too close to him to do that shot. and it in the end went bouncing out towards the short cover point, and there's no run. So too close for him to try and play that shot.
Yeah, looking to force that one was Tage Nine Shanable. Just to go back to what I was mentioning, is it was not that a case of Barbados have bowled bad, but I don't think that they've bowled to the standard that they're capable of just yet. Not necessarily threatened the two batters out there too much so far for the day.
2 slips and the gully, and again goes wide, looking for Chandra Paul to edge to those 2 slips and the gully, but he doesn't. He plays inside the line again, and there's no run. Well, as I said, I came into the island on Sunday, and since I've been here, I've heard that there's been rain, but I've spent all my time in glorious sunshine and very hot weather. So there's not been any drop of rain since I've come. This is a better delivery. Comes back in towards the left-hander as he defends Chandra Paul and played into the onside. And at the end of the over, it's 34 without loss, 15 overs gone. Slow but steady start.
Yeah, slow but steady, they say, wins the race depending on who you're rooting for. But you just wonder what the conversation might have been for Barbados Pride in that first water break, because they've come back out here after that break just with a bit more life, a little more energy, a little more chirping, I guess you would say, on the field.
Yeah, I've been in Tongue yesterday to St. John's. I've been to Heritage Key. I saw 5 cruise liners, and they say that's the most cruise liners that have ever come simultaneously to the island of Antigua at one time. So I had the privilege of seeing those 5 cruise liners, and of course I tried to buy some little bit of things, but the price is real expensive here. Here is Nandu in strike. Shamar Holder outside the line of the off stump. Wide again. This time it's Nandu who leaves it alone. Lovely island though. I've not had the privilege of seeing Nelson's Dock on this occasion. I went to the Devil's Bridge the last time I was here. Also Shirley Heights, English Harbour. Those are the places that people would go. I'm hoping as my stay increases and the rest days come along, I get to go to those places. I enjoyed them the previous times I came here. This is outside the line of the off stump again, bad delivery. And even didn't put any pressure on the left-hander. And he's got to try and bowl closer to the stumps to make the batsman play. Because these 2 batters wouldn't play at balls that are wide.
Yeah, I just mentioned the fact that, yeah, they probably would tell themselves that they need to bowl a bit better in terms of looking to challenge the 2 batters at the moment. They've not just done that just yet, sorry, this Barbados Pride side.
So good morning to you wherever you are across the 183 square miles of beautiful Antigua. I understand there are 365 beaches here. In Guyana's Essequibo River, there are 365 islands. With Hog Island, the biggest of them, it's 23 square miles, bigger than many of the smaller islands in the Caribbean.
Somewhat of a geography lesson there.
So, island that has produced a lot of international cricketers, starting with Andy Roberts, Sir Vivian Richards, Mally Richards' father. Ball closer to the line of the off stump, but still Chandra Paul looks on as Nandu leaves it alone. And there is no run, 34 without loss. Matthew Nandu on 19 from 43 balls, but that's immaterial in a 4-day game. And Tage 9 Chandra Paul on 13 from 51. They've had Richie Richardson, Courtney Ambrose, Ridley Jacobs, Kenny, and Winston Benjamin. Well, Sylvester Joseph, who I understand now is giving up commentaries, giving up umpiring. Oh, that was close. Leaned him forward. Flirted at it, and luckily for him went past the edge to be taken by the keeper.
Yeah, he just drew Nandu into that one a lot fuller than the previous delivery And you were talking about the fact that, yeah, Nandu was able to leave the previous one, but it was definitely in terms of that channel almost of, I guess you might consider uncertainty for the left-hander, and it's where Shamar Holder would be wanting to pitch majority of his deliveries and then follow that up with an excellent delivery.
Holder. Again, too wide. And no pressure on Nandu. He's kept on 19, and the total kept on 34 without loss. 16 overs gone.
Yeah, much better end to that over for Shamar Holder, but it's interesting that coming through those stump mics, a word that's being said, there's patience, and I think that is what Barbados Pride are banking on here in terms of being patient with what they're looking to bowl and looking to be a little more consistent. I mentioned the fact that that third delivery from Holder was certainly on the line and length that he was looking to bowl more consistently to the two left-handed batters out there, and then followed it up nicely with a full one, just going slightly away from the left-handed batter. So if he could be a little more patient and look to bowl a few more of those deliveries in terms of just back of a length, shaping back in quite nicely, then follow it up with the fuller one, could be successful.
Well, Rifa starts into bowl to Nandu. Bowls to Chandrapal, and Chandrapal just pulls away. That's very frustrating when you're a fast bowler. You run so far, and then the batsman pulls away. You've got to do it all over again. Raymond Rifa, who is on the GCC wall as a test player for GCC, the club he used to play for in Guyana. And that's back of a length and punched off the back foot there by Chandrapal. No real timing, a little cracking song as Leather Kissed Willow. And it went into the offside to be fielded by the man at mid-off.
Yeah, hit quite high on the bat of Chandrapal on that particular occasion. But what is interesting to note is how many more deliveries he's looking to play at now. We've gotten past what will be that first hour of play. And this probably could present the opportunity for the Barbados Pride side.
Yeah, good morning to all those in BIM, the island of Barbados. 166 square mile island. They've now become a republic. But unlike Trinidad, who is also a republic, and Guyana is a cooperative republic, so the president is the head of state and the prime minister is the second in command, while in Trinidad and Barbados, Prime Minister Mia Motley and Prime Minister Rowley, are the head of states. That's the difference with a cooperative republic. We became a cooperative republic in 1970, the 23rd of February, after gaining independence in 1966, May 26. So that's some little bit of facts about Guyana, who's got, as I told you, 365 rivers, islands in the Essequibo River. Of course, Antigua's got 365 beaches, one for each day. And of course, Barbados has a lovely place. I like to go to Barbados. That's my favorite destination in the Caribbean, apart from Guyana. Rifa brings Chandrapal forward and goes past the outside edge. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt of deliberately playing inside of that ball. So there are lovely places. Bathsheba, that's where there's that rock. Well, you know all about Barbados.
Yeah, because I guess, slightly correct you on something that you said there in terms of our head of state, because we actually do have the president, Dame Sandra Mason, who is, in fact, the head of state in Barbados.
So she's higher than Mia Motley? Wow, I never knew that. But I know for sure that the president is higher than the prime minister.
In Trinidad and Tobago as well, yes.
In Trinidad and Tobago too?
Indeed, the same exact structure,
so
in
then
fact.
Why is it a cooperative republic and not just a republic? Well, I know for sure that Dr. Irfan Ali is the president of Guyana, and he's the highest there. So I stand corrected. Good delivery there, bold, just bringing the batsman forward. A little away movement from the left-handed Rifa, and played on the front foot, missed the ball, and there's no run. So 34 without loss. Yes, I've learned something there. So all the presidents of republics are in charge,
Yeah,
and the prime ministers are the second in command.
Yeah, referred to, yes, as you mentioned, as the head of state. But just interesting in terms of what Jason Holwood mentioned at the end of that particular over, because the conversations that you were having with regards to whether or not a few of the deliveries, Shannon Paul was pulling his bat inside of the line, and Jason Holwood in fact said, he didn't pull his bat in on that occasion. He actually played that one and was beaten. And I mentioned the fact that Shannon Paul has been looking to play quite a few more deliveries, and it might present the chance.
Holder starts again, and this one is hitting the middle of the bat. Nandu comes forward, and of course, Oysten's Fish Market, a tourist attraction. Well, Barbados is basically a tourist country. They have lots of sun, sand, and fun on the beaches. There are lots of beaches. My favorite beach there is Miami Beach, just opposite the Blue Horizon Hotel. Outside the line of the off stump again. No pressure there on Nandu to play. And the holder will walk back to his mark. Will be thinking, what next to bowl? They've not separated the opening pair. It's been a slow going, but they're still there. 34 without loss. Of course, Animal Flower Cave down in St. Lucie. And there's a ground there where I think Sarwan made 100. The last time Guyana won a match there, a one-day match, a one-day tournament in 2005. Since then, Guyana have not won a one-day tournament since 2005. But if you think that's bad, Trinidad has not won a four-day tournament since 2007 when Gangal was the captain. So opposites, they focus on a lot of white ball cricket, Trinidad and Tobago. Well, Guyana has the most successful four-day captain, Leon Johnson. He's won 6 titles. And this is a good delivery again, pitched up and played down towards the man there at mid-on. No run. And what I'm impressed with in Barbados is just from the, when you go to Kensington, before you reach the Nation's newspaper, there's a Legends Museum there. Lovely museum. I've been there. I think Desmond Haynes, his son, runs there. Ball that's pitched up again, pushed into the offside, and there's no run. So good going by the batters in terms of staying there. 17.5 overs have been completed, 34 without loss. Chandra Paul is on 13 from 57 balls, 19 from 50s Matthew Nandu. And if they get set, one would hope from a Guyana point of view that they go on and make big scores. Good delivery again to finish the over. And at the end of the over, Guyana now 34 without loss. One would hope from a Guyana point of view that they can get starts and carry on. From a Barbados point of view, they would hope for a breakthrough before lunch.
Yeah, certainly we'll be looking to break this partnership, the Barbados Pride. And it's interesting when I look to compare then the 2 overs from Shamar Holder, the last one and the one that he bowled before that, because I mentioned the fact at the end of it they talked about patience. I don't think he was truly patient in that over in terms of looking to string together a couple deliveries. When I think about what he bowled in that last over, when I think about that pitch map, there's 6 completely different deliveries that were being bowled in that particular over. So I don't think he's really taking his advice in terms of being a bit more patient and looking to just consistently put the ball in one particular area and then maneuver from there.
Most of the cricketers now describe that as hitting good lengths. He went a few lengths and lines differently. Maybe he wanted to bowl as much variety as possible in his spell. Rifa back with the ball. Said he made his test debut while playing for Guyana in the franchise tournament. He was living in Georgetown and played for the Georgetown Cricket Club. And his picture is on the wall of the Georgetown Cricket. Lovely shot, played away into the offside. We didn't time it that well, and we'll have to settle for 2. Chandra Paul, he goes now to 15, and a total going up now to 36 without loss. But Chandra Paul looking to play more at balls that are wide than before.
Yeah, certainly, as I mentioned. Yeah, just pushing though on that occasion, not necessarily in control of that shot was Chandra Paul, but gets away with it. I was able to just pick up 2 on that occasion.
Yeah, I remember crop over. When I first went there in 1988 to play youth cricket, the day we had to play the leewards at Kensington Oval, as Chandra Paul turns it into the onside, more pad than bat, and it gets a single out towards long leg. He goes now to 16. The total going up now to 37.
In fact, you said more pad than bat. It was only pad and no bat on that occasion. Signal leg base by the umpire.
Yeah. Well, I thought the ball had hit the edge of the bat and more pad. That's why I said more pad than bat. But the umpire is closer to us, closer to the action. And he said there was no bat involved. Outside the line of the off stump as the strike is rotated, and Nandu comes in to strike and doesn't play a shot. I remember I went to crop over the day because rain fell, and in those days cricket played during crop over. Guyana played the leewards on the 19 tournament, and we were hoping to see crop over because when you go at the back of the old Kensington Oval, you look through the crack there, you could see the Spring Garden Highway. So we were hoping to go to crop over, and the rains came down, washed out the day, and we ended up going to crop over. That's the first time I ever saw or witnessed crop over in Barbados. We've got Mashramani in Guyana. That's our Republic anniversary. And now we've got, for the last couple of years, a carnival for the independence anniversary. Here is Reef Bowls, and that's a lovely shot. Played on the up and down towards the boundary, and that will go for 4. So a lovely shot, the most convincing shot that Chandra Paul has played so far, and he's gone now to, we'll tell you in a moment.
It was in fact Nandu that played that particular shot. He said most convincing, but I don't think I'm as convinced as you on that particular occasion because he reached for it, and just thankfully because of the fact that the field is quite tight, given that they haven't necessarily been going at too many deliveries. It was uppish and away from a couple of them, and Dulwich made the statement afterwards that he's not disappointed with that, even though the result was 4. The fact that they produced the false stroke from Matthew Nandu. I mentioned the fact that Chandra Paul has been going at a couple more. Nandu now doing something similar in terms of just pushing at it a bit, not in control of it, but collects 4 runs for it.
So 41 without loss. Nandu with that shot goes into the 20s. He's 23 and 15 to Chandra Paul. And now we're seeing for the first time in 4 years Jason Holder playing against Guyana in a regional first class game. So he will bowl to the left-handed Chandra Paul, both test players. So you would hope to see, or I would hope to see, these test players come down to a lower level and dominate. And we've not really seen that. We've seen Braffett make 100 against Jamaica. That's what I want to see, the test players coming down to a lower level and dominating. So Jason Holder, the top of his mark. Bowls round the wicket to the left-hander, and that's close to the line of the middle and off. So I'm just back of a length. And Chandra Paul is back, plays it defensively into the offside, and there is no run. So Guyana, good afternoon to you. Well, it's not afternoon yet. It's still in the morning time in Guyana, same time zone with the Eastern Caribbean. So good morning to you, wherever you are, across the 83,000 square miles of Essequibo. We've got 3 counties, Essequibo the largest, Demerara, and Berbice. Essequibo is our most naturally rich county. So we've got the mining, gold, they've got ExxonMobil, it's found gold, oil on the Essequibo outskirts on the Essequibo River. So Essequibo is the largest but least populated of the counties. Demerara, the smallest but most populated. That's where the Parliament building is. And that's a ball that's pitched up by Holder. No real pace, but very accurate as soon as he comes on.
Well, pace is never something that we truly associated with Jason Holder. More so consistency in terms of line and length. And he's going to have to draw on all of his experience here, given that we've not really seen much happen here with ball in hand for the Barbados Pride side so far.
Holder. That's Jason Holder. Moves away from the commentary box and that's a good delivery. It's squared Nandu up. Well, that's Chandra Paul. Squared him up. Did something off the pitch and it came slower than he thought it would.
Yeah, probably just that angle, obviously coming around the wicket. That natural angle will bring the ball back in to the left-handed Tage Narain Chandra Paul. A bit of movement though, probably off of the surface as well from Jason Holder. And this is what we expect from, because this is what he's accustomed doing at this level and at the test level as well.
Holder passes the umpire Bassarat, and that's flicked away off the pads and down towards the boundary for 4. Past the short backward square. The long leg going to his right had no chance, and Chandra Paul looking more and more confident now. He's gone up by a boundary, and the total going up now to 45 for 45 without loss.
Yeah, just straying in terms of his line there, Jason Holder. I mentioned the fact that that natural angle will be back in to the left-handed batter. Certainly not a delivery that he would want to look back at too often, Jason Holder. And because of that, he's now changing his approach. He's going to come right arm over the wicket now to Chandra Paul.
Chandra Paul with that boundary goes to 19 from 65 balls. Round the wicket comes, over the wicket comes Jason Holder, and the exaggerated movement away. Well, once you bowl over the wicket to a left-hander, it gives the impression, the illusion that the ball is moving a lot across more than it actually is. The over comes to an end. At the end of the over, it's 45 without loss. Chandra Paul on 19 and Nandu 23.
Yeah, not too sure if I would have run straight over the wicket there if I were a Holder, especially given what you would have seen with the first 3-4 deliveries from around the wicket, kind of squaring up Chandra Paul just a bit. Of course, as I mentioned, literally just straying in line for that 5th delivery and probably overcompensating for it by going over the wicket. But I think he probably has a better chance at the moment from around the wicket, does Holder.
Reefer, as I said, spent a lot of his time playing in Guyana, so he knows most of these guys. The younger ones he might not know, he might not have played with, like Sinclair. There are a lot of young players in the Guyana team in their early 20s. Chandra Paul, 27. Nandu on 20. That's their age, not their score. Chandra Paul with number 5 on his back, settles on this green-colored Guyana helmet. Both batters wearing their Guyana helmets. And Reefer, left arm medium pace, bowls to Chandra Paul. Chandra Paul is looking to use his feet there and get closer to the ball. And then when he gets there, he just blocks it back towards the bowler. But Chandra Paul now looking to try a few more things.
Yeah, he's a lot more settled out there. And once again, with time, you would expect that, especially from players who have gone to the highest level, as Tage Narain Chandra Paul has.
In fact, has a century. A double century. His first century was a double century, a ball that's back of a length, no ball called, but good result in the end in terms of a ball, but not his foot overstepping. Gives one more run to Guyana, but that was a good testing delivery. Reefer. From the far end as the sun comes out back. And this is played back towards the bowler. And there's no run. So total still 47 without loss. Of course, Guyana known for its ecotourism mainly. The Kaituro Falls, Mount Roraima. When you go on the top of Mount Roraima, you can see 3 countries. You can see Guyana, you can see Venezuela, and you can see Brazil. The other bordering country to the east is the Dutch land of Suriname. So you can't see that when you go on Mount Roraima because that's way up in the upper quarantine area. You can actually see Suriname from the seawall in Skeldon. You can see Naikeri. Guyana, a beautiful country. Oil rich now, the fastest growing economy in the world. So says the IMF. Here is Reefer. Bongs in. And bowls. And Chandra Paul is back and forces it off the back foot. A little back punch. And doesn't beat the fielder, who goes quickly to his right to do the fielding. So Chandra Paul kept on 24-19. Nandu at the non-strikers end is on 24-47 without loss. A lot of Dutch influence in Guyana. You see the canals in Georgetown. New Amsterdam, the first town in Guyana, in Barbados. Oh my dear, that one hit the boot maybe.
No, in fact, the question is whether or not it carried in. You heard them mentioning the fact that it did not carry to Jason Holder there at second slip.
You're listening to the stump mic.
Yes, indeed. It definitely gives you a better impression of what's happening.
Well, I'm
out
not
there.
hearing the stump mic on my microphone.
But yeah, just
my
squaring
headset,
up
yeah.
Chandra Paul on that particular.
So the
occasion.
over is completed. 21 overs gone. After 21 overs, Guyana put into bat. They have 47 without loss. Chandra Paul is on 19 and Nandu on 24 as Holder will continue. We've got like about how many minutes?
Yeah, so that
before
delivery
match?
there from remember the final delivery there, just taking that outside
Oh,
edge.
yes.
And in
Yeah,
fact, they said didn't carry, but I wonder if that actually hit the boot of Jason Holder on the full. Of course, he's a very tall lad. Getting down low to his left will prove to be somewhat of a challenger. And I just wonder if maybe it might have carried him, because I mentioned the fact that I heard them say out there that it didn't carry, but on that replay, it looks as if it maybe
it looked like if it
might
carried to me.
have gotten onto the boot
Very low.
of Jason Holder. So potentially could have been a chance there to break this opening partnership.
So technically, dropped by Jason Holder. If it did carry, Chandra Paul was on 19. Let's see how much, or if he can make them pay for that. This is Holder starting again from the commentary box end, outside the line of the off to Nandu this time. Still no Guyana flag evident. Yes, the Guyana flag is now up. So there's the golden arrowhead, the Barbados trident, the Antigua and Barbuda flag, and the West Indies cricket board, well, CWI flag, fluttering away in the breeze. Holder bowls to Nandu. Nandu gets a ball that good carry there to Dowridge. Well, when you say good carry to Dowridge, you remember Dowridge is just a little above the stumps in height.
Yeah, it looks like that delivery actually had a little something on it, in fact, from Jason Holder. You just wonder if, with the sun baking down onto the surface, whether or not it's starting to just dry out a bit.
And get quicker. Holder. Back of a length, and Nandu plays it into the onside, and there's no run. So Holder, halfway through his second over, he's conceded 4 runs so far. No one has yet to take a wicket. Guyana 47 without loss. It's been a laborious session for Guyana, but when you look in context, this is a good session because the Guyanese openers have batted almost to the end of the first session. And if I say that now, I would be give them a commentator's curse. A holder could pick up a wicket now.
You say laborious, but in fact it's almost a perfect session for them, especially in terms of application at the crease at the moment, for them not offering many chances, if any, other than what we could probably look at in the previous over from the bowling of Raymond Reefer.
Holder, very tall man. And that's turned into the onside. Easy single again. So close and closer to the 50 mark, 48 without loss now. These two have struggled for runs throughout this tournament. And that was the problem with Guyana. The main problem was their batting. Because when you look at the century and half century that was scored during this season for Guyana, Kevin Sinclair actually hit 165 not out in the same match that he got 6 wickets. And the other half centurion was Ali Mohammed, both all-rounders. No specialist batsman making 100 so far, nor a 50. Outside the line of the off stump, the over is completed, and at the end of the over, 22 overs gone, 48 without loss.
Yeah, this start for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, in fact, represents the best start that they've had so far in this tournament. Previously, 43 for 1 was the best that they've had so far. So 48 without loss is certainly something that they will take here today. Obviously, a lot of batting still left to go in the day. With the type of start that this pair have gotten, they'll be hoping they can come back out after the lunch session and be out there as well. It looks as if we're going to have the first signs of a spin. The most successful bowler for this Barbados Pride side so far across the 3 rounds that we've had in the West Indies Championships is here now in the form of Jamel Warrican.
Morning once again, Joel. And just to give listeners an update in terms of what's happening around the region. Trinidad and Tobago against the Windward Islands, top of the table clash. Windward Islands are 57 for 2, Ambrose 20, Cavendish 14 not out. CCC versus the Leeward Islands Cricket Board. CCC are 62 for 5. Warrican starts from the CIO and goes past Carl Tuckett. As Joel said, first time we've seen spin for the morning. So Barbados has used almost all of their bowlers to an extent. And now they have decided that it's time for the spin party.
Bowling, Joe, good hand.
Joe, as he's being called by Shane Dorish. Machunando, 25 from 62. Tej Chandapal, 19 from 73.
Wait, Joe Mel.
Slip. The big, tall Jason Hole that first slip.
Bowling, Joey.
And so we have more or less, as we would say, protection. Joel, we've got a feel on the more or less wide mid-wicket area. Looks like Raymond Reefer. Mid-on, mid-off. Cover. Backward point. Short flying leg, short mid-wicket. So we know what Warrican is going to bowl. We know he's going to bowl stump to stump.
Yeah, probably will be a little flatter as well to start. His spell will be Warrican.
Bowling the 23rd over for his team.
Just
worked into the offside. Nando is pretty comfortable with that line. You want to force Nando onto the front foot, get him to drive up into the cover area. And Joel couldn't help but listening to what you were talking about. The Barbados attackers just not been patient enough this morning. Like saw a tinge of grass and everybody got excited rather than understanding like, hey, we got to bowl the ball in the right areas.
Yeah, probably when they look back at this session, just about another 20 minutes or so left in this morning session. I don't think that they will tell themselves that they bowled as good as they would have been expected to bowl this morning.
None.
Comes quietly forward. I think this is going to be a good contest. 1 run off of Warrican's first over. The score in the meantime goes up to 49 without loss. Nandu 26, Tej Chandapal 19, 23 overs bowled, and that's the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies.
We'll be hoping they can take one in with them. It would be perfect if they would get two from a Barbados Pride perspective. But no, in terms of Guyana Harpy Eagles, it's been fantastic to see the application at the crease so far. And I mentioned the fact that this is the best opening partnership that they've had so far for the tournament.
Jason Holder bongs away to bowl to Nando. Nando is backing across and defending nicely. Good straight bat, played up to the Barbados captain and the West Indies Test captain Craig Brathwaite. Standing at first slip is Kamar Roach. You ever thought you'd see Kamar Roach feeling at first slip, Joel?
Well, given the level of experience that he carries, I
I
pretty
know
much
that-
believe
I know that was coming.
that he can command the space in that slip cordon at this stage. He's not really come down here to do too much running in the outfield as Kamar Roach.
I know that was coming, Joel. Holder to Nando. Good leave, good carry. Experience working into play here, and Holder working up some steam here. He's changed now. He's changed from over now to around.
And this is actually what I wanted to see Jason Holder do, because in terms of what he did with the first four deliveries before he bowled what would have been the one delivery that went for four down the leg side to Tajan Ryan Shanapal, he was getting a bit of movement off the surface towards the two left-handed batters, or in fact just towards Tajan Ryan Shanapal, because that's the only one that he bowled to in that first over. He just was looking to maybe cause a problem or two coming around the wicket.
Holder is asking for Warrican to just go wider at second slip. As Kamar Roach hands on his knees, and Holder is going to really more or less bowl that consistent line. It's neither forward nor back, and the lengths are going to be very, very, very important here. And I think when the Barbados team goes to lunch, they'll be very disappointed that they won the toss and sent in Guyana and really didn't live up to expectation. But we never know, anything can happen.
Yeah, certainly a lot of time left in this encounter here. Obviously only the first session of day one of what is 4 days of cricket to come.
Holder, 98 on his back, turns from a vantage point. Beautiful line. That's the line. They got a bowl in patches, and so maybe the senior pros in a Warrican and the Holder have to bowl in tandem and partnerships to build the pressure. 49 without loss.
Yeah, certainly, as you mentioned, need to bowl in tandem, because that's what you expect in terms of keeping pressure on from both ends, or sometimes having one person keeping something consistent, another person looking to slightly attack. But certainly need to look towards stringing together what is a consistent group of deliveries.
Holder around the wicket, goes past the umpire, and he clips this one over the onside. Shemar Holder is after it. If they want, they can get three. They look like they're comfortable with 250 comes up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 51 without loss. Nando goes to 28. And the partnership, the 51 of 144 deliveries. This has been a good outing by the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, they can certainly feel happy with this first 50 partnership of the tournament so far for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I don't think Holder should get too flustered with that particular shot. I mentioned the fact that both batters are now looking to kind of open up a bit. As long as they can remain consistent, that is where the opportunities come.
Defending nicely. Over comes to an end. 2 runs coming off of Holder's third over. Not for 7. And the pressure being built here. Barbados have used some 6 bowlers. Roach, McAllister, Holder, Reefer, Jason Holder and Jamal Warrican. And 24 overs bowled, 51 without loss. Good day's play so far.
Yeah, depending on which side of the coin you sit, a good day's play. I think more so from a Guyana Harpy Eagles perspective, you would say a good morning session for them so far, especially if they can close it out without losing a wicket. But I think maybe the fact that we've seen already 6 bowlers being used on the morning of day 1 by the Barbados Pride tells you that nobody's really been able to bowl what has been expected of them so far for the morning.
Warrican to Shanda Paul. That kept low. Squeezed it out. Raced down to the third man era. It looks like McCaskey, who came around there quickly wearing the number 9. And he hurled a throw very quickly into Dorish. And because he's got the pads on, am I right? It looks that. No, it doesn't look that way. He sort of was ambling going at that ball, Joel. I almost thought he had the pads on while he was ambling across there. So Nandu comes into strike. Shonda Paul goes to 20 from 75. Matthew Nandu is 28 from 71. Waits for Warwican.
Nah, stay, keep
On
up.
driving. And
Well, this
somebody
could
is
be
in
the
trouble.
chance.
Oh, Shonda Paul turned his back on him. That was clearly a single.
My call.
My call is what Nandu is saying, and you just knew that it would have been the first wicket. Stranded at the other end was Nandu, and this is what Ghana Harpy Eagles could not afford. Barbados Pride did not necessarily work for this wicket in terms of what they were bowling, but hey, they've been gifted it thanks to mix-up between this pair. You
I
can understand.
Shonda Paul was ball watching. Nandu played the ball to the left of Kemar Rose, and as you rightly said, it was his call. Shonda Paul looked like he was just contented to just be there and not responding. And the rotation of the strike is also very important, Joel.
Yeah, you can understand the frustrations of Matthew Nandu. He's got to go back for 28 from 71 deliveries. He wasn't really troubled out there and certainly set himself up for what would have been a fantastic day of runs for him. No, he's got to go back in, and Barbados Pride have their first wicket and an opening towards seeing somebody new right before the lunch interval.
Yeah, basic mix-up, fundamentals of cricket. You can't be ball watching. There got to be communication. You got to be looking for rotation of the strike. And the young man Matthew Nandu, he'll be very, very, very disappointed. He's angry as he's gone back into the dugout there. And what a total mix-up, Joel, in that one. Can we see that again, Jason? If our cameraman and we can look at this one, Joel. He almost ran the entire pitch, Joel.
Well,
Steady.
all I can say here is well.
52 for 1. Joel said all he can say is well. Sounds like he could be a good Calypsonian by the time he's get ready for the crop over. So out comes the captain, Tevin Imla.
Joe.
We'll come back to that. Imla, 27 years of age, playing in his 19th first-class game. He's got 1 century and 3 half-centuries to go. It's pretty interesting that Kevlin Anderson also would have captained before Imla came back from Australia. So a bit of pressure here. In fact, I'll say to you, Joel, I've gone for a short leg and a silly point to Imla, especially just before lunch. Ooh, he's coming down the wicket. Was not quite sure in terms of what's happening.
You just get into that interesting period where you can just find a burst of energy because of that wicket.
Again, he's looking to use his feet. So over completed, and we await to see what's going to be happening. Wicket, total mix-up, and as Jason rightly said, there was also an overthrow there from Kemar Roach down to the end.
Wrong to your right.
52 for 1. Barbados looking for more success. Remind me, Joel, to ask you, what's the latest with Kevin Wickham? Get back to you around the wicket. Shonda Paul more or less tucked up, but just tucked that one down into the fine leg area. Score in the meantime goes up to 53 for 1. It's talking about Wickham, Kevin.
I heard it has to do with family reasons.
Okay.
Why he's not here
Okay.
in round number 4.
Don't mind me. I was just trying to inquire when you have a guy, youngster who's really looking so good so far. He's really 20 years of age. 11 first-class games, 682 runs with 3 centuries and 2 half-centuries. You got to pay attention. He's had a good season for the 40. You have to say he's Barbados' leading batsman.
Yeah, he definitely has been having a better season in comparison to last year. It has been Kevin Wickham.
53 for 1. Is Imla just playing around his pads more or less, but getting off the mark quite easily. Wide of mid-on, and Shamar Holder comes around, can't stop the single, and so Imla is off the mark. 54 for 1. Jason Holder just working up some more steam here. Is really aggressively approaching the crease, and maybe Barbados sensing that, listen, we can put some pressure. If we can just nick off Shanda Paul and Imla, we maybe have won the session after opting to bowl first. First wicket has come via the run-out route. Shanda Paul, exaggeration coming right across is almost like his fourth stump line and just leaving that one. Under a bit of pressure here, Joel. Take Shanda Paul. He's due for some runs.
Yeah, I was wondering where the pressure was. But yeah, he definitely is looking to score a bit of runs. Shanda Paul hasn't necessarily clicked in the way that he would have liked or expected so far in the tournament.
On drive, just whipped it. Shamar Holder is after it. And they quietly get 2 runs quite easily. It's just amazing, Joel, because Shanda Paul has only played 10 test matches, but because he would have scored that 207 not out, then the expectation would have been real high. Half century, down under, the expectation, everybody thinks like, okay, if you score double 100 in test cricket, then you're supposed to score more, generally in that concept. But as Sean was indicating, he certainly has shifted in his technique. He's got more square on, really, rather than side on. A lot of people sometimes like to draw the comparison with his dad, but I think if you're strategic and you sit down and you examine, you look at how his father batted, Shivnarine Shanda Paul, that left foot always got side on to the ball as much as possible. I don't think a lot of people really understand that. He might have started more or less in as we would say, in a crab-like position, but that left foot always got in line. Pitched up, can't score, and that's the area that Holder is working on. Over-completed. That's what you want him. 56 for 1, 26 overs bowled. Tejran Shanda Paul, 23 from 80. Macho Nando, unfortunately, run out. The miscommunication with both batters, and in anything else, Joel, just like us, where you're commentating, we have to communicate.
Well, it looks as if they're hunting for blood here, Barbados Pride, and I like this change that appears to be happening in terms of Kemar Roach being brought back on. Probably might just get this one over from, and then another one from Jason Holder before we get to that lunch break. But yeah, with Tevin Imlach at the crease, we haven't necessarily seen the movement that Roach would like, but with ball in hand now, he might be able to maybe prize out one more for Barbados Pride before this lunch break.
Here we go. The veteran starting his 7th over. His first 6 cost 3 runs. So good morning to Franklin Stevenson in Barbados. So Franklin pitched up on driving down to McAllister, who's very close at mid-on. Let's see what's going to be happening. Lot of chirping taking place by the Barbados team. Ooh, that's the line. Barbados feeling now like they've found the right areas, they've got the right energy.
Yeah, this is what happens when you have a new batter at the crease. Compliments of that mix-up. But yeah, just the experience of Kemar Roach. Just hang it just outside of that off stump. Of course, Tevin Imlak, a batter who likes to feel the ball on his bat early in his innings, will be pushing at those. And once again, I mentioned the fact that by bringing back Kemar Roach, you're increasing the chances of maybe picking up another one in towards that lunch interval.
Imla just wasn't ready. There was a mid-wicket conversation with Shanda Paul and him, and so Roach had to abort his run. But he's finally on his way now, and Imla driving through cover. Didn't really try to overhit it, sort of just found the gap and got an easy single to get off strike. He goes to 2. Brings stage Shanda Paul on 23 from 80.
Yeah, here is where you're able to kind of make a comparison between batters. When we were talking about Tage and Nandu, when they started batting earlier, you realize that camping more so on the back foot, allowing that ball to come to them, not truly striding out there very early in the innings and looking for runs. However, as they transitioned throughout the innings, you saw them striding out just a bit more, playing a few more shots. In Black now, just the 8 deliveries, but very early in the innings, you're seeing him get out there looking to put battle ball, looking to score runs.
Pressure mounting here by Barbados. Roach into Shanda Paul. Shanda Paul is undriving, can't score. Needed to put that one away. Those are the deliveries sometimes that I think that Shanda Paul misses out on. Every now and again, you got to be able to pounce on those half volleys. You got to be able to ease the pressure off of you.
Yeah, just looking at that comparison, not saying that one or the other is better than the other, but just looking at the difference in terms of intentions from the batters early in their innings.
Assistant coach Ryan Hines is walking around the boundary. Again, into a tangle there. You've got to turn your hips. When you're undriving, Joel, you've got to be able to turn your hips so you can get into the right position. And Shanda Paul again was caught in two minds. He was just there, but you got to turn so that you can be able to stay low to the ball, low base, and find the gap on that on drive. 57 for 1. Tate Shanda Paul is 23. Roach working away. It's a real good contest. Wide of the off stump, over completed, and economically after 7 overs, not for 4, Kemar Roach brings his over to an end. To come, Anderson, Savory, Sinclair. His last hunting here was a big one for Guyana. Scored his maiden first class 100. Look, as we look out, we see the head coach of the Barbados Pride just collecting the wicket-keeping pads. As Barbados is gone, and this could be the final over of the first morning session. 57 for 1, Imla, the Ghana captain, is on 2. As Holder, experience working down that corridor of uncertainty, as we would say. Joel, I want to give some real credit, Joel, to the scorers on the manual scoreboard, Mr. Black and the lady. That sun almost thought they need a shade or an umbrella. They've got some hats on, but they need more than that. Sun beltering down here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. The flags just about maybe 2 fluttering down the onside. Darwish could have done a whole lot better with that. It's gone on into the white fine leg area, and they get 2 leg byes. Umpire signals now. Score meantime goes up to 59 for 1. You know, there are so many servants, Joel, in the game of cricket that we sometimes overlook. The curators, the groundsmen, the scorers on the manual scoreboard. You know, we just think about the players, but without those folks, we can't have a cricket game. 59 for 1. Bang on target. It's almost like a wonder-style bowling by Jason Holder, honing at those pads. It's coming up to lunchtime. In fact, it's 12 o'clock here in Antigua and Barbuda in the wider part of the Eastern Caribbean. It will be 11 o'clock in Jamaica. We're just about making sure that this could be the last over. Another good touchdown delivery again by Holder. If you were the coach, Joel, what would be your little pep talk before the second session?
The coach of which side, Barbados or
Barbados.
Guyana?
Oh, Joel, come on, Joel. Don't be a politician with me.
No, but you asked
Barbados,
if I were
Barbados,
a coach.
Barbados,
but there are two
Barbados.
sides playing.
Barbados, Joel. Don't get so defensive, son. Don't get so defensive. There's a appeal for a leg before. That is close. Height might have saved him. Height certainly might have saved him. What do you think, Joel? Let's look at that replay. Was the strike big enough?
Coming back in on the angle, probably some exaggerated movement off of the seam as well from Jason Holder. You probably might tell yourself, yeah, height might be the question at hand. Hitting,
I think he's out.
A touch over that knee roll.
Let's see that again, Let's see that again, Jason. Let's look closer at it,
Especially
Joel.
given that on first eyesight, it looks as if it was that front pad that the ball got coming back in. Yeah, certainly a fantastic delivery though from Jason Holder, getting a stride in.
Hit the back pad, you know. Down the onside. Pretty lucky with that one. So, the first morning session, the first 2 hours have come to a play. Barbados have bowled 28 overs. Guyana Harper Eagles go to lunch on 59 for 1. They've lost. The man himself, Machu Nandu, run out for 28. Tej Chandapal is 23 from 83. Tevin Imla, the captain, 2. Not out 2. 59 for 1 on the luncheon break here. Barbados have used 6 bowlers to date. And after winning the toss, Craig Brathwaite would have won the toss a long time ago. They've only lost 1 wicket. So, on behalf of our team here, Marley Richards, Sean Devers, and my good friend, who doesn't want to tell me anything, whether he went to the beach or he's going to the beach, Joel Manning, I'm Vernon A. Spring along with Jason and the entire crew. We're going to take a luncheon break. And when we come back, we'll continue coverage on day 1 of the Cricket West Indies 4-day game, the Guyana Harper Eagles versus the Barbados Pride.
Well, welcome back to the lovely looking ground here at Coolidge, where we greet you with the news, if you've just joined us, that Barbados won the toss and sent Guyana into bat at lunch. Guyana 51 for 1 with Tejnarain Chandrapal on 23 and the captain Tevin Inglack, he's on 2. The wicket to go down, Machu Nandu looking very good, run out for 28 of 71 balls. He departed with the score on 52 for 1 in the 25th over. A terrible mix-up between him and Chandrapal. Chandrapal was at the non-strikers end. Machu Nandu drove the ball, and there was Chandrapal ball watching, and Nandu in the end was run out by the length of the pitch. He came back for, it could have been 2 runs, and there was Chandrapal like a police officer in the middle of Regent Street putting up his hand saying no. So that's the position here at lunch. In the other matches in Trinidad and Tobago, CCC 78 for 4 at lunch with Jeremiah Louis picking up 3 wickets so far. Windward Islands also in Trinidad and Tobago, they're 88 for 3 with Kevin Hodge and 28 not out. And in Jamaica, where it's an hour behind the Eastern Caribbean time, the West Indies Academy, they were 88 for 1, I think. That's what I heard from Vernon, with Allen among the runs. He made 30 something. Back here at the Coolidge ground in Antigua, we see a resumption of play with Kemar Roach coming back into the attack. We've temporarily lost the sunshine. Roach, first delivery after lunch. And a full toss hit into the onside there. Tame looking on drive by Chandrapal, and there is no run. Good afternoon to you, Joel.
Good afternoon once again, and good afternoon to the viewers as well. Yeah, the sun has kind of left us here, and you might probably tell yourself it's slightly overcast at the moment here at Coolidge. Of course, you can't necessarily see it on the screen, but the flags have picked up in terms of their fluttering. You just wonder if maybe there might be a bit more movement on offer here in this after lunch session for the Seamers from Barbados.
Roach, veteran. And that one was, I am hearing them now, catch it. But the ball well short of the man at the backward point position.
2 songs on that one, inside edge from Chandrapal onto the pad.
Come on, boys.
So first over. A little bit of indecision there. Testing delivery there to Chandrapal. 3 slips. There's no gully now. There's a man at backward point. There's a cover and there's a mid-off. Here is Roach. And that's confidently forward. Plays it off the middle of the bat down towards the mid-off position. There's no run. 59 for 1. This was Guyana's biggest opening partnership in the tournament. When Nandu departed at 52 for 1. So that's been the problem all through the season, with the batters getting starts but not going on. But you can't blame Nandu for his demise. He got 28 from 71 balls, and then he was out but run out. This is a ball that's pitched up, and the Bajans are urging Roach on. So as you said, the wind is picked up. The flags are being stretched out, but the palm trees, the leaves of the coconut trees there in the distance, they're not really stretched out. They're still limp, which means that the wind is not as strong as a hurricane. Well, you don't want to say hurricane in these islands, because Guyana don't have any hurricane. Here is Roach, bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal is defending. Guyana is in a safe zone. No hurricanes, no earthquakes, no volcanoes. Paradise on earth.
What I've liked so far about Roach, these 4 deliveries from Roach, is that you've seen that for all 4 Tejnarain Chandrapal has been asked to come out onto that front foot. And certainly, looking back at the lengths that were bowled by the Seamers in the pre-lunch period, you would want to have that ball just pitched up a bit more.
Roach. to Chandrapal. Chandrapal players again deliberate inside the line. So the first over after the interval has been completed. 59 for 1. 29 overs gone. Chandrapal is on 23 and the skipper Imlak, he's on 2.
Jason Holder just kind of repeating something that I would have mentioned there in that pre-lunch session, that first session of the day, in terms of Imlak liking to feel the ball on the bat. And especially if they're able to bowl similar lengths and lines to what Kemar Roach would have bowled in that first over after lunch. Certainly could be in with a chance. Shamar Holder is going to be the bowler to pair with Kemar Roach after lunch. But definitely will need to bowl a lot fuller in this period of Barbados spread, especially given the surface at the moment, not necessarily coming through with any real pace at the moment. So need to get that ball just up a bit more, force the batters to play a few more shots.
Yes, Holder actually wanted, Jason Holder actually wanted Imlak to hear what he was saying. So there are batters who strive on that, and there are other batters who are intimidated or do the opposite that thing that the bowlers were saying they did. This is the first delivery outside the off stump, and Imlak plays the no shot. It goes by to be taken by the keeper. He's still on 259 for 1. Batters have different dispositions, characters, temperaments, and so on. Would that affect you if you were batting? If somebody says you can't play a big drive, or you can't do this, or you can't do that, would you want to prove to them that you could? Outside the line of the off stump again, no shot.
Yeah, just looking firstly at what would have been that first delivery that Imlak in fact left. It was extremely wide that off, so that naturally, if we're going to make the comparison between batters in terms of the likes of Tej and Ryan Chandrapal, in terms of the likes of Nandu and how they might have left that delivery, Imlak in fact actually was almost looking to go at that one, and that's because of the type of intent that he has when he comes to the crease, especially early in his innings.
Holder, Shimar Holder from the commentary box end, bowls again, left alone by Imlak. Imlak, the Guyana captain. He's 27 years old. Took over the captaincy from Anderson, who took over the captaincy in the one-day tournament from Pamal. And Guyana's not really groomed a captain to replace Leon Johnson. Leon Johnson, as I said, Guyana's most successful captain in four-day cricket, winning 4, 5, 6 titles. This is pushed into the onside. Look at that yes-no situation there between the two batters. And Chandrapal would remember what he did to Nandu and be sure to say no very early. Both batters can see that ball, but the delivery which Nandu drove was behind Chandrapal, and it was Nandu's call. 3 slips, and the gully. Holder towering above the rest at second slip. That's a beautiful delivery, pitched on left, and the right-hander was looking to drive, just playing a defensive shot. It went past the edge.
Yeah, I mentioned the fact that need to be a bit fuller, and this is exactly what they need to be doing, Barbados Pride. Just a bit of movement away from the bat, but it's truly that length that drew Tevin Imlak into the shot. If they can find themselves in that general area more often than not, they present a better chance to pick up wickets here after lunch, Barbados Pride.
Imlak in his 19th first-class match, 100 and 350s on his belt. And this is a lovely shot, gloriously played through the offside, and that's 4. Nobody's going to run to chase it. The fielder there is just going to run to retrieve the ball from the boundary, and a lovely way to end the over from Shimar Holder. 4 runs to Imlak. He goes now to 6, and the total is 59 for 1.
Yeah, getting that one very full again. Shamar Holder, in fact, just a bit fuller than the previous delivery, but also what he got there was the line, and the line was wrong on that particular occasion. Extremely wide of that off stump. Just had to lean into that one. Tevin Imlak with cover not in position there. It was a comfortable boundary for him.
And as you said, Tevin, Imlach loves to feel ball on bat. And he would love that shot, while a person like Chandrapal would opt to leave those deliveries.
Yeah, Chandrapal probably would have left that one given how wide it was, but given the intent that Imlach looks to bat with, he was always going to go after that one, and hence why certainly getting that ball pitched up is the way to go to him. However, as I mentioned, the fact, I might have say, okay, overpitched, but it was not just the fact that I was overpitched, it was also the line of the delivery on that particular occasion.
So Imlach on 6. He's at the non-strikers end. Both batters with their Guyana green-coloured helmets. It's going to be Chandrapal in strike. Tejnarayan Chandrapal, the son of the illustrious Shivnarayan Chandrapal, Guyana's highest test scorer, second in all among West Indians, and that's a good delivery. Again, Tejnarayan just plays inside the line, deliberately so, and it goes by to be taken by Dorridge, and there is no run. So the sun and the clouds engaged in an epic battle overhead. And Kemar Roach, the veteran, 523 first-class wickets from 162 matches. 270 of those wickets also at the test level, and goes past the edge again, taken by Dowling. This time I give Kemar the benefit of the doubt of beating Chandrapal. So these two engage in an epic battle on the field, while the sun and the clouds are battling over the College sword. Who do you think will win the battle with the sun and the clouds?
I will ask the father above that one.
You're certainly a diplomat. Give diplomatic answers. Here is a ball that's pitched up. That's a lively drive, but well, stop there at mid-on. Didn't time it as I thought he did first, and it went trickling away down towards the mid-on position. Roach has now pushed back the forward square to a deep position, almost on the boundary, 3/4 of the way to the boundary. The long leg is still back, so we would see maybe see a short ball to Chandrapal. Yes, that's a short ball, and well played by Chandrapal, because that was the line just on or outside the off stump, and he played into the onside, straight down to the man who was just pushed back, and they get an easy single. So Chandrapal now goes to 23, brings the right-handed Imlach back in strike. He's on 6, and they total 64 for 1 from position of 51 for 1 at lunch, with Nandu being run out for 28, the only batter gone. For his 5th partnership between the openers.
No!
Good delivery again, a little inward movement, just back of a length again. And Imlach again, that ball seemed to have hit on the splice of the bat. Gave that little cracking song as the ball hit the willow. Roach, the 35-year-old, good delivery again, forward he comes, going onto the front foot. That ball was not too much pitched up, but he covered it well and played it out safely in the end. The over is completed, it's 31 overs gone, and the total is 64 for 1.
Cage. Coming right, I'm wrong too.
So umpire Basarat, Azim Basarat, he's the son of the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Mr. Basarat. He's also a director on the West Indies board, not Azim, but the father. And the son is telling Chandrapal that the ball is going to come around the wicket. Chandrapal, much like his father, takes off the bail, remarks his guard by making an indentation into the pitch. I remember in a CPL match, I think it was, when they first brought in the electronic bails, Sarwan went to make his mark, and that's a lovely shot. Pitched up and driven down the ground. Would it have enough to take it to the boundary? No. Buffett will win the battle, and the ball goes back towards the bowler, who pulls away his hand and allows the keeper to tidy up. That's Dowridge. And in the meantime, Chandrapal coming back easily for a double. So he's now gone to 26, and the total is 66 for 1. And Sarwan went down to mark his guard with the bail, and when the bail lit up, everyone was, Chandrapal, Sarwan was shocked. Not shocked by electricity, but shocked by the sight of the bails lighting up. I don't think he'd ever seen that before. And then they had, they got another bails, normal bails, so you won't have to use the electronic bails. Because most Guyanese batsmen, I think maybe because of Chandrapal's way of taking guard, would take their guard with the bail, make an indentation.
Well, actually on the field at the moment with the gloves is in fact Zachary McCaskey. So Shane Dowridge not out there at the moment.
Holder. Goes to Chandrapal. Chandrapal squared up a little bit as he came forward. A ball moved away a little from the left-hander. And Chandrapal gives the impression that he's more squared up than he is because of the way he bats. His father, even though he had a square stance, when the ball was pitched, he would be side on. Sun back in all its glory now, again outside the line of the off stump. And this time Chandrapal allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper. So umpire Bassarat and umpire Tocket. Tocket from Nevis, Bassarat from the island, the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Tocket from St. Kitts and Nevis. Federation, 2 slips and 3 slips and a gully still in place. Steamer holder number 40 on his back. Bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal again. We saw the off drive and now he's on driving. So he's looking now as he gets more confident to hit the ball more in front in the V's.
Yeah, not necessarily even just only in front, but just looking more confident in terms of looking to play a few more strokes is Tage Ryan Chandrapal. I like the fact though that Shamar Holder is keeping that ball pitched up.
That one again outside the line of the off stump, not close enough to challenge the off stump or force Chandrapal to play. And the over is completed with a dot ball. So it's 66 for 1, 32 overs gone. Chandrapal on 26 from 98 balls, and 6 from 22 is the captain Imlak.
You just wonder what the reason might be in terms of why Shane Dowridge is currently off of the field. Zachary McCaskey with gloves in hand.
Roach continues. A little bit more. This one is pitched up and driven out towards the captain at mid-off. And he throws the ball back towards the keeper. And again, there's no run. The Harpy Eagles, they're on 6th position. And they beat at the academy by 221 runs. They lost to the Leewards by 273 runs when Mikel Louis became the 11th batsman to score 200s in one match. This is a ball that was just back of a length in a game played into the offside quietly there by Imlach, and there's no run. And in the in the Trinidad game, 3 days were lost in St. Kitts. Trinidad making 214 with Jason Mohammed not out at the end of the first day on 100, and that was the only day possible in that match. So Guyana down to 6 now. Only the West Indies Academy and CCC below them. Here's a ball. That's a lovely delivery. Made a little bit of height and really taking evasive action there. He was looking to fend it. Then he pulled the head back, almost like a boxer in the middle of the ring, evading a straight right.
Yeah, good sharp delivery there from Kemar Roach. In fact, took everybody by surprise, almost, especially given that he's just been pitching up that ball. A bit more of an effort into that one. Stage right shadow ball just wanders down, just pats back in the surface a bit.
Roach goes past umpire Tuckett and bowls, and that's coming off the outer half of the bat. Intentional steer, but it went a little finer than he initially intended. The over comes to an end. Imlach remains on 6, and Chandra Paul is on 26. It's 66 for 1. Good afternoon to you wherever you are, in Antigua, in Guyana, beautiful home of mine, or if you're in Barbados or wherever in the world you're watching and listening to this YouTube. CWI streaming all their matches on YouTube.
Yeah, Shane Dorich now back onto the field and assuming his, I guess, rightful place on the field with gloves in hand now.
He reminds me of keepers like Sheikh Mohammed and David Williams of Trinidad in terms of their height. They were little keepers, and they were tall keepers like Courtney Brown. This is a ball that's pitched up by Holder, and Chandra Paul is forward, pushes it out towards mid-off, and there's no run. Would Courtney Brown be the tallest wicketkeeper in the West Indies?
I wish I could give you an answer to that one, but I actually have no idea.
Yeah, I think so, because Junior Murray was tall, but not as tall as Courtney Brown. And most of the keepers are relatively on the short side. Dujon was tall, but not as tall as Courtney Brown. Do you think that the height of a keeper is advantageous or disadvantageous to him?
I think neither. I think honestly it just has to do with the skill set of the individual. I mean, obviously some would say that a shorter keeper has a lower center of gravity in terms of when they get down, etc. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the individual because they are quite good taller keepers around as well.
And the taller keepers have longer reaches, so they can take catches that the shorter keeper would miss. So this is a ball that's pitched up again as Holder continues. This has been a good over so far. 3 of the balls so far has been pitched up on the line of the off-stump, forcing Chandra Paul to play it defensively. So Chandra Paul on 26 from 106 balls, Imlach on 6 from 28 balls. Guyana only losing Matthew Nandu for 28 run out. 66 for 1 after being put into bat is Chandra Paul looking to play that a lot straighter. And in the end, the ball came into him, and inadvertently it went out towards the wideish mid-wicket position when he was looking to play through mid-on. But a run is a run, he would say, and he keeps the strike. No, the over is not yet completed as umpire Tuckett goes from square leg to square leg. And the total going up now to 67 for 1. That single takes Chandra Paul to 27.
He's been moving along quite nicely in his innings. Obviously, he'll be hoping to get himself to what will be his first big score of this tournament.
Started his career with his 400 in Test cricket being a double. Shiv Narayan Chandrapal's son. His father had 29 centuries more than him. And of course, only second to Brian Lara, who had 34 centuries. And I think with this day and age, Buffett has 12. Those records will stay because of the standard of the batting now, and more importantly, the number of test matches being played by the West Indies. It's a lovely shot. And that's gone for 4. Great shot on the line of the off stump, leaned into it, lovely drive, and that reached the boundary like a bullet from a gun. So 4 runs to Imlach. He played a similar shot before, he got the same results. He's now gone to, well, the total is now 71 for the loss of 1, and Imlach has gone now to 10. He's gone into double field. That was a sweet shot.
Yeah, you could probably say maybe the shot of the day thus far that we've seen in total control of that one was Tevin Imlach. Once again, just over pitching, you would have to say, from Shamar Holder, but once again, that line as well, just going a bit too wide of the off stump. Leaned into it quite nicely, did Imlach, and collected just reward.
Yeah, I was talking about the record of Brian Lara, 34 tons in Test cricket, and even Chandrapal's 30 would remain a record for West Indies, because only Craig Brathwaite, who's got 12 centuries, seems to be the one to challenge that. And because of the number, or the small number of test matches played by the West Indies, it's going to be difficult for them to do so. Again, deliberately playing inside the line. The fielders will make Chandrapal want to feel that he was beaten. Chandrapal knows exactly where his off stump is, and he played inside the line deliberately, as that ball had a little bit of away movement from Roach. So we see Roach, as the sun comes back out, still getting the ball to swing both ways. One of a long line of quality fast bowlers from Barbados. This is closer to the off stump. It kept a little low, and this is the first time we've seen a ball actually keep low today.
Oh, actually, maybe about the third time that we've seen, especially off the bowling of Kemar Roach. Just a couple have been dying in front of Shane Dorich. Definitely something that we can look at over the course of this game. In fact, when I think back to quite a few of the matches that were played at this Coolidge venue in the season last year, coming on to days 3 especially, you saw a lot more balls keeping low.
Roach on day 1, the second session, bowls to Chandrapal on the line of the middle and leg stump. Chandrapal blocks it away. So Barbados produce great fast bowlers like Wesley Hall, Charlie Griffith, and more contemporary ones like, I feel, the best West Indian fast bowler of all time, Malcolm Marshall. Some would say Roberts, Holding. But he played in that era with a 5-prong pace attack, including Croft and Garner. Well, Garner is another one from Barbados, and that was a 4-prong pace attack for us. Roberts, Holding, Croft and Garner, and then joined by Malcolm Marshall, who initially got picked in 1978 when Clive Lloyd went to the Packer series with his West Indian team, and Kali Charan led the second string team to India. That's when players like Marshall started. And even before then, in the series against Australia, the same year, when Clive Lloyd staged a protest for Murray, the Trinidadian wicketkeeper, that's when Roberts And that's when Croft and Garner made their debut. That's played a little uppishly, but well in front of the mid-on. And a good, nice testing over completed there by Roach. At the end of it, Roach none for 5 from 11 overs, staggering spells. Matthew Nandu run out for 28, the only man gone. Chandra Paul is on 27, Tevin Inglak's on 10, 71 for 1. More thoughts from Joel, and then it's going to be the voice of Vernon Springer.
Kevin, bowling change, right arm over.
Well, Jeremy McAllister is coming back into the attack. He's going to have his first spell after lunch. Bowled 4 overs, none for 13 to get things started with. Started on the shorter side as well, and that was the ploy tactic being employed by the Barbados Pride, especially to Matthew Nandu. He's got Tevin Imlak here at the crease now.
Good afternoon, comrade.
Good afternoon, Vernon.
I'm not gonna come after you and hammer you, man. You like you don't want to tell me good afternoon. I don't understand you at all, man. Joel. Imla on the go here. Short delivery. And whipped away into the deep backward square leg area. Raymond Reefer had to come around very quickly. But one thing for sure, we know that Imla is going to score, Joel.
Yeah, as long as he's there, he definitely will score some runs, and Guyana Harpy Eagles will be hoping that he can score those runs because they need them. This side, of course, are the side that are accustomed being in the lower half of the 4-day championship table, this Guyana Harpy Eagles side.
It's 1:13 here in Antigua and Barbuda, and behind us the VC Bird International Airport, very busy. McAllister from our end to bowl to Shanda Paul. That's a long, wide delivery, and it is indeed signal wide by Mr. Bassarat.
One for the over.
It was like a slow, long, wide.
Yeah, reminded you of a previous delivery that he bowled in the first session of play.
Lucky to
Took
not.
off loopy from the middle section of the surface.
Even the one, Joel, that hit Shanda Paul. Yes, it didn't have the pace really, you know. He's trying hard. He's always trying. He's such a big trier. Alongside my colleague Joel Manning, who is a superstar, has written a book, but I don't understand. He has not brought the book for me. Really, you can imagine that? I thought I was his friend. I don't have a copy of the book. Can you imagine that? And he promised me since last year that I was going to get a copy. I don't know. I'm not in Joel Manning's good book these days.
When I go and come back, Vernon, I promise you'll have a copy of my book for you, no worries.
But you need to bring some to Antigua. So there are a number of bookshops. I need to hook you up with a contact.
No problem. We can talk business afterwards.
No problem, sir. 73 for 1. Imagine I had to come on air to get my book from Joel Manning. Could you believe that? Wow. Folks, this is what it's about. We got a great team here, 360. Ooh, trouble here. Trouble, and Bratwet just good single in the end. Caught in two minds. He was neither forward nor back on the ball, but in the end, a very easy single. Rotation of the strike is important. It brings him line to strike. He's 11. And Tejaran Chandapal goes to 28 from 112 deliveries. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 74 for 1. And at lunch, they were 59 for 1.
The good thing about this score at the moment from a Barbados Pride perspective is that it hasn't necessarily gotten away from them. If they're to maybe pick up 2 wickets, it brings it back into the balance for them.
The current run rate is about 2.07. An appeal for something that McAllister must have thought he heard.
Just a bit of exaggerated movement as it passed. Tevin Imlak going down the leg side. That's probably what excited McAllister, but nothing on it, says umpire Bassarat.
Combined campuses and colleges, they are 102 for 5. We'll give you some update in terms of what is happening. Back and across, good hard length there. And Imla came back and across, over-completed. Some 6 bowlers used for Barbados. Warrican, Holder, Reefer, Holder, McAllister, and Roach. 36 overs bowled. And the latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. The Guyana Harper Eagles, after being inserted by the Barbados Pride, they're 74 for 1. We're talking about women's cricket in St. Kitts and Nevis. Barbados women versus the Windward Islands women. Windward Islands are 216 for 8. 216 for 8 in over number 48. And Afi Fletcher scored 72 in that game, so that's going to be a good contest. Connell has 4 for 31 in that game, so it's good to see Shamila Connell in among the wickets. Continues to give further updates as we continue with the live action right here. The veteran around the wicket in Kemar Roach. Peeled for a leg before, but I think that was more or less height. Carl Tuckett just saying not out very quickly.
Yeah, you also saw Shane Dortch behind the stump, just signaling that height could be the question on that occasion as well. In a good area though is Kemar Roach. Yeah, just hitting quite high.
Don't know what would have happened today, Joel, but come back to that. Dot ball in the women's competition in St. Kitts in the Jamaica, who already would have won the championship. They were bowled up by Guyana for 72 in 27.1 overs. Ferron North, Rashad Williams 1, Nation 20, Taylor 1, Scott 1, McLean 6, Bryce 6, Watts North. Wow, almost look like a telephone. Bang on target. So Ghana look like they could be on course to win that one, but we never know because we've seen stranger things happen. And then we go to Warner Park in St. Kitts, where Trinidad and Tobago are playing against the Leeward Islands women. Leeward Islands posted 151 all out, or 40.2 overs. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 10 without loss. So that's women's cricket action. CG Super United taking place. The T20 starting. All of the matches will be played at Warner Park on Sunday. But here at Coolidge, Barbados with Kemar Roach in his 12th over, not for 5. If in case you just joined us, yes, his ball is in his 12th over. They've only been able to get 5 singles. Could you believe that? Joel.
Whether I believe it or not, it's there on the scoreboard for us all.
It is. Trinidad and Tobago against the Windward Island Volcanoes. We're going to the men era now. Windward Island Volcanoes, they are 115 for 4. 115 for 4. Athens is 18. Tevin Walcott is 10 not out. They've lost Ambris for 35, Hodge 28, Jeremiah 14, and Salazar 8. Anderson Phillip 2 for 26, and Seals 1 for 23, and Carripe 1 for 7. Over completed. A maiden. And the struggle continues here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Guyana Harper Eagles 74 for 1 in 37 overs. We go to Jamaica at Sabina Park. The West Indies Academy, they are 121 for 2. Kadim Aline scored 52. Dawn is 39 not out. In fact, he just got out. And Worrell 25. So It's going to be a good contest game taken there with Jamaica and the West Indies Academy. So a lot of cricket action taking place right across the region. All compliments of Cricket West Indies. Imla worked past the short leg into the square leg area, and they get a single.
Settled back into easy going in the second session here, Guyana Harpy Eagles. Looking at building another partnership on the back of what has been their most successful opening partnership so far in this tournament.
Got a situation to see what the approach would be. That was onto him in a flash, but Chandapal was back and just tugging this one into the mid-wicket area. He won't get a boundary. Big save there by Shema Holder, and they quite easily come back for 3 runs. So much cricket, Joel, taking place around the world. There's a Bangladesh won this series, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. Bangladesh won by 6 wickets with 32 balls remaining. Sri Lanka scoring 255 and Bangladesh reaching 257 for 4. There's also the Women's Premier League taking place also in India. Been following that closely. Good delivery. Banged in short, really. But had enough time to see it. You would say that he saw that from a mile. Scotland and UAE in a T20 competition. This is a World Cup qualifier, so pretty much a lot of cricket taking place. And Imla just needed to get back on that wide delivery there for McAllister down the leg side. Had some pace on it. Just needed to just get the bat. It would have sped away for 4.
Yeah, went searching for the Yorker on that occasion, McAllister. Length was good, line was wrong from him.
Good running, good positive single. Just played into the vacant short mid-wicket area and getting an easy single. So the partnership growing with some confidence. 27 from 81 deliveries. And as Joel said, it's kind of teething time out. It's a time where they've maybe wondered, in their mind, they would have maybe done the hard work. But we've seen stranger things happen. We've seen wickets fall just before or after a break. And Barbados will be looking for that. We had to run out just before lunch. Dead ball being signaled. The umpire as in Bassarat. Big tall guy. So too is his dad. We say good afternoon to Mr. Bassarat, Vice President of Cricket West Indies, President of Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Humble servant of the game. Whipped away into the onside. Can't score, Chandapal. And just an area of concern, Joel. That's something that I find that Chandapal doesn't put away those deliveries. Sometimes you gotta ease the pressure, especially when you get balls in those areas. You just gotta clip them away. You gotta get boundaries. Just needs to find the gap more often.
Yeah, certainly at this stage, having been there for 120 deliveries, you might tell yourself, yeah, should be looking to find 1 or 2 more gaps at this stage, Tage Ryan Chandapal. But this is why I made the comment a little earlier in terms of even though the platform is relatively set at the moment for Guyana Harpy Eagles, they haven't necessarily arrested the game or taken it away from Barbados Pride. And if they can consistently put the ball in good areas and pick back up maybe 1 or 2 more wickets, all of a sudden you realize that you're hanging the balance, so to speak, and probably advantage towards Barbados Pride from a stage of maybe, let's say, 79 for 1. If they could find themselves at 90 for 3, 100 for 3, all of a sudden you're starting to have a different type of a conversation. Certainly would be looking to find those gaps, Tate Ryan Shannable, but at the moment doing the job for their side.
Ball and change from the CIU end, road end, and Shemar Holder replaces Kamar Roach, the veteran. He didn't start too well from the media center in here, so he'll be hoping to have more rhythm and consistency from the CIU end here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Remember, it seemed like a long time ago the Barbados Pride won the toss and opted to bowl first. They've only collected 1 wicket so far. Here's Imla trying to squeeze this one past the backward point fielder, but Raymond Reefer coming around nicely, rubbing away on his flannels on the right side. I'll ask Joel something. I know he's very reserved in giving me his own comments. You think Barbados might have overcompensated for their bowling attack and maybe missed out in maybe not playing a Shem Holder here? Joel, last time I think we saw him here, he really got the ball to bite and turn as an off spinner. I'm just triggering a conversation, Joel. $79 for 1. Bang on the money. Comes quietly forward is Imla. Some 2 deliveries expected in this over. So we've got 4 good deliveries. They got to bowl in partnerships. They got to maybe just contain. Joel keeps saying that. Guyana Eagles, they've not taken away the game completely from Barbados, but it's been gripping. On the money again. He's got to just defend. That's what they want to see from a holder. Attacking the stumps. They think it's possible.
Just to get back to your point in terms of the possible consideration for Shem Holder, he's actually done quite well so far in the tournament, picking up 10 wickets already for the season. And he would have provided a different option for them at the moment, because the seamers haven't necessarily looked as if they'll be picking up many wickets.
Playing right around that ball, but kept the balance, and bat face was nice and straight there. Tevin Imla made an over there from a Shema Holder. And I know what would have maybe fooled the Barbados team this morning. 39 overs bowled. The grass, look at a tinge of grass right here on the Coolidge cricket track.
But just to finish up now, because even though, yes, Shem Holder has done well, when you look at it, or you look at now the bowling card, the only person that you could probably say, okay, could potentially have been left out probably would have been the very same Shamar Holder that we were just seeing bowling in terms of that additional bowling option. So given that fact, I don't think that looking at their bowling card that they might be too disappointed in terms of the bowlers that they've picked because of the fact of what they can potentially offer. However, they just need them to bowl to what is their level at the moment, if you get what I'm saying. Hence why I said in the morning period, I don't think they bowled as well as they could have. They didn't necessarily bowl the consistent lines and lengths, didn't necessarily challenge the batters as much. They started to do that right after lunch, and you could probably wonder if they can continue to do that.
McAllister comes around the wicket now, and the reason why I asked you that, Joel, is because Raymond Reefer came on and bowled this morning, which means that Raymond Reefer is now considered to be a bowling option. Holder, Jason Holder, so you have Roach, which you're going to start with. You have McAllister, you got Holder, you got Reefer. Warrican also bowled. So I was just looking at that different combination, especially going into the third and fourth day. Where you need that off spinner just in case, especially against the flurry of left-handers in the Guyana camp.
Well, just to stick you in the side for a second, Craig Brathwaite might tell you that he's the off spinner. But no,
Shine Brathwaite as well too.
I could definitely see where you're coming from in terms of, especially given that Shem Holder, like I mentioned before, has bowled well so far in the tournament. He also has bowled well here as well at Coolidge last season.
So too is this man. When we first saw him, he brought a level of energy. Mr. Bassarat is saying to him, you're getting very, very, very close. McAllister acknowledges and says, thank you very much, umps. I just love his energy. His body language, he brings a high level of intensity to the game. That didn't bounce at all. Shanda Paul would be advised to look to play the ball more up in front of him. He was looking to, let's look back at the replay here, Joel. Yeah, but just never got up, so he'd be advised to still have a look, really. We've gone from 4 slips, sometimes 3 slips, to now 2 slips on the gully. Short ball put away, but there's protection. No, it splits both of them. So Shanda Paul using the pace, didn't get up. And McAllister will be advised to maybe just forget about that. This track has certainly not demonstrated that you can get the ball up. In fact, that was banged halfway in the surface and put away nicely by Tej Shanda Paul. 31 is the partnership from some 93 balls.
Yeah, got on top of that one very nicely, did Tej Shanda Paul. Controlled it all the way.
Still meaning that he's going to bowl short.
Over.
So, the end of over number 40. Ghana Happy Eagles are 84 for 1. Tej Shanda Paul is 36. And Machonando run out for 28. And Tevin Imla, the Ghana captain, is on 13 not out. My colleague Joel Manning has left me. And I need to get some details from him if we can go on. Can you get your book on Amazon? Certainly. So it's a must read. Check it out. Joel Manning. Good afternoon, Sean.
Hey, good afternoon to you, Vernon. How was your lunch?
Oh, lovely. Once you come to Coolidge, you always get lovely lunch. I see McAllister is running with no boots on his left foot. He's got some black and orange socks, but he finally gets the size 14 on very quickly as he goes down to the fine leg area. Now, Barbados is going to a new ploy, Sean. Let's see what's going to be happening here. We see a fielder on the deep backward square leg area in Raymond Reefer, and we see the head coach going around, maybe with a message.
Well, they'll probably bowl a few short balls and hope that the batters hook, especially Chandra Paul, who's shown the inclination to go after the short balls in recent times. They're bringing back the fielder now to, well, that's the right-hander. And they're going to push back the backward square to the right-hander. So the ploy would be for both batsmen.
Good batting here by Imla, just nudging the ball into the mid-wicket area. A rotational strike and get in the single.
Yeah, very good batting because he didn't look to play the full-blooded hook shot. He just tucked it into the onside. Nice use of his wrist, rolled it over and got a single. So, and another thing is good rotation of the striker. Left-hand, right-hand combination would cause the bowler to bowl different lines.
There's no Jason Holder. Wonder if he's okay? We did have a break from Shane Dorish, who was off for a couple of overs, but we haven't seen Jason Holder. Dot ball from Shema Holder. And he's sort of he's a rhythm bowler. If he doesn't get his rhythm right, then he seems to, you could see his body language, and they're perking him up for him to get it going, and he can crank it up a bit. Shema Holder, back from injury, and every now and again you see an express ball from him, Sean.
Well, they've got a short mid-off, almost in line with the non-striker stumps. Then they've got a conventional mid-off. They've got a huge gap. They've got a backward point, and they've got 3 slips, which means that they would like to bowl more on the off stump.
But I think the ploy here is to get Shiv Tej Chandapal. I keep saying Shiv. You're so accustomed of the great man, Shiv Narayan Chandapal. We'll come back to what you've just picked up, Sean. They're more or less trying to force Tej Chandapal to drive the ball to cover. It's something that I've been asking for. He's very comfortable with the ball around middle and leg because his bottom hand, his left hand comes into play playing. He tends to tug the ball into that area. So you want to force him to drive the ball right into that area that you were talking about.
But the 2 previous deliveries were on the leg stump.
Where he's comfortable.
Yeah.
He's now changed from around to over, which I really thought it's a matter of being patient.
And
Jason Holder is lining up to come back on, Sean. Sorry, Sean.
Yes, and he moved the man who was adjacent to the stumps of the non-strikers end to a cover. So he's blocked the gap there.
So, good finish, good comeback delivery there from Shema Holder. And again, bowlers have to understand that you have to be patient. And just for a strange reason today, I just think that the Barbadian bowlers have just overcompensated themselves.
Well, in the first session, as Joel said, they didn't bowl as well as they could have. So they only got 1 wicket, and that wicket was no fault of the batter. He was run out going for a run that should have been on, and Chandrapal, the non-strikers, then said no. So they bowled not as well as they could have in the first session. They limited the scoring because of the way Chandrapal and Nandu batted. So Guyana won the first session. They only lost 1 wicket. And in the second session, they started well, but now they've gone back, not bowling, pressuring the batsman.
So Shema Holder comes off, Jason Holder comes on, and Raymond Reefer will start from the media center in here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Clipped away. Pressure on McAllister. He misfields, and they will come back. Took his eye off of the ball, and they quietly will get 2 runs. The reserve or emergency fielder in Cumberbatch had to recover.
They can't fault the field for this because he took his eye off the ball. This is a lush green and small but very well manicured outfield here at Coolidge.
You've done an excellent job here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. This is the home of Cricket West Indies, the home of all of the teams.
A disappointing feature for me was yesterday when I went into town, I spoke to a lot of people who had a fairly good interest in cricket, and none of them knew that there was a match being played here today. I see some people over there. I wonder.
They're locals.
Oh yes, and there's nobody else in the stands.
Saw some tourists as well too. There was a couple of tourists who have been around.
Yeah, but today's a working day. We must remind people in Antigua people work just as everywhere else. And that's another thing. They could.
There's an appeal for a run out there.
Yeah,
but I
he
think
got in.
I think he got in quite easily. Cumberbatch was excited that he had hit the stumps. Leg by signal here by Azim Bassarat.
Another thing that some people wanted to know, the people who are working here, why wouldn't they start on Thursday and use up Saturday and Sunday when there's most of the people in Antigua don't work? You would have a bigger crowd, especially on Sunday.
Not too sure about that, Sean. The logistics these days, Sean, because of the schedule and the traveling around, I think that's why Cricket West Indies maybe might have slated it that way. A lot of things would have had to be taken into consideration, availability of flights, and there's a whole logistics. And to be honest with you, Sean, I don't think a lot of people in the Caribbean, even if they know about the game, they really come out to support the game. A lot of people will meet you and tell you, oh, Sean, I don't know about the cricket. And even though you tell them about it, they still don't reach to the venues. So it's like 6 a dozen of one and half a dozen of the other. 89 for one. Barbados looking for something. We've not seen Warwickon this afternoon yet, but we've seen Raymond Reefer. Nothing happening here at all, Sean.
And Reefer's action looks a little different from when he played for Guyana.
Well, I think he's had to remodel his action, Sean.
Yeah.
More or less.
He was bowling very clean when he played for Guyana, when he got into the West Indies team, when he played for GCC in Georgetown. I'm looking at his action now. This is the first time I'm seeing him bowl with his remodeled action.
87 on his back. Adidas boots. Again, bang on target. Again, Tejan Sean Paul not really coming confidently out forward, just looking to leave and still play. I think if you're going to come forward, Sean, you come forward. You come forward with conviction. It's more or less like sometimes it's like a leave and a stab, more or less at the ball.
More indecision.
Yeah.
Want to leave and then don't want to leave. And my only criticism of Tage's batting is that he's not really in a positive mood. Positive don't mean that you're reckless. Positive means that you just, in a positive mood, you look to play each shot, each ball in its merit. He's gotten some half volleys and just blocked them.
So, the first hour of play is completed here. 89 for one. At the interval, we had some 14 overs bowled. Some 42 overs have now been bowled now. Guyana Eagles, they're 89 for one. Sean and myself, in fact, just before we go, Tej Chandapal is not out on 37 from 134 deliveries. Stephen Imla is not out 16 from 47 deliveries. We will take what we consider to be a lovely water break, and when we come back, we'll give Jason a chance to walk around. Sean Devers and Vernon Springer will continue the commentary from the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Welcome back here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. It's day one of round 4 of the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. Barbados Pride won the toss and sent Guyana Happy Eagles, the defending champions, into bat. They're 89 for 1, and there are a lot of statisticians around like Basil Morgan and company who like to keep stats. Kemar Roach, 12 overs, 7 maidens, 5 runs, no wickets. Kemar Roach, the veteran, 12 overs, 7 maidens, 5 runs, no wickets. Jaya McAllister, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 26 runs, no wicket. Shimar Holder, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 29 runs, no wicket. Raymond Weaver, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 10 runs, no wicket. Jason Holder, former West Indies captain, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, no wicket. And Jamal Warrican, who has only bowled 2 overs, no maidens, 2 runs, no wicket. They must have heard us, Sean. Warrican is into the attack.
Yeah, Warrican is back. I want to say good afternoon to Basil Morgan in Montserrat. I wonder if he's looking at the YouTube version of this cricket.
He certainly is.
Because when there was radio commentary, every time I said hello to him, he responded.
He is. And in fact, he might have on more than one YouTube channel right now following all of the games. Basil Morgan.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, well,
It was just lovely to see him, Sean, in December. We had the Gold Jacket Award ceremony for National Heroes of Viv Richards and one of the iconic players from Montserrat, Jim Allen. So Warrican starts with a flatter, faster delivery. Let's look at the field, Sean. A slip, a silly point, backward point, cover. Mid on, mid off, short mid wicket, short fine leg. And we know what sort of pace Warrican is going to bowl at. I think they're going to try and put some pressure on Tevin Imla because Imla is a sort of player who likes to bat and ball. He likes to score. He's a busy guy. It's going to put some pressure on Tej Chandapal also to run. Wondering if Barbados missed the trick by not picking the off spinner here. 89 for 1. Imla under some pressure, Sean.
I think when they saw the greenness on the track, they were comfortable with the 4-prong pace attack. And if you picked the off spinner, then you'd have to drop one of your pacers, and that would have been Shimar Holder.
The partnership is 37 from 111 deliveries. Imla is 16. Chandapal has only got 17 out of that partnership. Warrican starts with a maiden. So the pressure continues here. 89 for 1, 43 overs bowled. And the ladies score here, Guyana Happy Eagles, they're 89 for 1 in this important encounter. Shemar Holder comes back on. And the man himself, Shakil Cumberbatch, he gets an opportunity to get a run out. The count run rate has really not moved, Sean, for the day, 2.07.
But at this point, Guyana wouldn't really mind that. They'd like to bat out the day. And if you bat out the day, 90 overs, and you score 2 runs or close to 3 runs or over, with the way Tevin Imlak is looking to score, you get a reasonably score. But the important thing, you won't lose too many wickets.
Be careful, Sean. You can bat all day and still lose a game.
Yeah. But that doesn't really happen much now in regional cricket.
You think so, Sean?
Yeah.
Okay. Doesn't happen at regional, but it happens at the test level.
Yeah.
we batted 90 overs, and by the time we look, we're on the back foot by the time the other team goes to bat.
Yeah, because test cricket is way above this regional cricket, which I believe the standard is getting lower and lower. They have a couple of good batters and bowlers, but generally they have too many teams. That's diluting the standard of the cricket. That's my opinion.
89 for 1. Bassarat just moved away. just to make sure that everything is okay. Barbados starting with 2 slips for Raymond Reefer. Again, Reefer just falling over. He's not completing his action at all. Let me look at him again. Jason, pull up that delivery there and take me down in slow motion mood for Raymond Reefer. Thank you very much, Jason. The master, I call him. Let's look at it, Sean. Let's look at it.
Oh my.
Almost inside edge onto the stump. And sometimes you just need that luck. Shanda Paul got lucky there, got a single.
Some people call that a French cut.
What is a French cut, Sean?
That inside edge pass your leg stump.
That's a French cut, Sean. That's a lovely description, Sean, as you describe that. Shanda Paul, in the meantime, goes to 38. Score goes to 90 for 1. So good afternoon to the folks in Jamaica, in St. Vincent, in Dominica, in St. Lucia, Montserrat, Anguilla. Folks in the United States of America, so good afternoon to Ravi, cricket zone in the United States of America, and his wife, his family. What a man, a very, 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 very humble man, Ravi at Wara. We really want folks around the world and around the Caribbean to really support Sports Zone, support the E4 brand in a very big way. You know, coming out the back next will be Kevlin Anderson, and he also uses the E4 brand. Raymond Reefer trying to get something here. Barbados, they just look like they're going through the motion. Beautiful shot by him. Didn't find the gap. Needed to find the gap. So over number 44 comes to an end. 1 run coming off of that over, and Guyana just more or less just coasting here, Sean.
Yeah, they're just taking their time. Not many testing deliveries. Once they know they can stay there, they know the runs will come. Because the pitch is not gotten much quicker in the first session than the first session. But if it gets quicker, it will be good for both bowling and batting sides, because the ball will come onto the bat. You can play through the line, and the bowlers will have more pace and bunks. And that's what I want to see, competitive cricket and on good pitches.
Jason Holder playing mind games with Tej Chandapal. Warrican. You can't underestimate Jamal Warrican. He continues to get wickets at this level, Warrican. Come back to that. There's no Kevin Wickham in this game. There's a play for a leg before. Carl Tuckett is not interested. He said it was outside the line. Let's look at it. Jason Holder fighting away there. He says, man, if you told me that it was going down the leg side, I would agree with you.
I believe that ball would have gone down the leg side.
Back on target comes Jamal Warrican. There's a level of respect for Carl Tuckett and for Mr. Bassarat from the players. That's what you want to see happening. Goodbye play here. Here is Shanda Paul whipping that into the leg side area. Raymond Reefer is coming around. And he underarms the stroke very quickly. Backed up onto the offside by the Barbados captain Craig Batwet. And they get 2 runs quite easily.
Enjoy what we're doing, man.
I really believe that Carl Tuckett should have played more than he did for West Indies at the one-day international level. He was a very decent all-rounder, more a bowling all-rounder.
I'll go a little further, Sean, after this delivery from Warrican. I think he's been stifled as an umpire as well. And, when you look at the context of a Dayton Butler, who had to wait such a long time, and a Carl Tuckett, these are two former players who have really not been elevated and been pushed ahead. That's a major concern for me, and not only a major concern, but if you're encouraging former players to get involved in umpiring, then the pathway needs to be adjusted. We got to propel them faster.
And most umpires around the world now are former international players.
So, over-completed, 45 bowled, 92 for 1. You only just have to just look as to how consistent Dayton Butler was in the Caribbean Premier League. And what were the indicators as to why Butler and Tuckett and whoever else have not propelled and gone further? The indicators, it's about what we would consider to be, when you look in terms of decision-making factors. You judge an umpire on the decisions that he makes, not on how he looks and his understanding of the game. And I don't think that. You're being judged on what you see. And with all the pressure from the television, you got to be unsung. Reefer continuing. Imla gets tighter. A lot of pressure on this 27-year-old, Sean, for anybody to take over a Guyana Harpy Eagles team following the success rate of a Leon Johnson. There's got to be pressure. That's why I felt so sorry for our young 20-year-old Kevlin Anderson.
No, he's 23. Kevlon.
Here comes
But
Reefer
he's
again.
young.
Again, got to find the gap. That looks pretty, but Imla needs to find the gap. It's got to go to the left of Brathwaite, or to the right, a little straighter. Good model of concentration. Good straight bat. 92 for 1.
You spoke about Leon Johnson. Leon Johnson was easily the most successful first-class captain in West Indies cricket. Won 6 titles in 8 years. The other 2 times Barbados won. And then Guyana are the defending champions. And now they're 6th without Leon Johnson. They've got a relatively young team. Only Pamal is above the age of 30 in this team.
But it's a good Guyana team,
Yeah.
on paper. Whether you like it or not, I think in the next 2-3 years, it's going to be a team to be reckoned with.
And then they've got Shamar Joseph to come back.
I'm not too sure about that, Sean.
Not
Because
this season. He
well,
will
but-
come back.
yeah,
If he
but-
doesn't come back,
yeah,
then
but-
I would be very disappointed.
No, but it's not a matter of come back. You have to look at the schedules and how Shamar Joseph is easily one of the most
if he wants to
wanted
play
players.
Test cricket, don't you think he will come back and play at least 2 matches for Guyana in the future?
Yeah, but we don't know what the schedule is going to be like in the future. So we can't preempt and judge that. If he's around, I think he will play for Guyana. Shot. Ease on the
Lovely
eyes.
shot.
That's a lovely shot. Found the gap. Perfect execution. Good balance. The head and the shoulders leading there. And, he loved that sweetly. Jason Holder had a couple of things to say. Keep him driving. Keep him driving.
Well, that's the 3rd drive he's gotten, and all 3 of them have gone for 4.
And they know that he likes to play shots. And when we say shots, he's somebody who is easy on the eyes once he gets going. The partnership is 44 and growing.
He's so classy, elegant.
Imla. He's 20. That certainly didn't bounce at all. It was like a cause of concern for Imla. 46 overs bowled. Guyana Harpy Eagles are 96 for 1. And at the end of this over, Sean Devers will be joined by Joel Manning. Wonderful personality, Joel. Fast emerging as one of the bright prospects in the Caribbean, along with people like Mally Richards. We've got some other commentators moving around the region. 96 for 1. Warwican, never keep him out of the game. He's always in the game. He's always getting wickets. Sometimes he's a little bit underrated. The big tall holder clapping away at first slip, trying to get into the minds of Tej Chandapal. Chandapal gets down the wicket and gives his hand away. That is a poor shot. That is a poor shot. It's like he made his mind up that he was going to whip through this ball. He never got to the pitch of the ball, tugged it with his right hand and hit it down to Kemar Roach, the veteran. Jason Holder says, I know he was going to come. And that shot was unnecessary. No need for that. Tej Chandapal has just dismissed himself in a fashion that you certainly will be wondering what got into his head. So this will be the second brain freeze of the day. The first was a run out with Matthew Nandu.
And was his fault?
Yes.
Yes. So it's his second brain freeze of the day. And that's exactly what I'm saying. If he bats long and don't get a big score, what does that say to the other batsmen coming? It puts pressure on them. When you get set, you're supposed to convert your set score into 100. And he's a test player. When you come down at this level, you've got to dominate. 40 is not good enough, despite his talent.
Just replay that. Sean, I want you to just look at how the bottom hand came into play. Sort of tugged the ball. If you look at the line of the ball, he would have been advised to be able to just, rather than going for a maximum, because really, that was out of character. That's not Tej Chandapal to the spinner. But Jason Holder's tactics certainly have worked. And he was getting into the mind. He's starting to work on Kevlin Anderson again. A lot of chatter with Jason Holder and Dorish. To come next is Savory. This is Kevlin Anderson's home ground. And as simple as it looks, he's a lovely player. He's easy on the eyes, Kevlin Anderson. This will be his 11th first-class game, 627 runs, high score of 153, 2 first-class centuries and a half century already. Let's see how he deals with Warwican. I'll say something to you, Sean. He has a mannerism of a Sir Richie Richardson. You know, so Richie's always accomplished, very compact, not in any hurry. He has that. I don't think he has the maroon shots as yet, but when he gets going, he's a pretty player, Kevlin Anderson.
When Barbados won the title in 2000, when the tournament was aborted due to COVID, he was in line for a first-class debut, Kevlin Anderson.
Warwican to Anderson. Anderson is back and across. One thing about him, Sean, when he plays spin, he stays low to the ball. He has a center of gravity. He's excellent. He's got a good base, and he watches the ball right onto his stump. I think he's one for the future for the West Indies. Mackenzie, Wickham, Carlin Tuckett is back and just working this into the area, and they come very easily back for 2 runs.
How's that?
Straight away, Anderson is off the mark. So, score goes up to 98 for 2. Anderson is 2. Tevin Imla 20.
Guyana's got a lot of talented young batsmen, including Perez. There's a young man that played for the West Indies on a 19, Mahindra Dindyal. They can all bat, but the problem is consistency. Getting big scores regularly.
Bowling, Joe Mel.
So,
Love that.
finally, Barbados has broken through. 98 for 2. More from you, Sean, and then Joel Manning will join you until tea.
Devin bowling change. Right arm over.
Oh, there's going to be a bowling change from this media center end. It's going to be the tall figure of Jason Holder back into the attack.
So 2 good partnerships between the openers. In fact, that was the highest partnership for the season between the openers, and a nice, decent partnership. But just when it was looking threatening, Chandra Paul gave his wicket away with a poor shot, irresponsible shot. After batting, doing all the hard work. Holders in and bowls, and forward comes Imlak. Imlak uses a broad white sweatband, almost like an arm guard on his left forearm. And Kelvin Anderson. Imlak is from the Essequibo area, but he plays most of his cricket in Georgetown. Anderson is from Berbice, plays for Rose Hall Town. Good aggressive fielding to his own bowling and throwing by Jason Holder. Or might be frustration. That's a good direct hit. Had him scuttling away.
Yeah, it was actually good awareness from Jason Holder, given the couple strides that Imlak took out of the crease. Did well to get his back on that occasion.
Holder, wealth of experience. Tall, fast bowler from Barbados. And the chatter continues. The best way to shut up the Bajans is to score runs freely. They will talk, especially the Australians. And if you antagonize people like Lara, that's too bad for you, because he will take that and prove to you that he's better and that he can do what you said he can't do. Holder in, Bowes, nice shot. On the line of the leg stump, clipped away, and they come back for another couple. So Holder staying in line there. The length was not too bad, but the line was too wide on the line of the leg stump. Imlak quickly goes up now to 22. The 100 comes up in the 48 over. So slight improvement in the run rate since Imlak has come out. Nice sunny conditions continue to prevail. There was a brief period when it was beginning to get overcast. But it's blue skies and white cotton wool clouds hovering lazily over the Coleridge sward.
Yeah, that last delivery is where Jason Holder would love to find himself for at least 4 out of the 6 deliveries that he has. Just one left in this over for him.
Myself and Warner was talking about the captaincy of Leon Johnson and how that captaincy has been missed. Since then, they've used Pumal. They've used good delivery again, just back of a length. Jumped a little bit on him. He played it well though. Nice soft hands, kept it down. The over is completed at the end of 48 overs. Guyana 100 for 2. But we were talking about the captaincies of Leon Johnson. After Leon Johnson, there was Pumal, then there was Anderson, then there's Imlak. So we have not really groomed a captain to replace Leon Johnson. Leon Johnson being the most successful captain in the regional first class tournament since it gained sponsorship as the Shell Shield in 1966. Barbados, Guyana and Jamaica have won 5 titles in a row. But when Jamaica won the 5 titles, Tamar Lambert, the first title in 2008 to 2012 they won, Tamar Lambert captained them in the first 3 games, and then Chris Gale captained them in the last 3 games. and they won the overall title. So you would say that Chris Gale and Lambert share that title. So technically, Lambert has won 5.5 titles because he won 2005. But Leon Johnson has won 5 in a row, and then this year, after twice the previous years by Barbados.
Get it, Greg.
And when Barbados won their 5, David Halford would have captained them in 3. So technically, on a technicality, Leon Johnson is the most successful captain in the West Indies in first-class cricket. But I wouldn't say he's the most successful captain, because Clive Lloyd and Roger Harper, who won 2 titles each, they won the double. Leon Johnson's never won a one-day title. No one has won a one-day title since 2005 for Guyana. Good shot there. Good courage shown. Pitched up by Warrican and going for it. Nice little flight. But equal to the task is Imlak. Continued to score freely. Another boundary for him. And the total going up to 104. Of the final ball of the what was turning out to be a good over, spoilt it with that boundary, Warrican. So Tej Chandrapal 40 was the last wicket to go down. And before him, he was also involved with the demise of Matthew Nandu at the non-strikers end. Didn't respond. And Nandu was run out for 28. So those are the only 2 wickets have gone. Holder is back, and will come in now to bowl to Imlak. Imlak is looking to play it into the onside, misses the flick, and he goes by to be taken by the keeper. So Kevlon Anderson has got 200s at this level. Imlak, 2 slips on a gully, and this time it's on the line of the leg stump, turned into the onside. They look for a second, but abort the idea as quickly as it started, and they settle for 1 as Imlak rotates the strike, gives Anderson back the strike, and the total going up now to 105 for 2. Imlak quickly up to 29, well, relatively quickly, because he's taken 69 balls, 23 he's got from 69 balls, and 6 to Anderson. These 2 will score a lot quicker. You will probably see the run rate increase. Stephen Imlak in his 4th season as Guyana captain. He's got 100 under his belt at this level. But what you want to see is the test players. I say that over and over. Come down and dominate. In the days of in the glory days of West Indies cricket from 1980 to 1995.
Yeah, it just looks as if we're having a check of the ball with umpire Basarath at the moment. He says, no, the ball is still all good. Maybe want to get a change of ball, Jason Holder. See if it might do something still different.
It's been a consistent, steady, but not penetrative Barbados bowling attack, because Chandrapal gave his wicket away to Warrington and Nandu was run out. So it's not really the bowlers who orchestrated the demise of those 2 batters. It was basically themselves. Well, Chandrapal ran out Nandu, and then he got himself out, and they didn't go on to big scores. That's what Guyana needs. A batter to go on to get a big score. Because they've only had one century scored so far, and that was by the all-rounder, the off-spinning all-rounder, Kevin Sinclair, 165. And if he'd gone on to get a double century, ended not out when the declaration came, he would have joined Roger Harper as the only off-spinning all-rounder in first-class cricket in the West Indies. No ball called there by umpire Bassarat. And a single will add to the Guyana total, making it now 106 for 2. I was saying that he would have been joining Roger Harper as the only West Indian off-spinner to have scored a double century and taken 6 wickets in a match, a first-class match. He did it in 1995 against the Windward Islands, Roger Harper. And that's the end of another over there from Holder. That's Jason Holder, playing his first match against Guyana in 4 years. And at the end of the over, it's 106 for 2. Who you would think now is in holding the upper hand at this point?
Well, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think anybody's truly holding the upper hand. Honestly, I could say it's truly still in the balance, given that, as I mentioned before, it's not a case of Ghana has truly gotten away at the moment. And in fact, I think just before we went, or rather, no, just after that lunch period where it was at 74 for 1, I mentioned the fact that, hey, at 100 for 3, it brings it completely back into the balance. So at 106 for 2, I don't think that anybody truly is out front of the race at the moment. If Barbados is able to pick up wickets, then they might head into the ascendancy. However, if this pair can bat some time and get some runs on the board,
so
they then put Guyana into what will be a fantastic position going into what will be the close of day number 1.
So 106 to 2 with Imlak looking set. But I've been saying the century, Guyana scored only 1 century and a 50 in this tournament, and it's the lower order. The top order has not fired. And that's been Guyana's problem, especially the openers, but this time they managed to get a 50 partnership, but none of them continued on to build a big score on the well-set start.
I'm actually enjoying the pace that Jamel Ward is bowling at the moment.
Yeah, most spinners we see fire it flat, low trajectory.
That front foot went too far across.
Not just most spinners, but Jamel Ward in the past has sort of just pushed through the ball a bit quicker. And he started his first spell by pushing through the ball. Now just varying the pace slightly. Just hanging that ball back a bit. Almost at one stage telling yourself that it might invite the likes of Kevin Anderson to maybe take a step or two down towards him. We saw Tevin Imlak do it in his first spell.
In one day, and especially T20, defensive bowling takes priority. But in red ball cricket, you've got to flight the ball, tease the batsman. You don't mind getting it for 4 or 6 once you get wickets. And that's how you get wickets. Nobody said you don't bowl quicker balls, you don't bowl fast, but your stock ball should be, if you're a left arm spinner, the left arm, if you're an off spinner, the off spinner, flighted, like that. Excellent bowling.
Give me 1-1, please, and put magic spelling.
So the over comes to an end, 108 now for 2, 51 overs completed, and still the top scorer is Chandra Paul on 40. 28 from Nandu, the batsman out, and Tevin Imlak, who's captain in Guyana for the first time this season. He's on 24. with Kevin Anderson, a former captain who he took over the captaincy from. He's on 7, but both of them are relatively young. Barbados, a powerful team with a lot of players who have played international cricket. Down the leg side, a flick and a miss. Guyana's only international players are Pamal and Chandrapal, who would have played at least at the test level or one day internationals. Oh my, that's a beautiful ball. Pitched and had Kelvin Anderson looking to duck and then looking to take evasive action as it whistled through to the keeper, Dowridge. So a good testing delivery again. And as you said, Jason Holden never bowled express pass, but he bowled a few quick deliveries, and that was one.
Yeah, certainly had effort behind that particular delivery. Knowing employing a man, under the helmet at short leg. He's also got a man back on the boundary on the fine leg area, deep backward square leg.
Here he is, bowls and attempting a Yorker, and got it slightly wrong. And nice shot there from Imlak, going down to the boundary for 4 at wide mid-on. So nice on drive. But that's Imlak. He picks good shot selection he has. He picks the bad ball to hit and then defends the good ones.
In fact, Kevlon Anderson on
Yeah,
that
Kevlon
particular occasion.
Anderson,
But the
yeah.
double bluff you would have to say from Jason Holder by putting that man at short leg. You wondered if he might go back for another short delivery. Instead, no, go searching a bit there, Jason Holder, and it clipped away quite nicely into the leg side.
Very experienced campaigner, Jason Holder. And that's what I was saying when McAllister was bowling. He bowled a short ball, and I was thinking that the next ball would have been a Yorker, and he bowled another short ball, and Chandrapal pulled him for 4. So Jason Holder, very experienced, pushed him back with that short ball, then looked to bowl a Yorker, but he got it slightly wrong, slightly overpitched, and was clipped away for 4. Anderson, annoyed with himself, tried to hit the ball too hard and lost the shape. Didn't time it at all as it went out towards the mid-off position. They've reduced the slip cord now to 1 slip. They've still got the gully. A forward short leg in place, another short ball. Anderson goes onto the front foot and then pulls the head back as it went by to be taken by the keeper. 112 for the loss of 2 wickets. 24 to Imlak and 11 to Anderson. Holder none for 19 from 8. But the real measly spell of the day was a Roach, who barely conceded anything from his bowling. Bowler longest spell. Wealth of experience, Kimaros. 270 test wickets. And for someone to be 35 and still playing at the test level and doing well is a testimony to his stamina, his strength, his longevity.
Alright, Joe. Let's work, man. Let's work.
You just wondered when Warwick would get into that extended spell, and it appears as if we're going to have that here in this after lunch period. Probably will continue bowling all the way towards that tea break.
And that's what needed for a spinner to bowl well. You have to find the pace of the track, your pace to suit the pace of the track. and you have got to bowl long. The longer you bowl, the better you will get. Unless you bowl like 100 overs and you get tired. But the longer spells you bowl,
Keep working, Joe.
the
Keep
ball
working.
comes out of your hand a lot better. And you get more confident, especially if the batters are taking risk against you.
Right, Joe.
Warrakan in, bowls, and forward comes Imlak. Good delivery again. And he is now mixing his pace and his arm balls with the turning one. So this is a good spell. The start of a good spell. Can he continue to be consistent? Can these two bat until tea?
Right, Joe. Keep going, Joe.
Warrakan passes umpire Tuckett, bowls,
Hey,
and that's played away. Out towards the squarish cover position.
Rabonga. Keep going, Joe. Keep going, Joe. Keep enjoying
It's now
it,
about
Joe.
patience. A spinner's main weapon has to be his patience. You don't
Oh,
change
go,
what
go,
you're
go,
doing.
go.
Good delivery again. As it skid on. And Imlak is forward and kept it out. So at the end of the overs, 112 for 2. And the spinner needs to have patience. You don't change what you're doing. Let the batsman do the changing. And, well, red ball cricket is a battle of attrition as opposed to one days and especially T20. You don't have time to go into a second gear or third gear or do plan B
Slice, slice, slice.
in those types of cricket. 112 for 2, 24 to Imlak,
Yeah,
11 to Anderson.
come on, come on. You do fight like Bobby.
Kevlar.
You gonna get caught up.
Barbados the most titles in regional first class cricket. They've got 23 and 1 shared. Guyana has 12 and 1, 11 and 1 shared. So Guyana will want to get their 13th title, but that will be very, very difficult this year, especially if the Windwards can avoid being defeated in the game they are playing. Against Trinidad and Tobago at the Queen's Park Oval, because they're way ahead. Leewards on second, Barbados on third. Lovely shot there from Kevin Anderson, and gets a second.
Yeah, that one got a bit big on him there, but was still relatively in control of that shot. Was Kevdon Anderson. Jeremy McAllister back into the attack now. Just another short burst for him to see if he can pry one out. Yeah, to pick up a wicket is McAllister.
McAllister, 47 on his back. And that's a great shot. Square on the offside. He hit through extra cover. Short and wide. Pounced on it, Anderson, and pounded it out towards the cover boundary for 4.
Not many batters will miss out on something like that. As you mentioned, short and wide from Jeremy McAllister. Not truly in control of that one. Just need to get back onto it. Did Anderson, and did so successfully.
And there's wide open spaces, acres of land on the offside. Just the one man. There's no sweeper. Of course, in a one-day match, you would have a sweeper there. But this is a 4-day game. Second session of the first day. And you've got a wide gap between gully and backward and square cover, and a wide gap between cover and mid-off. So once you can find that gap, you will score runs. And this outfield is lightning fast and lush green.
Yeah, you know he's going to bowl some short deliveries, is McAllister, but just needs to get them lined up a lot better. pose a greater challenge to Anderson.
So you're saying his forte is the short ball. McAllister bowls again short and again punched away. That's going to go close to the boundary. The fielder is in hot pursuit, will pull it back just inside. If we had the television replay, that was surely been used for that. And it looks like he just managed to pull it back inside the boundary. And the batters go back now for 3. So the runs coming freely in this over. Let's look at the replay.
Yeah, comfortably inside on that particular occasion.
Yeah.
Good work being done on the boundary. Ball just tailing back in slightly towards Anderson, but once again, still in control of the shot. A good period here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
McAllister in bowls, and that's a nice delivery. Again, like a box in the middle of a ring, evading a straight right as he leaned back, and the ball passed in front of him and went by to be taken by Dowridge. So continuing to bowl short. And this is not the type of pitch. I believe that both teams were fooled with the grass on the pitch, that it would have been faster than it is. And the groundsman said that it would have been a fast pitch. Here's a ball that's outside the line of the off stump, that kept a little bit low as it went low down to Dowridge, and this brings the over to an end. At the end of 54 overs, Guyana put into bat by Barbados 121 for 2, losing Nandu run out for 28, and Tejanarayan Chandrapal caught at mid-on off the bowling of Warrakan for 40.
Well, we're edging closer towards the tea break here on day number 1, round number 4 of the West Indies Championships action. If they should be able to get there without losing another wicket, the Guyana Harpy Eagles could tell themselves that they've done well throughout another session. Yes, Ryan Chandrapal will be disappointed with the manner in which he got out, and of course Guyana Harpy Eagles will be hoping that he could have carried on. However, looking at 121 for 2 heading in to tea, can still be relatively happy with the fact that they've been able to bat time, been able to put together 2 partnerships so far, and a third being built here, and also being built in quicker time as well. And that time factor is an interesting one here, because now they're starting to just put a bit of pressure onto Barbados Pride, something that they were not doing previously. However, what they did previously is that they built the foundations to allow this pair to do that now. So you would have to say that all in all, it's been a good 2 sessions for Guyana Harpy Eagles, and should they be able to take themselves into a 3rd session of the day, continue in a similar fashion to this, then you can probably tell yourself that day 1 honours go to them. However, should they at some stage falter and allow Barbados Pride back into the encounter, losing 2 or 3 quick wickets, all of a sudden they've lost what they've been able to build up in terms of that platform, and then allowing Barbados Pride back into a game that they haven't necessarily, I'm trying to find the best words
controlled,
to use.
Dominated.
Not even those per se, but just in terms of not necessarily bowling to what, as I would have mentioned before, would have been expected of them at the start of the day, in terms of not necessarily totally challenging both batters, allowing them to spend some time at the crease to get their eye and leave a lot of deliveries, especially knowing that they like to leave a lot of deliveries, the pair of Nandu and also Chandrapal. So should have been asking them to play a few more, should have been looking to get that ball just a bit fuller earlier today as well, especially given the pace of the service would have maybe caused 1 or 2 fault shots, as we saw a little early in the day, whereby a couple balls were a little aerial on the drive and a little aerial off the pads as well. So maybe encourage 1 or 2 more of those shots, but that's hindsight at the moment. So yeah, looking at it, if they're able to pick up maybe just maybe 1, 2, 3 more wickets, this Barbados Pride side heading in to what will be the end of the close of play, they can tell themselves, well, like, job well done. But at the moment, Guyana Harpy Eagles doing what's been asked of them, doing what they've not been doing so far in the tournament. I'll be hoping to carry that on. Looks as if we might have a change of ball here at the moment. We maybe saw about 4 or 5 overs ago Jason Holder just questioning the ball, and Basaraf just putting it through that little ring to see whether or not it would continue to get through there. It looks now as if Jason Holder might get his way in the Barbados Pride. You just wonder if maybe the change of ball might change the fortunes in terms of maybe just getting a bit more movement. Maybe the seam might just be a little hard and maybe get a bit more movement off of the surface.
Well, the ball has certainly lost its shape if it can't go through that circular equipment, that gadget that the umpires usually carry now. Long ago, the umpires only carried they didn't even have a counter. They counted with their fingers, I presume. That was back in the days. Everything is gone technological now. Technological advancement has ruled the world. But some of the advancement in technology with cricket, I believe if we had less technology in certain parts of the world, the cricket would have been better. So Warrington looking for a second wicket. He's already picked up the wicket of stage 9 Chandrapal. Nandu was run out for 28. Chandrapal fell for 40. Warrington in, bowls to Anderson. Anderson is on driving, and there is no run. Do you know Winston Reid?
Personally, or the name?
The name.
Yes, indeed, I do know the name. Winston Reid from back home in Barbados.
Yeah, he was the most proficient first-class left-arm spinner for Barbados. That's why I brought it up, because Warrington is in operation.
Move it, shy guy, move it, shy guy.
Good afternoon to you, sir, Winston Reid. Nice flighted ball again. Looking to hit it too hard. Anderson maybe just losing his shape. And the ball trickling out towards mid-off. And these two batters now, if you bowl tight at them, if you bowl a succession of dot balls, they will try to play an aggressive shot to a ball that's not needed to be played aggressively.
One delivery left and it's over. We might just get one more before we head to tea. After this Warrington over.
Slip forward short leg and a silly point. The 3 catches around the bat. And that's the end of the over. Will it be the end of the session? No, we'll have one more over.
Yeah, moving around quickly. And this Barbados Pride side, hoping to just getting that one more. It looks as if we'll have just that. And it's going to be McAllister to bowl it.
So 20 not out so far to Kevlin Anderson. From 35 balls, and he's scoring the quickest of the batters today so far. And 24 from 80 to Imlak. If they can stay there and be not separated by T, then Guyana would feel very, very comfortable with this position. They wouldn't be elated with it, but they would feel comfortable. McAllister comes from a long line of Barbadian fast bowlers, and this one is short and pushed into the onside off the hip, and they get a single. Return comes in from Warrington. That was hard return, and hit the gloves of Dowridge pretty hard, but couldn't prevent the single. 122 for 2. Short delivery again. As I said, Marshall to me is the best of the West Indian fast bowlers in terms of his control, his ability to bowl fast and then come back later on in his career and swing the ball around, his knowledge of the game. Clive Lloyd used to say that he was the computer of the West Indies team. That's before they were computer analysts and these kind of things. When you wanted to know how a batsman would be out, again another short ball. Where's the delivery at this stage? you turn to Malcolm Marshall. There was also Barbados produced Sylvester Clark, Wayne Daniel, who actually they said bowled the fastest ball, one ball, among the fast bowlers, not consistently fast. Franklin Stevenson was a great exponent of the slow ball. Here is McCarthy bowls, and that's a short delivery, played out towards the backward point, and there's no run. So just 2 balls left in this over, barring a wide or no ball. And all he has to do from a Guyana point of view is stay there and be unbeaten at tea. From a Barbados point of view, they would love to see the back of Imlach or Anderson. Well, unless there's a no ball bowled, it could be only Anderson that could be dismissed. Final ball of the session, and that's pushed into the onside. Broad bat, straight bat, and that's T. At T, Guyana Harpy Eagles 122 for the loss of 2 wickets, with Tevin Imlach on 25 not out, and Kelvin Anderson on 20. They've lost the wicket in the first session of Nandu, who was run out in a terrible mix-up with Chandrapal, and then in the second session they lost Chandrapal, who played a soft shot towards the mid-on fielder and was taken off the bowling of Warrington. So that's it at tea on behalf of everybody here. I'm Sean Dever saying, catch you later. We'll return after tea.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. We're getting ready for the final session of day one of the Barbados Pride Guyana Harpy Eagles encounter. Umpire Carl Tuckett was just going out and seemed to have forgot something. Mr. Bassarat is out in the middle already, so too the players just on the border of the Barbados Pride dressing room. The two batsmen for the Guyana Harpy Eagles are not yet in existence, but I'm joined by my colleague, Joel Manning. Good afternoon, Joel.
Good afternoon once again, Vernon. Good afternoon to all of those lovely viewers currently watching on the Windies YouTube stream to take in this day one action of round number 4 of the West Indies Championship.
Yeah, what's your expectation? We got a final session, 56 overs bowled, so it means that we have a long day to go, more or less.
Oh, my first expectation is that the sun will set. Following that, obviously, in terms of that over it, that you kind of mentioned there, and the fact that a lot of overs are left, you kind of expected that given the fact that Barbados have been primarily bowling their 5-seamers. Jamal Warrican, yes, has bowled, but he's not really gone into what we consider to be that very lengthy spell just yet. So a little behind in terms of the over rate. Obviously, Barbados will be hoping to pick up maybe 2-3 early wickets here after this tea interval to really take a grip of the game, so to speak. Guyana Harpy Eagles, though, with a nice platform set at 122 for 2. They'll be hoping to build on that and build on it in a similar fashion to what they were doing probably in the last maybe 5 to 8 overs before the tea break, whereby they were just applying a bit more pressure, capitalizing a little more on a couple of the over-pitch deliveries and a couple of the short deliveries as well from the Barbados Pride.
So in case you've just joined us and you wonder what's happening on the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, Barbados captain Craig Bartlett called right, but inserted the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And in case you're wondering what has happened, Tej Chandapal caught Kemar Roach, bowled Jamal Warrican for 40, Matthew Nandu run out by Jason Holder for 28, Tevin Imla is not out on 25, and Kevlin Anderson is not out on 20. The bowling figures to date for the Barbados Pride lineup: Kemar Roach, 12 overs, 7 maidens, 5 runs, no wickets. Jahir McAllister, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 36 runs, no wickets. Shemar Holder, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 29 runs, no wicket. Raymond Reefer, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 15 runs, no wicket. Jason Holder, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 19 runs, no wicket. And the wicket taker so far, Jamal Warrican, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 12 runs, 1 wicket. First ball after tea, bang on target to Imla. And just coming quietly forward as Imla, the score resumes on 122 for 2. At lunch, Ghana were 59 for 1, or 14 overs. Tea, 122 for 2. We're into the final session of the day's play. It could be an exciting time, as well as it could be more or less a sign where Guyana decide we're going to keep the Barbados Pride in the sun for a very long time. Roach to Imla. Touching down into the right area. That did have some swing on it after 56 overs. Kemar Roach, with his experience, can still find something.
Yeah, just hanging it outside of that off stump was Roach on that particular occasion. Yeah, we'll need to spend a lot more time out there in the sun in the Guyana Harpy Eagles, especially given how we know this service to be here at Coolidge, but it gets a lot better for that batting into what is day 2 and especially into that first half of day 3.
Imla, 25 from 83. Kevlin Anderson, 20 from 40. Make it 84. Mixed aggression so far from the Barbados Pride bowling attack, led by Kemar Roach, McAllister, Holder, Reefer. Seamers have not made an impact yet. And Craig Bartlett, the Barbados captain, will be hoping for something to happen and happen fast. Kemar Roach is expected to lead that spark. Is into Imla. Imla is driving sort of half-heartedly on the onside, get a couple of runs. It's more or less looking to punch to the offside, but the in-swing of Kemar Roach forced it onto the onside. So the first runs after the tea break. Imla goes to 27, and the score goes up to 124 for 2 in over number 57. understand that Guyana have defeated Jamaica, the 2024 CG Super 50 champions. Off day for the Jamaica women's team. Here is Imla driving. Can't find the gap. Don't think he leaned into that enough. He needed to get a stride and find the gap. Could have gone to the right or left of Bratwett, who's making his debut. Tell me a little bit about Bratwett. Joel? Not Craig. The debutant. Because I know you're a politician, so I have to make sure that I'm very, astute with my answers or my questions to you. Low shot. That's the line. That's the area you want to bowl. He was neither forward nor back, and he was off balance. There, Imla over-completed the first after tee, and the score is 124 for 2. That's a beautiful delivery.
Drawn into that shot simply because of the length on that occasion. Just a bit of movement, a bit of shape away from the bat at the last minute from Kemar Roach. And once again, kind of just doubling down on the fact that certainly have to ensure that they're a lot full, especially given that we've not seen much happen when they've gone back of a length in this surface. Of course, with Jeremy McAllister, you understand the tactic that they're looking to employ in terms of looking to use that additional pace. But by and large, for the remainder of the bowlers, definitely getting that ball up there, giving yourself a chance. Even if you get driven once or twice, that's no problem, because the opportunity will come, given that, Kevlon Anderson, given that Tevin Imlach enjoy going at the ball.
Craig Bratwett making some changes. As we look around, 2 slips of gully, a third man, so Bratwett trying to be defensive pretty early and maybe cut out some of the boundary deliveries. The third man is 3/4 of the way. Deep backward square, fine, like sort of wide. The mid-on and the mid-off pretty close, more or less. You got a short leg. Dorish having a conversation with Bratwett, saying maybe we just need to get the third man a little wider. McAllister to Anderson is not bothered because that's a wide delivery. No real threat for him. I'd like to see McAllister attack the stumps, Joel. I think he's got the pace. I don't think this track is the sort of track where you would really want him to be hammering in the ball as consistently as possible. The length, I think if he took a page out of Kemar Roach's book and just bowled that fuller length, I think he'll be more effective on this track on day one. Another delivery. Left again by Anderson, not troubling him. You're going into reserve mood, Joel.
Just observation mode.
Okay, got you. Got inside and turned this one down to the boundary for 4. I just thought that he was just too wide. Joel, and a boundary there, well played around the Midland leg, and that was easy pickings for Kevlin Anderson. He goes to 24. The partnership is now 32 from 69, and Anderson is marching on very quickly.
Yeah, he certainly is marching on, is Anderson.
It's backing across and defending nicely. No pace, so real venom in this track on day one.
Yeah, keep going, it's alright. No, I couldn't really see from how far he went. But I know he went deep.
Yeah, just questioning whether or not they could have maybe gotten one there.
It's sort of deep, really. Maybe if Imla was backing up with some more intent. Yeah, it was wide of the stump. Really can't really bother him. He's dropped his hand. Good technique. He's got to start again. Got to keep talking to himself. Barbados needs something. They need somebody to put their hand up and really lift this team, lift this bowling effort. Turned again. There's no pace, and because there's no pace, that is why it's so easy for Kevlin Anderson to just come inside and just work it around. He gets a single. He goes up to 25, and the score goes to 129 for 2. 58 overs bowled so far. Imla 27, and Anderson is on 25.
Yeah, you just wonder if you might maybe prompt a change in the field if they are going to continue with Jeremy McAllister instead of having the man in front at short leg, putting him behind the square, especially given that even though Kevlin Anderson has been able to relatively control those balls going around the corner, they've still been uppish for a period of time. And if you're going to consistently bowl that line and length, maybe force him to turn the ball somewhere else, try to get it a little more fine, or try to get him to push it in front of square.
Good thing about it is that he stays very side on to the ball. He's punching down the ground. Beautiful shot. Lovely on drive. Down the ground for 4. Didn't try to overhit it. Just timed it beautifully. Pitched up and turned the hips over. A nice straight bat, leading with his head on his shoulders. And it raced away downhill, only for Shema Holder to retrieve.
Yeah, overpitched by Kemar Roach. He's been playing in fine form thus far as Kevlin Anderson. Body weight going forward, lean into that one.
Jason Holder chirping away. He says, I love to see people driving. Just nick him off. He's driving again. There's Kevlin Anderson. And one thing about Kevlin Anderson is when the ball is off track, he's going to look to score. And if it's between wicket and wicket, he's got a good solid defense, and he plays with a very, very, very straight bat.
You just wonder if Roach might use that experience to keep him coming forward, but just adjust that length slightly.
That is what Jason Holder is hoping for. Don't know if this track will offer that assistance. He's back and across easy like Sunday morning. As you know, in the days of old, you would hear those cricket fans in the stand saying. A lot of chirping taking place. They've been in the ears of Imla. Even Shema Holder just came up and said something. It's going to be mind games taking place right now. Roach to Anderson. That one sort of died on him. It never really got up. But he was outside the line of the stump, so it really wasn't a challenge for him.
Keep doing it. Keep winning and calling for heads and it drop for heads. You see about first.
Definitely always animated.
133 for 2. Holder chirping away. Tight defense coming forward. He's coming forward every time. Holder trying to G up this team. Get something going. They need a spark. They need a brilliant catch, a run out, something. They need something. And they're searching for that, the Barbados Pride. 133 for 2. Carl Tuckett looks around to make sure that everything is in track. And you could hear the big man going past him now. Back and across in defense stylishly. A boundary off the over. It now shows that the big man himself, Kemar Roach, has bowled some 14 overs, not for 11, the first boundary of his bowling.
Looks as if they're going to continue with McAllister. This time, though, Tevin Imlach is who's on strike. Yeah, just once again go back to maybe just making a slight adjustment, maybe in that leg side field. Force them to look to a different area in terms of where they're looking to work McAllister, especially on that leg side.
And it's something that I've seen in this championship so far, Joel, where the tracks have, outside of the track that, well, you weren't here for the game Guyana against the West Indies Academy because Thorn bowled very quick on the fourth day. And the ball was really bouncing around. Now they're looking to make the change in terms of what you were asking for. Are you comfortable with that, Joel?
Well, not necessarily where I was looking to place that man, but it actually comes into play now, Cheyenne Brathwaite. And he's now taking off that helmet. And we'll drop back now to what is a regulation square leg beside the umpire.
Just would like to see McAllister attack the stumps, Joel. I don't think this track on day one has the pace.
Right,
They've now got a leg slip now.
Yeah, so that's what I was mentioning in terms of the ball has been very aerial in that area. Even though controlled, it is uppish enough that a chance could be provided. Just needs to get it right. That one, no, outside of the off stump. In terms of what he bowled coming on to the end of his previous over, was on the hips of Kevlon Anderson, and both times worked it towards the leg side. One time he picked up 4, the other time a single, but both times the ball was in the air for a significant period of time. So all you're going to do now, especially if you go back into those hips, you're going to ask Imlap, you're going to ask Anderson to look to a different area to score the ball. Can't just get around and work it off the hips now.
The hesitation, but the cover and the mid-off was so deep that the single, they could have maybe even run two based on what was happening. Anderson for a moment sort of hesitated, but because the captain called, he had to respond, unlike Nando and Shandapal. In fact, Nando ran almost the entire pitch. The throw went over Dorish's head. Holder had enough time to collect, come up, and still run Nando out, who nearly got in. They're saying effort, but I just would like to see him attacking the stumps. Just keep attacking the stumps. I think he's got the pace. And sometimes when you look at the cricket game, Joel, and you see a bowler's figures, it really does not tell the true story and the concept of what happened at the game. On a track like now, I'd leave my short ball as a surprise delivery. 31 overs to go. And because he's trying to bowl on that body line, every now and then he overcompensates with a wide delivery.
I don't necessarily mind one or two that happened to go down the leg. Like, he just needs to get that one right. He got it in the previous over when he did not have the man behind square on the leg side. Just needs to find that one delivery again. Thereabouts. Almost. That brings us to the end of another over. 1-3-4 for 2.
So wickets fell at 52 and 96. Ghana Happy Eagles looking to really force some pressure back on the Barbados Pride, and their objective would be to bat all day.
Yeah, it certainly has to be the competition being had after being inserted to bat. Had to make sure that they were still out there at the close of play. Looking at 134 for 2, you would expect, in quotation marks, that will find themselves getting towards the end of the day's play. However, it's not simply how cricket plays. But they've done what you can consider to be a lot of the hard work, especially when the surface was not the best, you could say, for stroke play at the start of the day. It started to dry out. The ball is coming onto the bat a lot better. It's a lot easier to get on that front foot. It's a lot easier to play off the back foot and get those runs forward and behind square. So have to look to capitalize on that.
Jason Holder replaces Kemar Roach from the CIU end. He bungs away to bowl to the Ghana captain down the onside. He starts in a wonder game that would have been called a wide, but in 4-day cricket, umpire Carl Tuckett just looks to see what is happening. 134 for 2, in case you just tuned in. Kevlin Anderson is on 29 from 55 balls, and Tevin Imla, a fighting knock from the Guyana captain, 28 from 91. They've lost Shanda Paul and Nando. Whipped away. Beautiful save by Jamal Warwick on a short mid-wicket. Just didn't find the gap there, Imla. But good cricket all around.
Yeah, good cricket indeed, and that's what you need when things aren't necessarily going your way as a fielding side. You need to have those little small efforts in the outfield.
Barbados needs something special. Who will put their hand up? Will it be Holder?
No.
The difference with Anderson and Imla is that Anderson will be looking to hit that down the ground. Imla looking to defend. It's going to be a long day here. Some 30 overs to go. 29 after this. Means that Warrican will have to bowl close to about 10, 12, if possible. 322 in Antigua and Barbuda. Here's Imla driving suicide, but good call in the end. He was on the move. He really propelled Anderson to get onto his bike.
Yeah, a good early decisive call. What's also important about it is that his partner responded as well from the moment he said yes. And I think that is where you see the stark contrast between what happened earlier today with the dismissal of Nandu and the completion of that particular single.
It's coming stylishly across is Kevlin Anderson and just turning it into the short mid-wicket area. The partnership is 39 from 89 so far, so it's a rebuilding time, as the late Ara from Montserrat would say. Have a big funeral coming up next week. The brother of the late mighty Ara, Hero Castle, will be buried in Montserrat. A lot of folks coming home for that. We also have St. Patrick's taking place right now, St. Patrick's Festival. Holder into Anderson, and Anderson is just working this into the leg side area, thinking about two. McAllister is going to be under some pressure. He's got to get back. And there was a hesitation because I think that Anderson was unsighted by Jason's Holder presence. He's a big giant guy, and he really couldn't get around. He didn't see him. He had to run off course. And good communication between Anderson and Imlak. All is well. Over completed. 61 bowl. Guyana Harper Eagles are 136 for 2.
Yeah, good cricket all around on that occasion. Whipped off the hips by Anderson and rightfully looked for two. However, McAllister, and you don't usually associate Jerry McAllister with fast, good fielding efforts, and that's why it was good cricket all around on that occasion. He really sprinted off, picked it up, and released it very quickly, McAllister, to keep it down to 1.
So there's a switch now. The senior pro, the man who is carrying this West Indies attack, Joseph and company, Kamar Roach, now bowls for the first time from the media centre end. Starts with a lovely delivery. Sort of died on Kevlin Anderson and the wicketkeeper. When he got there, he never really bounced enough.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few die before reaching Shane Dowrich. I made that probably now about the 5th or so that we've seen for the day.
And on this surface, on these surfaces here, Coolidge Cricket Ground, which are well grass, that tends to happen every now and again. 32 Anderson. It's going to be tested by Kamar Roach. Whipped it beautifully. We'll get a couple of runs here. In fact, it will go all the way into the square leg area for 4. Reefer can't stop it. In fact, it looks like he does. Did he? Yes, he did. So I think the outfield there, pretty heavy. So they got 3 runs in the end. Hope Reefer is okay. Oh, he's just gone to collect his shades, which fell off on the covers.
That one, in fact, looked a lot closer to being a 4
I
than
thought so myself.
the impression that's being given at the moment.
I thought that myself.
I won't question Raymond Reefer
Judgment?
that one. But a good initial step by Kevlon Anderson to get across to the offside. And that's what allowed him to access that mid-wicket region on that particular occasion. And that's really because of the intent to score.
Lovely observation, Joel. Loose shot there from Tevin Imla. And he's ending up in a standing up position. He's not like an Anderson who's leaning into the ball.
Yeah, initially I thought I heard something on that one, and also just a bit of movement after it passed the bat as well, given the impression that it might have taken the edge, but in fact, not getting anything.
No, you know for sure Kemar Roach should have gone up. Don't have to ask that one. If there was edge, there'd have been celebration by Jason Holder, who is looking for something. He's at second slip here, not first. Delivery, which is of a lower pace. And Anderson is just rehearsing on the non-striker's end, but Imla was easy to it. It's compact forward defensive shot. He's faced some 96 deliveries. Combined campuses fighting against the Leeward Islands. They're 198 for 7. So the Leewards look like they've gone to sleep in that game so far. Back and across, can't beat the cover. Fielder. The score remains on 139 for 2 in over number 62. The partnership is 43 and growing. In the Women's League taking place in St. Kitts and Nevis, Barbados women need 142 runs from 28.2 overs to 7 wickets remaining in reply to the Windward Islands, who scored 233 for 9. They are 92 for 3 in 21.4 overs. Back and across and finding the gap. He'll get a couple of runs here. He's got to be careful. He didn't run into Kemar Roach, but he got around. So they get 2 runs quite easily. Over completed, over bowled. 141 for 2, 62 overs bowled. Imla 31, Anderson 33. Leeward Islands women versus Trinidad and Tobago. Leeward scored 151. Trinidad and Tobago 120 for 4. So that's a good game. We go to the men's at Queen's Park Oval. The Windward Islands bowled out for 191. Sort of disappointing day for the Windward Islands. Alex Atenes 56. Ambris 35, Hodge 28. So Trinidad and Tobago, they are large and in control at the Queen's Park Oval. Anderson Phillip 5 for 37. Seals 2 for 48. The big Jason Holder turns from the CIO end. Here's Anderson just working this into the deep backward square leg here. They're thinking about 2, but McAllister's done some good groundwork there, restricted that process. We go to Sabina Park in Jamaica. The West Indies Academy, they are 208 for 4. West Indies Academy, 208 for 4. Dawn scored 83. Aline 52. Warrell 25. Bishop 14. Jordan Johnson is on 26 not out, and Colin Boyne Tuckett is not out on 3. Short delivery, that climbed on Imla, but he defended it well. Kept it out of the rib cage area. So, cricket action taking place. Guyana defeating the defending, well, you can say the champions, Jamaica. That is certainly indeed an upset. And the combined campuses and colleges making a statement against the Leeward Islands. 198 for 7. Let's find out who are the scorers. Single to Imla brings Anderson into strike. Otley. In fact, it's Graves and Goodridge who are fighting away. Jeremiah Louis 3 for 41. Raheem Cornwall 3 for 65. And Daniel Durham, left arm spinner, 1 for 28. Well, here at Coolidge, Guyana Happy Eagles are 143 for 2. With Kevlin Anderson in strike on 34 from 60. It's been a patient 32 from Tevin Imla. No breeze at all. If any, it's slight. Good length delivery by Jason Holden. That is because of his height. He's about 6'6".
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, he's a big guy. By the time he puts his hand up, he'll be, what, 6'9". So thanks to Jason on a 360 team. He's done an excellent job here at Coolidge and all around the region. Compliments of the West Indies YouTube channel. Holder. Short delivery, he had to get down and he was doing a limbo dance. I think he practices that in Guyana. I'll have to ask Sean if he was a class.
Yeah, I just don't think it got as high as Kevlon Anderson thought it would have. Found himself in a bit of a tangle.
Kemar Roach is at second slip. Something that we see in like a model these days. Another short delivery. But this time it was a lot more higher. So over completed. 2 runs out of the over. 143 for 2. Shanda Paul scored 40. Nandu 28. And Anderson 34. Tevin Imla 32. As I welcome back. Alongside me, the voice of Sean Devers from Guyana. Good afternoon, Sean.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Vernon, once again. Sun still out in all its glory. Wonderful conditions we've had here. I understand that there was a little bit of rain last week, but great conditions at the start of this game.
Roach starts on the money. Anderson coming quietly forward. Folks, wherever you're listening to us, be it in the United Kingdom, in Scotland, in Australia, if you're following us on the West Indies YouTube channel, even on the chat, we welcome you and we say thanks very much for your interaction. Driven sweetly to cover for 4. Half volleys must be put away, and that was put away nicely by the Guyana captain Tevin Imla.
That's a stupendous cover drive by Imlak. We've seen him play a couple of those today, and my word, that was the best of the day.
The partnership at boundary brings it up to 51 of 104 deliveries. What a shot. And that's what I was talking about with Atej Chandapal. You've got to put away half volleys.
What I'd love to see here now is these two batters go on to get big hundreds. The last time 3 Guyanese batters scored hundreds in the same innings was in 1998 at Enmore against Trinidad when Hooper, Lambert and Chandrapal got hundreds. That's been too long. Batsmen these days have to go on. They have to be consistent. They have to be not satisfied with scores that are less than 100. You wouldn't get that every day, but you have to be consistent.
Roach, effort ball there. Nothing happening at all here for the Barbados Pride. Did they miss a trick by not playing the off spinner Holder?
And you can see there's quality in both of these batters. They've already scored hundreds at this level. They have to score them together. Then you get a big score. And maybe you could only bat once if you get a big score, like 500, 480.
Here is a delivery. think Imla was caught in two minds there. Just needs to stay his base. He just needs to stay low and get a little tighter. Got to lead more with his head and his shoulders. Just got to be patient. Got to keep looking. He's got to lead. He's got to keep coming, especially coming under the front foot. Anytime he's given width, where he can be able to get his arms going. He's brilliant, Tevin Imla. Back and across. Defending nicely. Over-completed. 4 out of it. The latest score here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Guyana Harper Eagles, 147 for 2. 64 overs bowled. Tevin Imla, the Guyana captain, is on 36 from 106 balls. And Kevlin Anderson is on 34 from 63. The partnership is yielded 51.
Yeah, good partnership so far. They've passed the 50 mark. The openers got the first 50 partnership between them in the tournament, and that was a good start too. But my concern is when you get there, you got to go on. None of the openers got a 50. Of course, no fault of Nandu. He was unfortunately run out by poor communication from Chandrapal. And Chandrapal reached 40 and still didn't get a 50 or 100. That's the problem with these modern day batters in the West Indies. 1, 2, you don't get hundreds from most of them. As you said, we've got how many hundreds in this tournament? 11?
11 so far.
11. And Guyana's 100 came from a low order batter, an all-rounder, Kevin Sinclair. Back in the days in Barbados Guyana matches, when Guyana scored their highest score, 641, 3 batters got hundreds. Fredericks, Butcher, and Solomon. And then Barbados responded with 500 and something. And Peter Bailey got a double, so Garfield Sober got 100. That was at border.
So we have a slight break here where Tevin Imla, the Ghana captain, has been treated for cramps. In fact, someone has asked to bring out some Gatorade. Maybe it might be best served to bring out some coconut water to get his blood pumping again. The Barbados fielders are just wheeling around. I was just looking at a picture where Shema Holder was standing next to Jason Holder, and they were measuring the shoe sizes. So Holder maybe wears size 15 to 16. I'm sure Shema Holder would be maybe around 12. So just imagine looking at that. So everything is good. We're back to the action. And Barbados maybe might be glad for that little break. They need something. Something needs to happen and happen very fast.
In that game I was telling you about, Sobers got 165 and Peter Lashley got 204. And Fredericks in the second innings also got 100. He scored 215.
Holder. Back and across is Tevin Imla. In fact, it's not Tevin Imla, it's Kevlin Anderson, who's quietly gone about his innings. One thing I can tell you about Anderson is that once he gets a start, he's going to dig in. We have to take into consideration this is just only his 11th first-class game, so he's still in a learning process.
And he's got already 200s.
Yeah. One of them came playing for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah.
Comes forward and opens the face of the bat. Stays it past Warrican at Gully. And goes down to the vacant wide third man area. He gets 2 runs. And Barbados just seam flat. 149 for 2. I don't get that purpose. I don't see this attack does not look penetrative at all.
Very impressed with the Windward's performance and the Leewards. They're 1-2 on the points table.
So far in this round, the Windwards have not turned up to the party as yet. Batting was let down by them today. Short delivery. Got over that.
It's a good thing they have such a cushion of points. They can maybe get a bad game and still go on to win the tournament.
Like I said to you last night, Sean, on your sports program, this is still a long tournament to go. And a lot of things can happen.
Yes, and you were so right. I want to see batsmen get hundreds though. These pitches are flat basically. And you've got to bat. When you get the opportunity, you've got to bat and make big scores. I was very impressed with Michael Louis when he scored 200s against Guyana for the Leewards in one match. 100 in the first innings, 100 in the second innings. And Devon Smith, since 2017, he had done that. In fact, there are 11 centuries in 2 innings by 10 batters. Devon Smith did it twice.
Here is Anderson squeezing one pass, misfield from Jamal Warrican. Holder puts his hands on his knees and saying, we got to be tighter. I think he got wrong-footed there. Jamal Warrican, 150 comes up for the Guyana Happy Eagles. And the partnership is growing, 55 from 113 deliveries, 151 for 2. Anderson goes to 38, Imla 36.
Just got to keep going from a Guyana point of view. And if they're together by the close, then it will be Guyana in charge. If they get dismissed, then Barbados will pull themselves back.
Almost a mistimed drive by Kevlin Anderson. Almost chipped it to the short mid-wicket. And let me just apologize. I think it might have been McCuskey who was on the offside in that area. I have another bowling change again. So Craig Bartlett has been ringing the changes. But maybe what needs to happen is Warrican maybe needs to bowl from one end, because he's been the guy who was tempted and been able to, execute that lone wicket outside of the run out, and maybe have the seamers rotating. But I think Bartlett is trying to find which is the right end to bowl the seamers from, Sean.
Yes, he's bowled Reefer from both ends. He's bowled Roach from both ends. He's bowled Shamar Holder from both ends. And even Jason Holder.
That's what I'm saying.
Both from both ends.
So he and that's when you don't know about the home conditions.
Yes, but the Warrican, the left arm spinners only bowled from one end up to now.
But that is the perfect end that Warrican should be bowling from.
Yes.
Here is Tevin Imla is turning this ball into the square leg area. Just for a moment, Anderson thought that it might have been a single, and I think if they had gone through, they would have been able to put Raymond Reefer, because he was to the right of Reefer, so he had to get up and get around, and then to be able to put his body in a 90-degree angle to throw the ball. Having a conversation with umpire Carl Tuckett. Carl Tuckett would have represented the West Indies in one-day international, and as Sean said, could have played a lot more games, but that was not to be. He's coaching the Nevis Island Administration Sports Department. He's also a commentator. And I think he's a layman preacher. He's a Christian by faith. He's got an emerging son in Colin Boyne Tuckett, who I think, as we speak, is easily the best glove man outside of Jamal Hamilton in this championship so far. Overcompensating there is Shema Holder. Patience. He's not bowled well at all. He's not been into his rhythm. Score in the meantime goes up to 152 for 2. Imla 37, Anderson 38. He comes into strike now.
Devon Smith has been so dominant at regional level. Twice he scored hundreds in both innings. He's the only batter in regional cricket to do so. Good afternoon to you, Devon. You ever wondered why he doesn't replicate that type of form when he goes to the international level? Of course, he's got 100 at international cricket.
Sometimes you have to weigh up the options of the environment that you are in, Sean. Sometimes we question, why people. It's almost like I could remember, and I'll come back to that to share that story with you. I think I remember a time having a conversation with Sir Gary in Barbados, and he was talking about you have test cricketers and you have county bullies. So you have a lot of people who would score a lot of runs, at the county level, and then when you have real people who will be tested with fate. So it's almost just like in county cricket. You have a lot of guys who score a lot of runs at county cricket. When they go to play for England and whoever, they're struggling. Anderson driving, not being able to find a gap. Over completed, one run out of the over. And Shamar Holder completes his 11th over. Is not for 30 so far.
And
Barbados having a headache here.
And in the dying stages of the last session, when a partnerships begin to build, it becomes frustrating for the fielding side because they've been in the field all day. And this is a partnership now. You're wondering where your next wicket would come from. But they've got to capitalize on that, the batters, and know that the fielders would be tired. And they have to now capitalize, push the ball into the gaps, hit the bad balls for 4. And you'll get more bad balls than at the start of a day or the second session.
I think one would have to take into consideration that this is a rebuilding Guyana team. You got Imla and Anderson, and so we got to understand the real life situations of what is happening around. So they're gonna have to be given time. I was looking through the batting order, and you would have to say that Tej Chandapal was, at his age, was a senior batsman in this team.
Yeah. Plus he played test matches.
But I'm not even so much worried about the test matches.
Pamal and Chandrapal are the only international exposed players in this Guyana team, and Pamal is the only player over 30.
So it's a rebuilding team, and sometimes we just have to be patient. Sometimes as broadcasters we want a lot of things to happen. Here is Anderson. Imla, sorry, I apologize. Almost leaning over, falling over. He's got to keep that base solid. He's got to keep that head still. He's almost caught there by Jason Holder. He was falling over. He's got to get nimble. Don't know if the cramps in his left hand is maybe affecting him, but he's going to have to dig deep. I know Sean has been calling for batsmen to score runs, but sometimes I look at some of the preparation, Sean, and I'll get back to you to tell you what's happening. That one climbed on him, the extra bounce there by Jason Holder. You can't prepare players in practice to bat for 10 and 15 minutes in the net and expect them to come into the middle and bat all day.
I remember a comment made by David Warner when Chandrapal was playing for the same county he was playing at, and the net session had been completed, and Chandrapal batted for 5 hours against a bowling machine. And he done that in Test cricket 3 times without being dismissed. And Warner asked him, why do you bat so long practicing with a bowling machine? He said, you've got to do it somewhere before you do it in a match.
But the idea, Sean, is that you prepare before you come into the game. If you're not accustomed of batting in the nets for 2 and 3 hours, you can't execute that in game time with pressure situation where you have Dorish and Holder and Roach in your ear. You have to prepare mentally. And that is something that I keep assessing, and I feel that the Cricket West Indies needs to get an independent body to review what's happening in the franchises. You're paying the money. You got to get some independent personnel to go around and find out what is happening, how are the teams being prepared. When you play in the franchise level, Sean, your next step is the test level. And if you're not being prepared properly, then how are you going to play test cricket? Wide delivery. No look at it. So made over by Jason Holder. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles continue to frustrate the Barbados Pride.
Yes, this is certainly a frustrating partnership it's becoming now. This is the second 50 partnership. I think Imlak and Chandrapal would have scored close to 50 in their partnership also, after the 50 partnership between the openers Nandu and Chandrapal. So
I think you would have had an opening partnership of over 50.
yeah, that's the first
with
partnership.
Nando and Chandrapal.
Yeah.
This would be the second.
Yes,
Jason Holder is coming off the field, so that's not a good sign. And in the meantime, Craig Brathwaite is saying to the guys, we got to move on. We are behind. Some 22 overs to go. It's now 3:52 in Antigua and Barbuda.
Yeah, Guyana's produced a lot of top-class batsmen for the West Indies team. Of course, Barbados also have produced a lot of top-class batsmen. They call them batters now. Lovely shot. That's a great shot. And down the ground for 4.
That's the difference with this young man. Anything pitched up. He hits the ball down the ground beautifully. He's got good balance. He's got a low base. And he leads with his head on his shoulders there. Didn't try to overhit it. And just stroked it. Used the pace of a Shema Holder. Craig Brathwaite only had to retrieve.
Good afternoon to everyone watching and listening on your phones, your iPad, your television in Guyana.
On 56 for 2. Anderson growing in confidence. He's 42. Make it 46.
That's
Beautiful.
a lovely shot again. This time square of the wicket. Consecutive boundaries. One straight down the ground and one flicked off his pads. Lovely shots. 8 runs in 2 balls.
Shem Holder for Shema Holder.
This is getting away slowly from the Bajans. Even if you don't take wickets, you got to prevent the batters from scoring so quickly.
The run rate is still 2.38, so it's manageable. What is just actually happening is that the attack just lacks penetration. Stared past the diving effort of the gully fielder there.
That's a good effort though, because had that passed him, there's no third man, and that would have been 3 boundaries in the over.
You have to save those. Goes to 47. He'll stay on the non-strikers in and have a look. He played with nice soft hands because he was coming forward onto his heel. And he's a good player. He looks at the ball right onto his bat, Kevlin Anderson. He's 47 from 75. Imla 37. He's backing across and defending nicely. They've played to the script. The script is to bat all day on day 1. And so far, they've done an excellent job.
Anderson just 3 runs away from what would be his second half century at this level.
No, he's third.
Yes, his second. He's got 200s.
Back and across, defending again. No pace, no venom, nothing happening here at all. Now he's going to think about trying to bowl a short ball. So he's told the captain, I want Raymond Reefer out in deep backward square leg boundary. I don't know why fellas feel that once they're running off that they have to bowl a bumper, Sean.
Well, sometimes the fast bowlers have egos. And if you're in a good partnership, and you like Brian Lara and so on, Sarwan, and those players would talk to the bowlers. And then you want to bowl a bumper at them.
I love that one, Sean. Warwican 1 for 12. Kemar Roach not for 20. McAllister not for 42. It's a torrid time here for Team Barbados. But Guyana might be winning now. You just never know. Something might strike and remove and move through again in a very positive way.
Yeah, that's why they say cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. One time you're on top, a couple of wickets in succession, quickly, and then you are at the bottom.
Jason Holder,
Especially a 4-day game, which gives you plan B and plan C.
Jason Holder comes back on. Kemar Road, 16 overs, 7 maidens, 20 runs, no wickets. Jahir McAllister, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 42 runs, no wickets. Shemar Holder, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 39 runs, no wicket. Raymond Reefer, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 15 runs, no wicket. Jason Holder, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 27 runs, no wickets. And Warwican is set to start his 10 over. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 12 runs, 1 wicket. 161 for 2, Guyana Happy Eagles, inserted by the Barbados Pride. Anderson is approaching his second first-class half-century. He's 47 from 75, and Tevin Imla is 37 from 118 deliveries. It's been really a captain's knock from Imla.
So Warwican will continue. I asked Joel, he said he knew of him. Have you ever seen Winston Reid bowl?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really
Still
got a
young
lot.
for that.
Really got a lot of wickets.
That's a
in
lovely
Barbados.
shot, a lovely sweep. And made a mess of it there on the boundary. And almost
50
the
to
ball into
Kevlin
the
Anderson.
boundary. Yeah, 50 runs
Beautiful knock by the young man.
from 77 balls.
What a knock
Yeah.
from this young man. Let's look at the replay here to see what happened.
Hope
I think
the fielder
McAllister,
there is not injured.
yes, Holder is going to check on him. So too is the physio, who's been around for some while, Jackie. 51 from 77 balls, 8 fours, a strike rate of 66.23. He's second first class half century. He's got 2 centuries to match this up. And straight away he's just looking for some gloves. And I'm sure Ravi from the cricket zone, the E4 link, will be very pleased with that knock from the young man. Like I said to you, Sean, he's shown an appetite that once he gets in, he's got hunger to bat for a very, very, very long time.
And the way he bats is pleasing to the eye, just like Imlak. They're those kind of elegant batsmen. They're not big hitters and sluggers. They're elegant batsmen, or batters as they know the law says.
Combined campuses and colleges keeping the Leeward Islands at bay, 228 for 7. So that in itself is an interesting game. In the women's game also, Windward Islands scored 233 for 9. Barbados are 128 for 4 of 30.2 overs. That's going to be a good game.
You said Jamaica got bowled out for a low score
70 against Guyana. Guyana won already.
Did Fluffiana Millington get any wickets in that game?
I'll come up to in a while and give you that information, Sean. 165 for 2. Just give me a couple of minutes to get that one going for you.
Yeah, because she is arguably one of the better off spinners in the region. It's only because of Anisa Prasad, who has the most wickets in, I think, T20 cricket or one-day internationals for the West Indies and the world, that is kept keeping her out. Warrington again.
Over at Sabina Park in Jamaica, the West Indies Academy, they are 237 for 4, 237 for 4. Callum Boyne Tuckett is on 20 not out, and Jordan Johnson is on 38. So that's a partnership that has been growing there at Sabina Park in Jamaica. Sean asked me a question, so let me just try and pull up that information for him very quickly.
Partnership growing here also in Antigua, as Warrington doesn't bowl. And a lot of chatter. It's gotten less as the batters have gotten more scores.
So
scoring shots.
Trinidad and Tobago have defeated the Leeward Islands by 4 wickets, so the Leewards go once again winless in that competition. Now Sean asked me what was happening with Jamaica and Guyana. Guyana won by 5 wickets under the Duckworth-Lewis method. Jamaica scored 72 all out in 27.1 overs, and I'll give you that stat in a little while, Sean, so that you can be able to get an idea and see who would have got the wickets.
Another over is completed. 70 overs have been completed. 69 overs, 165 for 2.
Who you said it was Millington?
Yeah.
Oh, she bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs, no wicket. She didn't get any wickets this time around.
Who got the
It
wickets
was
for Guyana?
Monasea, who picked up 3 for 11, Grimman 2 for 20, and Latchman 2 for 1.
Yeah, Latchman's a good young leg spinner. She reminds me of Afia Fletcher. Looks similar to her, Bo's leg spin.
In fact, Sean, I think that we will take a break. We certainly have been going for a while. Jason himself needs to walk around. So at the first hour's break after tea, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 165 for 2. We have seen the second half century by Kevlin Anderson, 51 of 81 deliveries. So welcome back after the first hour after the tea break. Some 21 overs remain in the day's play. Ghana Harpy Eagles, they're 165 for 2. 69 overs being bowled so far. And Joe reminded me this morning that there was no need to play holder because the off spinner, the Barbados captain, Craig Brathwaite, is going to bowl. Good afternoon, Joel. You know I had to get that one in. You know I had to get that one in, Joel.
Fair play, Vernon. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? They really need a Chronics right now, and maybe Craig Brathwaite could be the Chronics. Imla driving, misfield there from the Barbados captain, guilty of giving up a single. It's gone down to the emergency fielder holder who's come on for someone. Don't quite know yet. Is it McAllister? Yeah, it is. And he's trying to buy a wicket here, Joel.
Well, he does have test wickets in the bag, does Craig Brathwaite.
I know that was coming. Also, 166 for 2.
Oh, yes, Craig, yes, Craig.
Funny enough, we talked about Kevin Wickham with the bat, but Kevin Wickham has also been used with the ball for this Barbados Pride side. He's also picked up some important wickets for them throughout this first-class season. So missing him with both bat and ball here in round number 4.
Somebody says the smell of Land Cruiser because Imla likes to drive. It's just amazing of all the things that you hear. Driving down the ground for 4. Beautiful shot. It was almost like throwdowns. And Imla put it away nicely.
Great use of the feet by Tevin Imlach on that particular occasion. Mid-off in the circle, a lovely connection onto it. Really got to the pitch of it, did Imlach. The end of 70 overs is 171 for 2.
And indeed, the West Indies Test captain does have 29 Test wickets, as supported by Joel Manning, who has reminded me. The best bowling figures of 6 was Spittle, as they would say, 171 for 2.
That was a good time to have what we're going to consider to be the question of the day for those watching on the stream, presented by the West Indies Championships. And that question of the day is how would you rate the impact of Kevlon Anderson's innings today here on day 1? How would you rate the impact of Kevlon Anderson's innings here on day number 1? The question of the day, presented to you by the West Indies Championships.
A slip, a short leg, a short cover, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. And a field on the deep backward square, 3/4 of the way. Barbados trying to buy a wicket. Warrican trying to contain. Craig Brathwaite trying to sneak out something. There is a lovely on drive. McAllister won't go there. 4 more. So lovely shot. Beautiful balance by the young man. He stays low to the ball, especially when he's playing the spinners. And he just whipped that with his right hand, his bottom hand, all along the ground, found the gap. And McAllister maybe just come off from some treatment. All he had to do was just look at the ball, go downhill. And Doris is saying to him, if you can't manage it, don't force it. Go back into the pavilion and cool yourself out. McAllister is a warrior. He says, no, I'm not going off. They call Jomel Warrican Joe.
I don't know.
56 to Anderson.
You're a little wider now.
Keep going, Warren, keep going.
There's so many names. I wonder which is the right one.
Ball.
Keep going, Joe. Keep going, Worry. You know, Worry is a game in Antigua, right, Joe?
As well in Barbados also.
Okay, do you play?
No, I don't.
Oh, gosh. Joel the Otter does not play Worry.
Bowling, Joe. Bowling, Joe.
Worry spam. Worry spam. Hey, now forget that email address, boy. Worry spam at santa@hotmail.com.
I'm loving it. 175 for 2.
Bowling, Joe.
One thing for sure I can tell you is that once Jason Holt is on the field, he's going to bring some amusement. The partnership is 79. Can they break it? Make it 80.
Effort, Jay.
Over 71 completed. 176 for 2. Guyana Harpy Eagles. 71 overs bowled. Anderson 57 and Imla a patient 42.
Yeah, patient. A very important 42 from the captain. Once again, building on what the first two partnerships were able to do across the morning session. And then after lunch, this pair looking to take them down towards the close of play here at Coolidge. Starting to put themselves into a position they can certainly be happy with by the close of play.
So the close wing fielders have all gone, with the exception of the tall Jason Holder at slip. And a late cut pass holder down to the third man boundary. McAllister is after it. He won't get there. 4 more.
They say life is really an unfair game, and it's unfair at the moment for Jerry McAllister, having to do a lot of the running. But using the pace there on that occasion, Kevlon Anderson just pushing it through a little quicker was the skipper, Craig Brathwaite. And yeah, the unfortunate legs of McAllister had to run that one down in vain.
So Anderson is growing in confidence. Brathwaite from around the wicket. He just works it intelligently into the square leg area and gets a single.
It's really been an important innings from Kevlon Anderson, not just only from the runs perspective, but also from the time taken to get those runs perspective. And that's certainly not to cast any form of shadow onto the likes of Tevin Imlach, who's currently at 42 from 121 in the innings of Nandu Ortiz and Ryan Shandapal early in the day. But what this Anderson innings has done, they scamper a quick one. Direct hit, but home safely, says umpire Basarath. The good early call from this pair. Quite close, but in the end, appears to be the correct decision. But going back to the type of innings that Anderson has played is really injected some impetus into the innings. It's just applied that bit more pressure onto this Barbados Pride side. Fantastic. This is what he's been all day, and he continues in fine form, does Kevlon Anderson.
Poor delivery by the Barbados captain and cracked away decently, as you would say, because sometimes you can get a bad delivery and you don't put it away. But it was well put away. He got back and across, didn't try to overhit it, just found the gap. And again, our good friend, McAllister, had to run. He's having a torrid time. Anderson has so far hit 11 boundaries. And we have as Ambassador was saying to Craig, that you entered into the danger area. He wasn't quite sure that he did, but he apologized. Over completed.
Over.
2 overs has cost the Barbados captain some 16 runs, and this is the 7th bowler for the day.
Yeah, using quite a bit there, skipper Craig Rather. That's simply because no one has been able to truly challenge the Guyana Harpy Eagles batters to date. Yes, they've bowled some what you would consider to be good deliveries, but by and large, the day has belonged to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. You just wonder, had there not been that mix-up with Nandu, whether or not they could have reached this position without loss. Probably not 186 given the pace at which Nandu and Shandapal bat at, but certainly weren't troubled out there when they were at the crease.
Love your lines, Joe. Love them lines, Joe.
186 for 2. Imran 43. He's got 3 half centuries and a century. He's been looking for his 4th. Picks up his 44th run. Goes down to the seasoned campaigner, the veteran, the legend. By the time he retires, Kemar Roach. It's going through his stats. Joel has not scored a half century at Test cricket, but has got 3 first-class half centuries.
Love that. Love that, Joe.
So before he retires from his Test career, something that he certainly would want to work on by getting at 50 at the Test level. His highest is 41. Warrican, he wants some wickets. He's always in the wickets.
None, shy guy.
He's got so much time, Kevlin Anderson. And one of the things which I've seen today, that's why I would have loved to see a Sham Holder here. The ball has really not even turned today that much. It's been a good cricket wicket. It's been painstaking at times, but you got to understand the context of the game. The partnership is 91 from 161 deliveries. And these two don't plan to give their hit away.
Morning, Joe. And then business serious, Joe. 6, Joe.
So, over completed. 73 overs bowled, Joel. What's the plan?
I think that certainly is the question at the moment for the Barbados Pride side. Who can they turn to just give them a breakthrough, to see somebody new before the end of play? Skipper Craig Brathwaite will continue with ball in hand, but the deeper we get into today's session, yeah, certainly there are a few who will be asking a similar question to you in terms of whether or not Shem Holder could have had an impact here today, because you did mention, okay, we've not seen the ball turn so far, but Jamel Warrican is not necessarily the biggest turner of the ball either, so you just wonder whether or not Shem Holder would have been able to extract something out of this surface. We've seen Cornwall do it several times as the off spinner. Last season we saw Shem Holder do it as well, picked up a few wickets here at Coolidge, and you just wonder if maybe today could have been a day for him. However, we will not have that question answered. So once again, who do Barbados turn to pick up that wicket?
Bearing in mind that Holder and Kemar Roach are just playing their first game for the season, you would have to take into consideration the workload and how do you manage them. He's trying to buy a wicket. His ball is bowled into a leg side field. He's got a long on, a mid wicket, 2 short mid ons, and a square leg. He's got protection on the offside as well. He's got a slip, a cover, mid off, and a field on the wide offside sweeping. So what he's automatically saying to Tevin Imla, you make something happen. Imla is coming down the track, and when he gets there, he drives it and just plays it quietly on the offside. Umpires for the game, Azim Bassarat and Carl Tuckett. Standby is also Donald Shekels, making his debut today as a standby umpire from Antigua and Barbados. School teacher, former cricketer. It's good news for the young man. So they get 1 run. So not a bad over so far, Joel. Poor line delivery. And Joel just shook his head to say, Mr. Springer, I know this was coming. That's what you wanted to say to me, right, Joel, when you looked across, right?
Not at all. I was going to say, well, I guess not so good an over in the end. But yeah, just straying down the leg side and at this stage of the day, meat and drink, as they would say, and just helped around the corner. And that certainly has been the story of the day for Barbados Pride in terms of how things have gone for them with the ball. And that's also been the story for Guyana Harpy Eagles, whereby they've capitalized on the opportunities. And since batting through what would have been the more difficult period, have also imposed themselves onto Barbados Pride ever so slightly, and because of that have been rewarded.
So Anderson goes to 70. Tevin Imla approaching his 3rd half century. He's 45, but he's really batted with a sense of responsibility. He's put his head down, and in the context has allowed Anderson to really come in and express himself. He's played a captain's knock here, Tevin Imla.
Yeah, he certainly has, and that is what the innings of Nandu would have done, and that's what the innings of Taste Right Shandapal would have done.
Short leg comes back into the conversation, and Imla is driving. McAllister comes across. Big effort there from the young man at mid-on. He's a hard trier. I like him. I like his attitude. I want us to get a system, Joel, where when we identify talent, we need to get a fast bowling factory and really get some of these guys in it. O'Shane Thomas, McAllister, Dawes, Louis, Seals, Anderson, Phillip. We need to have a production line. Get them into a mentorship program. Working on the money. 1 for 22. He's into his 13th over. The partnership is 96 and growing from 173 deliveries. Dorish is asking for more support. So the end of the over. 75 overs bowled, extras 9, 192 for 2. Kevlin Anderson is on 70 with 12 boundaries. Imla is on 45 with 5 boundaries so far. Some 25 boundaries hit in the innings to date. The ICC Cricket World Cup, the biggest T20 event in the Caribbean and the United States of America. 3 venues used in the United States. New York, the big game on June 9th. We'll see India versus Pakistan in New York. New York will be hosting close to about 8 games during that period. Total of 55 matches played. The final at Kensington Oval, semi-final in Guyana, semi-final in Trinidad and Tobago. Super 8 matches. 4 here in Antigua and Barbuda. So fans will cross the region in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Barbados, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago and company. But one of the things that I would like to see by the time the World Cup is finished is having some of our legends. I would like to see the Providence Stadium being named after Sir Clive Lloyd. I think that would really send a statement to the world based on what Sir Clive would have done for this game. He served in every capacity. As a player, as a captain, match referee, selector, manager. Driving straight is Anderson. No tip at all there from Raymond Reefer. I'd like to see also in St. Vincent, Arnos Vale be named after Winston Davis. One of the outstanding fast bowlers for the West Indies, who got an unfortunate accident. Fell out of a tree. We can get some legacies going. I wouldn't test my luck, Joel, and say that I would want Kensington Oval to be named after Sir Garfield Sobers.
I was actually waiting until you got to the Kensington Oval factor to wonder, the attempt to rename.
Yes, I'm going there. I'm not backing down. And a Queen's Park Oval after B.C. Lara. I'm saying that's the legacy for our World Cup. We gotta reward our heroes or personnels who have been on the world stage and dominated. Doesn't matter.
But so now my question on the back of that, and I can just take us away from the current cricket that's on our screen, and just wonder if we're then going to have a Brian Lara Oval and a Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Anybody who has a world record, 2 world records, got to be a super cricketer, human being. Not 1, but 2. So he can get anything. 192 for 2. But really, in fairness, Joel, Sir Clive really stands out in Guyana. It's a conversation. I know Barbados has richly produced some outstanding cricketers. I know there will be some pushback in Trinidad and Tobago because someone has already nudged me and says, well, you got a Brian Lara Stadium already there, but I'm just saying Queen's Park Oval, you can move away. You can put a name. He deserves it. Who would bet against that? I don't know. Pushed. Can't beat the cover fielder. I think when you look at what has been done, Joel, let's say in St. Lucia, where you would have had, and I know it's a different denomination, different culture. You got the Darren Sammy National Cricket Stadium. You can move around. You got the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, National Hero of Antigua and Barbuda. I think names and the history and what they would have done is how you would evaluate that. Stare down, the backward point can't score, so Reefer starts with a maiden. 76 overs bowled and the score remains on 192 from 6. The partnership is 96 from 180 deliveries.
Been able to string together 1 or 2 maiden overs here. The Barbados Pride. You just wonder if maybe they're able to continue in that fashion, let's say for another 2 or another 3 overs, whether or not they might be able to produce a fault shot from either Anderson or Imlat, especially given how easy the runs have come for them in recent times. Anderson more so than Imlak.
We'll take it into context of a cricket game, Joel, especially in the Caribbean or all around the world. You tend to lose wickets before or after a break. These two have done a remarkable job so far, so it means that their thought process and their mind has to be on the game. There's 14 overs to go, and as you just rightly put it, it would be nice if Barbados can create an opportunity. Which opportunity? We don't know yet, but Anderson and Imla, they got to keep them out.
Brand new cherry. Fresh cherry? Nah, I think 6 in. 4 in. Huh? 4 in. After 4 overs? After 6 after.
192 for 2. Warrican continues.
So you can swipe at Joey.
Imla, 45. He's in strike.
Joe.
Comes quietly forward. The partnership is 96 from 181 deliveries.
Oh.
Here is Imla sweeping. Won't get his half century, will he? He does. 50 to the Guyana captain. That's a beautiful knock by him. It includes 6 boundaries. The score goes up to 196 for 2. And Warrican scratches his head because he know he went offline, overcompensated. And Imla didn't try to overhit it. He just paddled it. And what a captain's knock from Imla. The partnership is 100 from 182 deliveries. And I did say half strength is 49. Sorry, I'm trying to get so excited to get there before him. He's 49. Ruffling the Barbados team. There are more changes taking place. But he's really batted well.
Yeah, he certainly has batted very well, has the captain, Tevin Imlach.
I think they're trying to frustrate him as well too, Joel. Make him wait for it.
Oh, Jojo.
That's easy. That's easy for him. I would just like to see Warrican just flight it. Just try something. I know he's not that kind of bowler, but sometimes you have to change your variations, your line. It's comfortable. 50 to the Guyana Happy Eagles captain. He takes his time. What a knock. 139 balls with 6 boundaries. Strike rate of 35.97. Tevin Imla picking up a lovely half century. Timely at this time. His 4th of his first class career. And this is just only his 19th first class game.
Yeah, it certainly has been a very commanding innings from him. It's taken him some time, but time is what he required at the crease. Did the captain, Tevin Imlach. 50 from 139 deliveries, and he's contributed to the ability for the Harpy Eagles to be in the position that they're currently in.
Poor delivery by Warrican and whipped away into the vacant mid-wicket boundary. The 27th boundary of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and Anderson goes to 74.
Yeah, full toss to Anderson, and in the form that he's been in today, he will accept that into what is a very vacant mid-wicket region. Brings us to the end of 77 overs.
A quiet Barbados team. All the chirping seem to have gone away. 200 comes up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 201 for 2.
Oh, it's been a long, hard, hot day in the sun for the Barbados Pride side after winning the toss and electing to bowl first. The day certainly has not gone how they expected or even could have possibly predicted.
So good afternoon to the folks in Bermuda. We're glued to the televisions. Nothing happening. Imla starts again. He's eyeing a big one here. He knows how important this knock is. After the loss of Tej Chandapal and Machu Nandu in a mix-up, lack of communication, and then more or less a brain freeze by Chandapal. These two have certainly consolidated and come up with 104 wicket partnership to show the grind and to really show the mettle of what first class cricket is about. It's a long time I haven't seen a score 201 for 2. But normally you see a 201 for 2 and a team get bowled out for 270, 250, 230. But it's cricket, and cricket is life. Feet moving, confidence growing. Imla back and across. No challenge here at all from a Raymond Reefer. past couple of days, we've seen a number of players play their 100th Test match. Kane Wilmerson, Ravi Ashwin, so many players. David Bairstow. 100 Test matches is a lot of Test matches. Sauti. I was just looking at I was writing 100 and saying 100. Wow. That's a lot of cricket. Oh yes. In time to come. As Crazy would say, Joel Manning would certainly play 100 Test matches. Back and across and defending nicely. In time to come, Joel Manning will write another book.
I'm not even too sure about that. One delivery left. This Raymond Reefer over.
This is what commentary is about. It's about having fun, and at the same time for the listeners and the viewers, for them to be able to, to ease their stress, ease their mind. Stands up straight and spanks that out to the wide, deep point. Gets a single. Joel Manning decided that he will take a break. In will come Sean Devers. 13 overs to go. It's a long day. 78 overs bowled. 202 for 2. And Barbados, they're up against it here. Sean gets himself organized. 74 to Anderson, 51 to Imla.
Yeah, this has been a real fantastic partnership between the Guyanese batters. 100 partnership after they started with a 50 partnership. Their first for the season between the two openers, Nandu and Chandra Paul. And that built the foundation for what's happening now. Barbados beginning to look very frustrated indeed. The bowling have been far from penetrative. Only 2 wickets have been taken so far for the day. And both of those wickets, as we keep saying, were not the work of the bowlers. One was a full toss, hit straight down towards mid-on by Chandra Paul, give his wicket away. And the other one was an embarrassing run out when both batters ended up in the same crease, and Nandu had to run back towards the striker's end after playing on drive, which was his call, and Chandra Paul said no. But that's all the success has been so far for the day for the Barbados side, who won the toss and invited Guyana to bat. And I heard you talking about Clive Lloyd and the naming of the stadium. Well, I've spoken to 3 governments, and 4 different sports ministers on that topic of naming the Guyana Stadium after cricketers, outstanding cricketers, instead of colors. That guy from Australia that played for Guyana, Chris Green, he was joking with me when I said that I saw him at the Pegasus, and I said I was talking about naming of the stands. And he said, I've just come and they name a stand for me, the Green Stand. Of course, Clive Lloyd, well deserved. He won 11 Test matches in a row. He was the captain until that record was broken later by Australia. 202 for the loss of 2. The partnership continues to grow. 79 overs. Imlak on 51. 74 to Anderson. Real fine work here by the Guyanese. All that's needed now is for them to bat out the day and come back tomorrow to get hundreds.
102 for 2. The current run rate has certainly stepped up. It's now gone to 2.56. Maiden over in the last, Raymond Reefer's last over was a maiden. And now he'll start again from the media center, and he'll look at the compose Kevlin Anderson. Anderson driving, didn't get right out to the pitch of it. Sort of caught on the inside part of the bat. I want to say good afternoon to the folks who are viewing all around. Barbados women, 156 for 7, so it looks like the Windward Islands will win that game in 42.1 overs. Combined campuses and colleges, 273 for 8, so the Leewards have not been able to penetrate and to go past there. They still got another 9 overs in that game. We'll find out what's happening at Sabina Park in Jamaica. Just for the folks who are viewing and can't get around to all of the games, we will certainly provide the information for you. The Windward Islands and Volcanoes, the Windward Islands 191 all out. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 57 without loss. They're making a statement.
Refer balls again, and a defensive shot this time played by Kevlin Anderson. He remains on 74.
West Indies Academy 270 for 6. Jordan Johnson is on 55 not out. Callum Boyne Tuckett scored 24. Naim Young is not having a good season so far. He scored not. Joshua Bishop, who is on 9 not out. So that's a good contest taking place there at Sabina Park in Jamaica.
Refer again balls, and that's hit a little uppishly, but well in front of the man at deep square cover. And Anderson gets his 74th run. 51 to Imlak, who's back in strike. Good rotation of the strike. This has been an excellent partnership in every sense of the word, because they've rotated the strike well, they've run well, they've picked the gaps, and both of them have scored at a decent pace. Imlak has been the supporter, while Anderson has been the aggressor. Good delivery, an appeal, more enthusiasm than anything else.
Combined campuses and colleges. They're fighting away in their all-important game. 273 for 9. Daniel Durham coming on and picking up 2 important quick wickets. So the Leewards maybe might be batting before the close of play tonight. All eyes will be on Mikael Louis and Kiran Powell. Justin Graves also in the conversation. Here is a drive to cover.
Great shot, glorious shot. And that's going to go all the way and into the boundary for 4.
No, I don't think so. Looks like he saved it.
Well, let's see the replay. That would be an excellent save if he saved it.
The only thing is that we don't have DRS here. But 360 has certainly provided it for us. I think he's done a good job. No,
it's 4 runs.
It is 4.
So he ends the over with a lovely boundary. He goes now to 70.
The umpire didn't signal, Sean.
Umpire didn't signal?
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Oh, well, it was a boundary, but the umpire just didn't see.
Yeah.
Well, you don't expect the umpire to see. You would expect the fielder to say it was a boundary. But in circumstances like this, leave it up to the umpire. They say the umpire decision is final.
Certainly is.
Yeah, so just the 2 runs, so 206 now for 2. As Warrington starts from the far end. And forward is Imlak. Again, the ring of fielders under the bat. The solitary slips in the mid-off. The keeper and the forward short leg all chattering. You can hear them in our outside effects microphones, the stump mic. Want to say good afternoon to Valerie and Becky and Leon and his wife Juliet, all in Antigua, my Antigua friends. Good delivery again to everybody in Guyana. We have the stands at Jamaica, the bowling end, Holding and Walsh. We have the stands at Barbados. I think it's Marshall and somebody else. In Guyana, we have Lance Gibbs and Colin Croft. Who would dispute those two bowling ends?
That's of Richards. You have Sir Kirtley
Yeah.
and Dr. Sandy Roberts.
Yeah. So in Guyana, there's no better successful bowlers than Lance Gibbs, 309 wickets, the first bowler to get 300 wickets. And of course, Colin Croft got 125 wickets.
Jerry, last thing is a man go first ball, boy.
Again, the chattering. Here is Warcon. And forward comes. Guyana's produced a lot of outstanding batsmen as the 81st over comes to an end. 206 for 2 with the two batters not out. On 54 is Imlak. 75 is Anderson. Guyana has produced a lot of outstanding batters. They've produced Kanai, Butcher, Solomon, Kalicharan, Roy Fredericks, Clayton Lambert, and of course, in the modern generation, apart from, yes, they produced Leonard Bacon too. He played Test cricket, one Test match and scored a century and got dropped. And Narsingh Deen Ryan Chattagoon, she's fooded in,
Hooper
Sarwan.
You could go as far back as even forward Bacchus.
Yeah, forward Bacchus, Clive Lloyd.
Clayton Lambert has to be
Clayton Lambert
has to be in that conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did call Kalitran, Roy Fredericks, Roy Fredericks. There's so many outstanding players. But I think Lloyd separates himself as a human being.
And as a leader. Lloyd was an excellent leader. I remember they had a honoring for the 1983 team that won the first ever double in Caribbean cricket. Lloyd was the captain, Bacchus was there in that team, and they only had 4 people who would go on to play Test cricket: Bacchus, Butts, Lloyd, and somebody else. And they said the team didn't have stars. They had a team like a family, and everybody contributed at critical reasons, and that was all because they played like a family for Clive Lloyd. So Clive Lloyd, he was knighted in 2002 by the Queen. So he's now officially Sir Clive Lloyd. And I don't know why both governments are reluctant to name the stadium, name people on the stadium, name the names of outstanding cricketers on the stadium in Guyana. But it is what it is. Here.
I think when you look at Sir Clive's contribution to the landscape of not only sport in Guyana, but in politics, he served, like I said, in every aspect of West Indies cricket and even on the world stage. ICC match referee. He's in the ICC Hall of Fame. I mean, the record is wide, and you can't tell me that, you know, we want to underscore that. Dropped!
Oh my dear, how would they pay for that? Or would they not pay for that?
Dropped!
Outside the line of the off stump, he reached for it, the edge found the catch, not taken by Dowridge, and Reefer must be feeling very displeased. So Reefer has tried all day, and now the edge has been found, the catch not taken. Would Anderson make them pay? This one is bang on target and off the middle of the bat. The bat is broad as the side screen behind him. And Reefer can't believe that he's still there.
You getting the cup? One thing walking.
Reefer is really frustrated as he goes back to his mark. You can
But I
see
think
some choice words coming through the microphones.
But I think it's mind games also.
Yeah.
He originally, before Anderson, he sort of steered Anderson for a while, had a few words to him. Anderson has got to dig deep in concentration now to keep him out. He's whipping that.
That's gone. That's maybe the
1 bounce for 4.
2 bounces for 4.
I think he made his mind up
Yeah.
that he was going to go after Anderson. He's saying, take that.
When you rile up someone like Brian Lara, that's the worst thing to do because he gets under your skin and gets a big score, usually a double century or so. There are some people that are timid and you can rile them up and intimidate them. There are some people when you rile them up, you inspire them and influence them, motivate them. Anderson is hitting this one again. That's 4 more. Consecutive boundary. That was even better than the 4 shot. And Anderson races now into the 80s. He's gone now to 83. And the over comes to an end. It's 200 and... let's wait on the scoreboard. 210 for the loss of 2 wickets. Guyana large and in charge.
It should be 214, Sean. 214 for 2.
214 for 2. 83 is Anderson. 54 is the captain, Imlak. He's played a magnificent supporting role. And Guyana large and in charge in Antigua's backyard. No home game for Guyana this year because of the World Cup preparations. No home game for Barbados because of the World Cup preparations. So they've had to play away from home because the World Cup is very important to the West Indies people. And the grounds needed to be up to the standard. So only a couple of grounds, Jamaica, Antigua, St. Kitts, and Trinidad and Tobago have been used for this tournament.
I think the new ball is being taken, Sean, or will be taken in a while. It was called for.
That's the last-ditch effort.
It has been taken. So the new ball taken at the end of over number 82.
So in a last-ditch effort, can they make an impact with the new ball?
8 overs to go in the day's play.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be an exciting 8 overs.
Can Anderson get to his 100, or can he be dismissed?
I'm not worried too much about him getting to the 100. I'm worrying that these two remain there until the end of the day's play.
But Barbados won't be thinking like that. They'd want to see the back of both of them before the close of play. Roach, the most experienced bowler in Barbados side, comes in and bowls to... that's a very, very good single. Put the pressure on the arm of the man running in from short mid-on. He didn't even bother to return the ball to the bowler or the keeper because he knew they were always going to be in. Soon as Imlak tucked that ball, nice off hands, called Anderson for the single. Great communication, great running, good cricket.
I think Imlak just has to remind Anderson to remain focused. Don't get carried away. He's on 83, eyeing another first-class 100, and it will be a big one against Barbados. He's backing across and whipping that into the short mid-wicket area. Jason Holder is off the field.
Well, these two teams go way back. In fact, the first-class match in the West Indies in 1865, Barbados played then Demerara, then British Guyana, now Guyana, at the parade ground. That's a ground opposite the Botanical Gardens, the Promenade Gardens in Middle Street, and that was the first-class match. And then September of that year, they played a rematch in the Garrison Savannah, where they do horse racing now. So the Garrison Savannah was the first-class venue in Barbados, and the parade ground was the first-class venue in Guyana. That was way back in 1865, and they've had so many long and tough battles since then, these two teams. Back in the Shell Shield days when Barbados played Guyana, it was like a test match with all the fast bowlers from Barbados, the spinners and batters from Guyana, and the big crowds. That's what I miss most as a youngster growing up. The ambience, the atmosphere, the crowds. It's so hard now when you come and you see nobody watching the cricket. And that's because of several factors. One including the quality of the cricket. Here's a ball that's back of a length, and Anderson goes back and plays it into the onside, offside, and there is no run. But gone are the days when you used to get people in the trees at border, and maybe in Trinidad also. The people in the trees. Here is Roach. And Anderson flicks it away. That's a glorious shot. Gone through backward square and raced like a rocket to the boundary. So Anderson is getting closer and closer to his third 500 in first class cricket. He's now gone to, the total now is 219. Anderson has gone to 87.
So over at Sabina Park in Jamaica, the West Indies Academy at 281 for 6 of 75.2 overs. And at the Queen's Park Oval, the Windward Islands were bowled out for 191 in 53 overs. Trinidad and Tobago, they are 70 without loss. The combined campuses, 273 all out. Daniel Durham, 4 for 37. Jeremiah Louis, 3 for 54. And the captain, Rakim Jimbo Cornwall, 3 for 86. Here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Guyana Happy Eagles, 219 for 2, 83 overs. The second new ball taken. Jason Hole has just come back out, and so he will bowl the second new ball. Imla will face on 55, and Kevlin Anderson is on 87 not out. Can Holder from the media center end produce something spectacular before the close of play?
Holder down the leg side, forced delivery with the second new ball, and there's no run. So I might have my wish in this match that at least two batters get hundreds. The Barbadians wouldn't want that at all. They'd want to dismiss both batsmen before they reach the three-figure mark.
Still a lot of batting to come for the Guyana team. You got somebody like Moti would have scored a first-class 100. Sinclair also scored a first-class 100.
In this tournament.
Yeah,
165 not out. Oh dear. That's the wicket that Holder needed. Short delivery,
tired
and a tired-looking hook by
from Tevin Imlach.
Tevin Imlach, caught behind, taken by the keeper.
And he was offline.
Yeah, a short lifting delivery, no venom in it, and he just switched at it, playing a lame, tired-looking hook, and he's gone. So that's what I was saying, that they don't convert 50s into hundreds. That's the problem with the batters. Most of the batters in the Caribbean, they don't when they get well set, they just throw their wickets away with not great balls, but with ordinary balls, just get out.
Well, that's the name of cricket, and that's what happens. Some people make a big effort. I think we have to give Tevin Imla a big round of applause. It was really
fantastic partnership.
But I think he was cramping, and that shot sort of showed.
And he's very annoyed with himself.
Well,
he loves batting.
He lapsed, really, more or less. Just caught the glove, not really the bat, and maybe that didn't get in position as quickly as he would have liked. Sort of tame dismissal in the end, but the partnership broken with the second new ball, the wicket of the captain of Guyana Happy Eagles, and in comes Kamal Savory, 219 for 3. And Ghana going to have to be very, 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 very careful that they don't allow Barbados to pick up some wickets here just before close of play, after putting in all of the hard work.
The Barbadians and their fans would know that one wicket brings two, and so they would hope that that happens this afternoon. And if Barbados can get at least another couple of wickets, they can end the day even Stevens in this match.
Could have been 219 for 4 because Kevlin Anderson was dropped by Shane Darwish off reefer for 75. So, things we've seen, stranger things have happened. The slip cordon being strengthened, 3 slips now in the gully.
So Holder comes back. They have picked up a wicket in every session. The one in the first session, the one in the second session, and now Holder in the dying stages of this game, picking up a wicket in his first game against Guyana in 4 years. That's a long time to not play against Guyana. Roach not playing in regional cricket for 4 years. Holder bowls, and that's tucked into the onside there by Savory. And there is no run. Savory yet to score. And Anderson still there. But we'll see Anderson shot selection and so on change because of the demise of Imlach. He knows that it's close of play. He was looking for shots, and now he will be more circumspect, more careful, more cautious.
I could tell you that if an opportunity comes to score,
if a bad ball comes, he'll hit it for 4.
Anderson is going to score.
Oh my dear, that's a good delivery. Came back, kept a little bit low.
But squared him up as well,
Yeah.
Sean. I think that you have to be mindful of that. Look at his movement. It turned him right around, hit the seam,
Yeah.
squared him up.
Luckily for him, it didn't carry to the slips.
Yeah, but he's got to make his mind up because he was neither forward nor back. He was caught on the crease. And Jason Holder can get the ball to nick back and nick across you, especially to the left-hander. It's coming on the left-hander's blind side, which means that he just has to slightly open his stance. Didn't know anything about that.
Excellent delivery. Excellent over from Jason Holder. And the old veteran is at his best here with the second new ball. So the over is completed. It's 219 for 3. Guyana put into bat. Kemar Roach, none for 25 from 17 overs. Excellent bowling by Kemar Roach. And he will want to get his name in the wickets column.
West Indies Academy 282 for 7 in over number 78 against the Jamaica Scorpion. That game is being played at Sabina Park in Jamaica. And at the Queen's Park Oval, Trinidad and Tobago are large and in control over the Windward Island Volcanoes, 75 without loss after the Windward Islands were bowled over.
Oh, that went right through Kelvin Anderson. It came back, and how did that not hit the off stump? Well, we'll never know. Look at that. It came back just past between the button pad and the off stump and went by to be taken by Dowridge. That is a period now when you start to lose your concentration. Runs are not important. Staying there is important. There are very few overs left in the day. And that's back and across. Plays it back towards Roach, and there's no run. Roach, none for 25, including a boundary hit off him from 17. This is his 18th over. Excellent bowling figures. Very frugal, very economical Kemar Roach. 270 wickets at the test level. One of the leading West Indies fast bowlers. Here is Roach, bowls, and that's played into the offside, and there is no run. So Courtney Walsh, the only West Indian to reach 500 test wickets, and of course Courtney Ambrose, 400, over 400, and Roach is among those 5 leading West Indian fast bowlers. He's got 270. That's a lot of wickets to get. He's played 162 first-class games. He's taken 500, and he's disappointed there.
I think he was hit outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah.
Let's see that again, Jason. And in fact, he's batting off stump as well, too. Roach think that he did enough. He was pitched outside the line of the off stump. He had a big stride. He got out. Pretty close. Might have been going down because Dorish left foot was sort of angling.
And you always know the indication of the keeper where he is, where the ball is going to end up. Most times.
Roach is a little disappointed.
Yes, looking for his 524th first-class wicket, including the 270 he got in Test cricket. It's been a phenomenal career. He's 35. I'm sure he would go to England, and that was, oh my dear, that's cutting him in half. Excellent delivery.
Yeah, he's making the ball talk here.
Yeah.
Come on, Roach.
And he's bowling to the set batsman, the set batter.
I turned him right around, but it was just good enough. Touching down around the line of the fifth stump line, because Anderson was covering. In fact, he's now batting more or less on off stump, as you can see.
So 3 slips standing there in the slip cordon, waiting for the outside edge to be found. And this is gone. Caught at second slip. Brilliant catch there, straight to him, and Anderson is gone. So both of the Guyana batsmen with centuries in sight are gone without scoring their centuries. Anderson has gone for how many runs he made? 219.
Caught by McCaskey.
Yeah.
Zachary McCaskey
Caught
taking
by
it.
McCaskey for 87 from 128 balls. Fantastic knock. Again comes to an end without him converting into 100. So Barbados now with their tails up, and if they get another wicket before they close, the game would be very even.
So 219 for 4. Second new ball turning on the trick here. Carl Tuckett, Kamar Roach is still trying to challenge Carl Tuckett on that decision. And you have to understand the umpires are in control. Some days you get some days you don't get some. That's how the cookie crumbles. End of the over. And Roach finally, after 18 overs, gets his first wicket, 1 for 25. So he's bowled 18 overs, 8 maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket.
And now 2 new batters have come to the crease, both yet to score. But Guyana still got batting because the man coming out is Sinclair. Recently in this tournament, got a big 165 not out. In the same game, he got 6 wickets.
It's a different situation now.
Yeah.
It's almost on close to the end of day 1 and the second new ball.
And this is a bad shot, looking to flirt with danger there. Just swishing at it, didn't move across. And it went by to be taken by Dowridge, who's been responsible for getting the catches to dismiss Imlach. And then the second slip dismissed Anderson off Roach. So both wickets falling at 219 without any runs being added.
Savory will be advised to more or less look up the V. He's more trying to go square and on track of this nature. With some 5 overs to go, you want to be as tight as possible.
I want to say good afternoon to Director of Sport in Guyana, Stephen Inval. He's also the president of the Guyana Amateur Boxing Board. Thank the National Sports Commission on behalf of the Guyana government for helping me to get here. And of course, Dave West Indian Imports, Dave Narain. So good evening to you guys. The Guyana flag, the Antigua and Barbuda flag, the Barbados flag, the West Indies Cricket Board flag being stretched out in the distance. Still bright, still the blue skies, still the sunshine. Can Barbados pick another pepper? Here is a ball that's down the leg side, little bit of bunks, very close to the gloves of Savory as he looked to turn it into the onside. And there is no run. So Jewel, with a smile as broad as the widest point on the Essequibo River, which is 29 miles in Guyana, comes into the commentary position as Barbados clipping 2 wickets, the big fishes, with no run added. 219 for 3. 219 for 4. Good afternoon to you, Joel.
Good afternoon. I want to say I was smiling. I'm quite neutral in this contest. But yeah, certainly picking up 2 quick wickets there. Barbados Pride, the impact of that new ball. And funny enough, 4 overs before it was due, you heard Shane Dowrich making the point that, yeah, that new ball will have an impact. And it's done just that.
So, Holder, the 6-footer, former Commermere school student. Yes, and he bowls again, and that's delivery pitched on the leg stump and played into the onside. So a wicket for him and a wicket for Roach makes Guyana now from 219 for 2 to 219 for 4. Sinclair yet to score, Savory yet to score, and the last thing Guyana would want is to lose another wicket. That's what Barbados would be hoping for, to get another wicket as the sun comes back in all its glory. So there's no issue with bad light stopping play.
Well, there shouldn't be. But in fact, yeah, quite a few Commermerians out there. But Jason Holder, in fact, attended the St. Michael's School in Barbados.
And Roach, which school did he attend?
He attended the Alexandra Secondary School.
So none of the 2 leading fast bowlers from Commermere, and this is played into the offside. A defensive shot, looking to fend it away, and gets a single. So he's off the mark. Savory. Kevin Sinclair, no, Savory is not off the mark. Yeah, Savory's off the mark with that shot. Savory's or not? So Sinclair got 2 there? Got 2. Yes, so he got 2. I thought they got 1. Here is Roach, and that's outside the line of the off stump. No shot played by the keeper. No shot played by the batter. It went through to the keeper. Last lap is always tiring, mentally draining.
Just dragging themselves back into this encounter of Barbados Pride and looking to somewhat balance the scales, so to speak, because as we know, it's definitely a surface that a lot of runs are in, especially on that day 2, especially on that day 3, and want to put themselves in a position to have a manageable target in terms of first innings runs of Barbados Pride.
So Sinclair gets his 3rd run, whips this one off the pads into the onside. And he goes now to 3. And Savory will be back in strike as umpire Bassarat goes across to what would be square leg for Savory. 224. 222 for the loss of 4 wickets. 2 wickets falling at 219. Anderson and Imlach. Holder breaking the partnership with the first over with the second new ball, and then Roach the very next over picking up the wicket of Anderson caught at slip. Roach is in, and this is punched away. That's a lovely shot by Savory, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4. Well, you have no problem with the attacking field, and they're looking for wickets now. Pressing on, and Savory just beat the man slightly to his left at mid-off, short mid-off, and that's the part of the boundary that goes down the hill, and it's very fast. So the boundary takes Savory off the mark. He's on 4, 226 for 4.
Yeah, the ball certainly will come off the bat a lot better, this new ball.
Yes, it's harder, and it's going to reach the boundary quicker. Or it can reach the keeper off the edge just as quick.
Yeah, certainly won't be discouraged with that type of shot with Kemar Roach, because even though it went to the boundary, it wasn't necessarily in full control of it. It was quite uppish still at the end of it. Kind of still reached out in front of the body to try to make that type of connection. So a similar length, maybe rather just pull the length back a touch. A similar line, however, though, you could definitely maybe see that ball going into that slip cord. And 3 slips in waiting.
3 slips, no gully. The gully's been pushed back to backward point, and a big ambitious shot there on the front foot, driving it towards the mid-off position. The captain is there, and he will be relieved. He's all day he's been fighting, and now he's gotten 2 wickets in the last session. In the first session he got 1. In the second session he got 1. And this has been the most productive session in terms of wickets for Barbados. 226 for 4.
Yeah, certainly has been a productive one for them. And just looking back at that last delivery as well there for Savory, once again going hard at it and quite uppish again. So certainly will be encouraged, this Barbados Pride side, if he continues to play like that, especially in the latter stages as we head towards what will be the close of play here today. If they could take one more Barbados Pride, you would have to say honours even at the end of day number 1.
Good delivery again from Holder, just back of a length. Played into the offside. Match played before a spattering of spectators, if you can call it that. Those persons that Vernon told me were locals, they're all gone. Today, a working day here in Antigua. So we hope maybe if the match goes to Saturday, we can see a reasonable crowd. This one is punched away out towards the mid-off, pushed his right to do the fielding. And the batsmen come back for how much runs they got on that for that shot? 2. So Sinclair is on 5. He is in strike. Holder. Bows to Sinclair. Sinclair with a century on his belt in this tournament. Plays it back towards the towering fast bowler.
Yeah, seems to have a bit of a nickel there, Jason Holder. Hopefully nothing too serious after just delivering that ball. Had a bit of a hobble. Then started to stretch that right knee out a bit.
It's been a long day for the Barbados side. They fielded all day after winning the toss and putting Guyana into bat. And that's a beautiful ball. That's a picture of a delivery, pitched and left. And comprehensively beaten was Sinclair as the ball goes into the gloves of Dowrich.
Yeah, ideal line, ideal length from Jason Holder. A bit of a pat down there from Sinclair, but to be honest, not much he could have done there other than possibly edge that particular delivery from Jason Holder.
Well, I wouldn't mind if batters out with balls like that, but I really am disappointed when batters just throw away their wickets to innocuous deliveries. That's a good delivery also. It came back and jabbed it out of the inner half of the bat down to mid-on. So this is a great spell here towards the closing session of the first day of this 4-day West Indies cricket encounter. Barbados on 3rd in the points position. Guyana on 6th. Guyana the defending champions. Barbados winning the title for the 2 years previous to that. And Guyana winning 5 years in a row previous to the 2 years that Barbados won. So the overs completed. At the end of it, it's 228 for 4.
Raymond Reefer just asking umpire Basarab how many overs are left in the day's play, to which he put up his 2 fingers and said 2. Raymond, 88 overs have been bowled here at Coolidge as the sun begins to set here in beautiful Antigua.
2 overs to survive these 2 batters, but Barbados would want to see the back of either one of them, preferably both, before the day is out, before stumps are drawn for the day. Short delivery, and Good testing delivery, a short ball, but easily under it is Savory, the new batter. Both are new batters. Savory on 4, 5 to Sinclair.
Yeah, because of the upper shots that Savory has been playing, you see Cheyenne Brathwaite now being employed at what you can really consider to be an extremely short mid-off. Craig Brathwaite is a lot wider.
Yeah, just in front of where the stumps would be the non-strikers end. And this ball is hitting the outer half of the bat, looking to play it a lot straighter in the end. It went towards square cover, and there is no run. So there's a short catching mid-off, maybe just in front of the stumps of the non-strikers, and there's a conventional mid-off. There's a big gap between mid-off and backward point, and then there's 3 slips in place. That's the offside field as Roach comes bounding in and bowls, and that's hit through that gap down towards the boundary. Would it reach there? Good effort there by the fielder, and we'll have to look at that on the replay again, but the umpire wouldn't be able to see, so he'll see what he sees, and wouldn't signal the boundary. It will be 2.
Yeah, chase that one down, did the skipper Craig Brathwaite. Yeah, in fact, it should have been called for, however, don't have the use of technology out there.
That's the second time today we've seen the ball hit the boundary, but the umpires, you gotta be fair to them. They don't know that the ball is hitting the boundary. It will be left up to the fielders to say that it went for 4, and very few fielders would say that. This is a nice flowing shot, but straight to the man at the short extra cover, and Warrington fields, and there is no run. Kevin Sinclair has been maybe the most improved cricketer, all-round cricketer in the last 2 seasons or so, with his bowling and his batting. His batting has really come on well. He opened the batting in Guyana, the senior inter-county level for Barbados. He opens for his club, Rose Hall Town. And he started as a batsman who bowled medium pace. First of all, he started as a keeper at under 15 level. He kept for Guyana in the under 15 tournament. And then he stopped keeping, bowled medium pace. And his grandfather told him, when he had to play against a team called Albion in Barbados, that the Albion batters don't play off spin well, and he bowled off spin. He got 3 wickets, and that's how he began as an off spinner. Here he is as a batter now, and loose shot there, didn't get across, flirted with danger, and there is no run. Luckily for him, he missed the ball, and it was taken by Dowridge. So the overs completed 231 for 4. Guyana from a position of 219 for 2.
Well, just 6 deliveries left to contend with here on day number 1, the opening day of round 4 of these West Indies Championships. It will be Jason Holder to bowl the final 6.
Holder bowls a good lifting delivery, well played in the end, defending it off his neck and down towards the slip cordon. So Holder, at the end of a long day for Barbados, it's been a long day for our commentary team also. We enjoyed it, and this edged and caught. Well, well, well. Last over, 4 balls left, and a loose shot looking to slash it square, and the edge found and the catch taken at the slip position. So Savory is gone for 7, and Guyana all of a sudden from 219 for 2, they're now 231 for 5. So even Stevens or Barbados just in front.
We have to say even Stevens at the end of the day's play. It will all matter how Guyana come back out. But yeah, playing at one he did not need to play at there. Did Savory short and wide, taking the edge. And if you are to make an assessment of the two sides at the end of the day, you would have to say that Barbados probably will be the happier, given how things were at the start of the day, looking relatively easy for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, unsure of where they might pick up a wicket. Picked up 3 with the new ball in the back end of the day, so you probably have to tell yourself at the end of day 1 they might be happier based on what we've seen across the first 2 sessions before this one. So 231 for 5 Guyana Harpy Eagles at the close of play. That brings us to the end of day 1. It's been a pleasure being here. We look forward to seeing you bright and early tomorrow right here at the Coolidge ground in Antigua and Barbuda.